Because we haven't found any more life, right? I mean, it's
Well,
as far as what we know, it's just us here.
and when you say life, I guess I would question what you mean. But
Uh,
like in terms of like whether or not we found life on other planets, like we've literally just started to probe the habitable zones like within our galaxy that we have technology to probe. It's like we've been able to explore the universe for like one day on the infinite timeline, and the fact that we haven't found like intelligent life on the one day that we've started looking, I don't think is problematic for me. If there's intelligent life out there, there's no guarantee that it's going to be anywhere near us. We might have to travel a great distance to find it. So I'm not shocked at all that we haven't found it, since we've literally just started going to space like within our parents' lifetimes, right? But
yeah.
on the intelligent design front, I've got a huge problem with the intelligent design argument, because we would have to assume that part of the intelligent design would also be like the human body and the planet that we live on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah, I get that.
so, like, if the planet was designed intelligently, I think there's a lot of problems. The planet is constantly trying to unalive its inhabitants. There's almost 100,000 people per year on average that are unalived in natural disasters. 97% of the drinking water is poisonous. You can't drink it, you'll get dehydrated. We have diseases that are rampant, that are no fault of our own. Like, children are born with bone cancer. So like if this is intelligent design, I don't, whoever designed it must be evil.
Yeah, well, that's the problem of evil. And I mean, I can't, again, like I'm just a human, so I can't give you any reason like why God would allow the atrocities and all of the things that we have, children getting cancer and stuff like that, people dying that don't, that are good people. Like, I don't have an answer for that.
Sure.
I just, yeah.
I'm not sure there's a good
Go
answer for it, which is why people keep asking it. But I think in terms of like why bad things happen, I think you and I would agree that some bad things happen because you and I can do bad things. But the harder questions for me are, why is it that the thing that God designed is doing the bad thing, right? If God designed the earth and he designed us to be on it, why would he design it in a way in which it's continually and unnecessarily harming its inhabitants?
Well, you have to kind of. I'm sure you know the story, right, of like Genesis, but you really have to understand that if the Christian God is real, then He intended to design it so none of these things would, these bad things, quote unquote, would like be here. He intended to design it perfectly. One of His angels fell, and this is kind of like original sin. Like, I don't want to get too far into religion, but
No, you can
it
get it.
has to be like this.
You could get into the religion. That's not a problem for me. So the question that I would ask is, um, what was it that made it a requirement for natural disasters to exist? Like when God decided that there was going to be natural disasters, why did He have to do it?
Well, that's a good question. And again, like, I don't think I'm inclined to. God, we don't understand these things, and that goes back to my original point. Like, we wouldn't understand God. Like, it is a minuscule 0.0001%. Like, if God was real, He is so above our understanding that we couldn't even begin to try and like articulate what we know about Him. But I guess my question to you is like, if would you want a God to exist if you could choose? Like, because is our life not just completely insignificant? Like, what's the point if there's nothing after this? If you could choose, would you want a God to exist?
Yeah, I think most atheists, like if that God was good and that God actually loved us and that God like had destined good things for us, I think we'd be inclined to believe in that God. But I don't find any of that to be evidence based. That's all wishful thinking.
Correct. Okay, and I'll grant you that. But if if I'm wrong, like, I don't really lose much, right? Because, but if you're wrong, then there is an eternity, and I know we're kind of getting into Pascal's wager, but
Yeah.
Isn't it the intellect? It's smart. It's a better idea to believe in God, because if not, then that means there could be a hell.
Well,
And
I think there's a
yeah,
flaw with
Oh,
Pascal's
oh,
wager,
I want to add to that. But what if you're both wrong and it's actually my pantheon that is waiting for you at the gates?
right? Yeah. What if it happens that the actual God or the actual gods that exist don't like Christians, and they
yeah,
want to send Christians to hell?
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So I think both of us, like, no matter what you believe in, we all stand to, if we're wrong, there's all going to be consequences, right? But I would ask you this, like, why would, like, a God, right? Why would God have his feelings so hurt that I don't believe in him that he would want me to be tortured for all of eternity?
I don't have the answer to that, and that's honestly something that makes me question my own beliefs, because I don't particularly subscribe to the eternal conscious torment idea of hell. I really struggle to reconcile a God that would, because you got to think that the worst people on earth, like you know, Genghis Khan, like whoever you think is the most appalling, like I wouldn't really wish eternal torture on anybody. So yeah, I mean, I understand, and I struggle to reconcile a God, but I like to think that maybe those people are just annihilated completely, like gone. But now we're getting into hell and what that could be. But I understand your point.
Yeah, I mean, but essentially you're being punished for a thought crime, right? It'd be different than, like, say for example, I did a lifetime of terrible, terrible things, and because I had a lifetime of terrible, terrible things, God is going to punish me in the afterlife. It's completely different in Christianity. I could live an awesome life. I could have not told lies. I could have followed all the commandments. I could have did all the charity. I could have did all that. But because I simply didn't believe that Jesus Christ was the Messiah, I go to hell just like the guy who gas chambered 6 million people in World War II. So to
Yeah,
me, that's if there was ever an imbalance of justice, that would be it.
yeah, yeah. I understand that. It kind of goes back to like maybe God's morals aren't what we think they are, but I guess again, like I struggle reconciling a God that would, hell on its own. Like I struggle with that being normal. Like I don't think that that's normal. That's why I personally am an annihilationist.
Right.
But
Well, I would
yeah,
also maybe suggest look into the Catholic idea of the afterlife as well. If the current Protestant edition of hell is problematic, I would definitely recommend looking closer into the Catholic doctrine of hell, where more people are essentially in purgatory, paying for their sins, and then they get to go to heaven, and hell is reserved for, like, the absolutely worst, irredeemable people ever. That to me makes a little bit more sense, but I understand that when you suggest to a Protestant that they look into Catholic doctrine, they get a little uptight.
yeah. Well, I was raised Catholic, and I'm kind of more non-denominational now. But yeah, I don't. Catholics believe in eternal conscious torment. And back in the day, I'm sure you might know, but
Mhm.
they would have things where you can pay to get people out of purgatory.
Right, yeah.
That just kind of,
But that's not part of the
yeah.
doctrine. That was something they were
No, yeah.
doing that wasn't really part of the doctrine. That's not in the catechism. But yeah,
Purgatory is never mentioned in the Bible at all. So that's hence why I'm not Catholic anymore. But
well, that's where you have to dig into the Catholic doctrine because it's rooted a little bit in Jewish thought, and also you'll find it in the apocryphal works. Now, I've looked extensively at all of the early church fathers and their use of the apocryphal books. Up until Jerome in the fourth century, every single church father that I was able to obtain their writings quoted from the Apocrypha as though it was scripture. They called it scripture. They said it was revelation from God, and they said it was prophetic. It wasn't until 400 years after Jesus, or 350 years after Jesus, that anybody was like, maybe this isn't scripture. I don't know. So like, to me, like when I look at the doctrine that the New Testament lays out, it runs perfectly in line with what we find in the apocryphal works. In fact, there's references in the New Testament, direct quotations from the apocrypha.
right. Huh.
So I would
Okay.
definitely recommend getting at least reading through it and seeing what you think about it.
Gotcha. All right, man. Well, that's all I got for you, but thank you for having me up.
Cheers. Have a good one.
You too.
He's a nice kid. I
He
I
was nice.
I think he sounded a lot like me when I was his age, just trying to work through some of the beliefs. I remember, and listen, guys, don't chastise me too hard, but I remember when I
Always.
was a teenager, I was leading I don't know what to call it. I was leading a group with a couple other people where we would have an ecumenical youth meeting on Friday nights where we did music and worship and whatnot. And I
Hmm.
often got elected to speak. I don't know how that happened. I think it's just because a lot of people were afraid to speak. But at one point in my when I was a Christian, I used Pascal's wager in an actual a sermon, if you would call it a sermon. So anyone can fall prey to it.
Listen, I love Pascal's wager, but you know what? Because I do believe in gods, I want to answer something, Justin, something that I've never done before. So that way the Christians can stop fucking crying, thinking that it's only them that you're talking to. Um, I actually got this from an atheist, and it is the most honest answer I can give. The main reason why the things happen that the way, just a second. Okay, there we go. The main reason why things happen the way they do, natural disasters, innocent people being unalived, all that good stuff. My deities not only don't claim to be all the omnis, but they made a promise that they wouldn't interfere with humanity.
Right.
They cannot, because they know if they do, shit will hit the fan fast. So, in order for us to learn, we have to make the mistakes that they did. And that's how they know who deserves Elysium or who deserves the void or Tartarus. If you are a piece of shit human being, they will not guide you, and you already have your place depending on what Adis decides to choose. If you are a morally great person like myself, I am neither good nor bad, I just am. Well, then that's up for me and the gods to decide when my time comes. That's why I love my pantheon, because they don't force, they don't involve themselves. And the gods always say, especially in my belief system, the gods only help those who are willing to help themselves. And even then, they guide you. They don't literally put their hand in. Unless you're Zeus, then he does whatever the fuck he wants. But that's besides the point.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the rules based in my religion.
Yeah, and the afterlife is a little bit more meritorious, and it's not so much being punished for
Everyone goes there.
thought crimes. Yeah. Lee, welcome
Everyone goes
in.
there. Hmm.
Lee, are you with us?
I'll send them an invite to unmute because it was kind of noisy when I was trying to speak on
Yeah.
mine.
He had some background noise.
Sorry about that.
We got him in here now. Lee, how you doing?
Not too bad. You seem like a decent guy.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. I'm a little stuffed up, but I can still talk. I had a cold earlier this week. I think I'm over it, but my sinuses are a little bit clogged. So, are you at least 18?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Okay. And are you a believer in God? We lost him. That didn't take very long.
Oh, sorry, I'm back. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing? Do you believe in a God or multiple gods?
Oh, yeah, just Christian God.
Sure.
Obviously the enemy as well. But I mean, how do you want to look at that? So,
Fair enough. Yeah. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
well, there's a lot of ways I could talk about this. Take a long time, but I mean, obviously, look at Israel. The war's going. It's kind of obvious. Everybody's coming after Israel every year. There's
Can
still Iran's attacking Israel.
can you
Everybody keeps attacking Israel. It's kind of obvious.
can you
Well,
elaborate
look what's going on in the world.
can you elaborate on how that means your God is real?
I mean, obviously Jesus was, with Israel, and they hate the Jews, so the Jews are always getting attacked. Nothing's been new. I mean, every
Um,
single year, The Jews are getting attacked. That's never changed.
I'm not sure I follow. The fact that somebody is attacking Israel, I don't think demonstrates that the God of the Bible exists. Can
Well,
you?
it's because they're the Lord's people.
Okay,
Israel
so is Ukraine the Lord's people? Because people have been attacking Ukraine for a long time.
No, but I mean, every single year they're being persecuted.
By who?
So nothing's ever changed over like a long, long period of time. I'm talking about like over hundreds of years.
That says nothing as to whether or not the God of the Bible is real. It just means that they're being persecuted.
Yeah, but they're God's people.
Proof?
If they weren't God's people, they would be getting persecuted.
Proof?
It's obvious.
What's your proof that their God exists?
I mean, obviously they're always getting persecuted. I mean, God's
yes,
always
I'm aware, but what is the evidence that their God exists? Which is technically your God too.
Well, there's a lot. You didn't hear about the red heifer?
I know a lot about the red.
Getting...
I know a lot about the red heifer. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, if you look at Revelation, all the signs and all the wonders.
Like what?
I mean, a lot of these signs are every single day. They're just showing up.
Like what?
So it's kind of like following the scripture.
I've read the scripture. That's why I'm asking you. It seems like you're trying to point towards fulfilled prophecies. I'm trying to figure out what prophecy you're referring to.
So it's always, if you follow the prophecies.
Which ones?
I mean, a lot of them are just like the description, just showing up just like the description is.
Buddy, we're going to need you to be specific. If there's a prophecy being fulfilled, you have to tell us what it is so we can read it.
You got the third temple. We're still waiting on that.
But
there's all kinds of things.
But that's not a prophecy. There's no prophecy about that.
Yeah, it's in Revelation actually. There's all kinds of I don't want to read Revelation for 2 hours, but there's all kinds of.
Leaf, it sounds like you haven't actually read the Bible. You're just repeating talking points from TBN.
So I'm just going all the different. You gotta follow the word and the prophecies that are being manifested.
That's why I keep asking you, what prophecy? Where can I find it in the Bible?
And go to Revelation 13. You got Revelation. There's a lot of them. 6.
Revelation 13? I don't think that's going to work out well for you. Do you know what Revelation 13 is?
I'm not reading it this minute. There's all kinds of different stuff in there.
Yeah, it's about the beast, right? And we've got the mark of the beast that shows up near the end of chapter 13, right? It says it exercises authority of the first beast on its behalf, and it makes the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast whose fatal wound had been healed. It performs great signs and make fire come down from heaven to earth and in the sight of all. And by the signs that it is allowed to perform on behalf of the beast, it deceives the inhabitants of the earth, telling them to make an image for the beast that had been wounded by the sword yet lived. Okay, and then we get down here later, and the author tells you who it is. It says, "This calls for wisdom. Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number for a person, and its number is 666, which, ironically enough, is Nero Caesar. So the beast is Nero. It's just a failed prophecy about Nero.
I think it's still going to happen. I mean, we haven't got to that stage yet.
No, it's a failed prophecy about Nero. Nero is 666, which is why in the Greek, when you do Hebrew gematria on the Greek letters, it comes out to 666 for Nero Kaiser. If you do it in Latin, it's 616, which ironically enough, our Latin manuscripts don't say 666. The Latin manuscripts that we have of Revelation say 616, because whoever was writing the initial manuscripts here knew that it was about Nero Caesar.
Okay. So I'm just saying that if you follow the prophecies, a lot of these are going to keep going.
Like what?
It's going to be a long-term thing.
There's not a single prophecy coming true today.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, can you show me one that is?
I mean, look at all the NWO going on. I mean, you got the New World Order.
What's the New World Order? Where in the Bible can I find the New World Order?
Well, I'm just saying, referencing. Look what's going on to Russia, and then you got Ukraine, and
none of this means anything to me. Where in the Bible can I find these prophecies? You're just claiming that things are a fulfillment of prophecies without telling me what they're actually fulfilling.
The 10 horns, the 7 tribes. So what I'm saying is these governments of power, they're behind the structures.
You're not saying anything. You're just using words. You're repeating talking points from TBN. The Left Behind series is not helping you here.
So I'm not following too well, but I to explain is that the 7 horns and the 10 heads, that's what's getting like manifested.
That means nothing. Who do you think they are?
I mean, they're all kingdoms.
Do you know they were kingdoms in the first century?
No, we don't know that.
They are. That's why every academic commentary on the book of Revelation details how Revelation is describing events in the first century. It's only the uneducated goofs on TBN that think Revelation is about today. They thought it was
And
about
also,
the...
here's a mind fuck of the day. Cleopatra is closer in relation to the production of the iPhone than she was to the pyramids.
I
Just
have
throwing that out there.
no idea what that means. But yeah, she's...
And because he's talking about like architecture around like first century, the pyramids are older than Cleopatra. Cleopatra is closer to the make of the iPhone than what she was to the pyramids.
Yeah, that is true. All right, Leaf, I don't think you actually know what prophecies you're referring to. I don't think you've actually read the Bible. I think you're repeating talking points that you've heard someone else say. I'll just recenter the discussion. What's the evidence that the God you believe in is real? Because you can't point to any prophecies being fulfilled because you don't actually know where they are in the Bible.
Okay, so I don't know exactly how do I explain this. Like, I mean, the sheep hear his voice, so like to me, it's more just like a communication thing.
That's meaningless to me because the sheep can't agree on what he's saying. So if the sheep hear his voice, as it says in the book of John, then it's really confusing to the outsiders when all of his sheep disagree on what his words are and what they mean.
Okay, so you're saying that you've never heard God talk to you?
No, of course not.
I have.
Can you make him talk right now?
Well, I mean, like it's more like a quiet, still voice, not like a.
Can you get President Trump to talk
So
to you
it's-
when you want? No.
It's not like Star Trek, you know.
So it's so it's the voice inside your head.
I mean, he has definitely helped me in a lot of situations. I had my life saved like 3 times now. Hard to disprove that.
That might be true that you had a near-death experience, but it doesn't mean God's real. That happens in every religion. I know Muslims that have been in horrible, horrible accidents that statistically they shouldn't have survived, but they did. That doesn't mean that Muhammad is the last prophet and that Allah is real.
I just give the glory to God. I'm alive today from last year.
I'm sure you do. Okay, so I don't think you have an argument for why your God is real, do you?
I mean, I think it's pretty real to me.
I'm sure it
I don't
is, but this is a
Bible talks about
This is
where
a
you
debate
want to
where
go.
you're going to present your best evidence or your best argument, and it sounds like you don't have one.
I mean, I would just go the biggest one I could think of
You're going to disbelievers.
I mean, obviously you're not gonna believe it. is that, like I heard earlier, that God started out with the creation element. When God created the world, okay,
Thank you, Goblin.
you can't take something like simple and make something complex.
I have
that's
no
what you're
clue
looking
what
at.
you're talking about. Goblin, thank you for the hats.
So as time moves on, you had a noble creator create the world. That's why the world's getting worse as it goes.
I'm hearing a lot of words, but not an argument yet. Listen, I appreciate you being up here. I'm going to move on to the next guest, okay?
Okay, buddy.
All right, cheers, mate.
Win Goblin, by the way.
Yeah, thank you so
You're
much,
almost
Goblin.
hitting your goal.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Goblin. I don't think this is in a good place for him to be. I don't think he should be on TikTok debating people. Fall Guy, welcome in.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here. Are you at least 18? Thank you.
I
Dan.
am.
Awesome. And are you a believer in a God or multiple gods?
I don't believe in any theistic God, but I don't know. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, because I actually agree with everything you say with regards to the ideas of theistic gods. That's God with a capital G
Yeah.
being incorrect. But I don't know, some of my experiences in life have led me to believe that there are things that are beyond logic and can't be explained. So I wanted to see what your ideas are about spirituality in general and not God per se.
Well, I don't believe in spirituality either. I don't believe in spirits or an afterlife or demons or anything of that nature.
What about experiences that are out of our understanding, like when you have near death experiences or things like that, and where you feel like you could not kind of survive, and you end up being somehow saved, and it makes you feel like there's something out of this world. Is there no kind of room to allow for these beliefs at all?
Oh, guys, thank you for all the hats. I appreciate that, Lynn and Carrie. Yeah, I mean,
Time for a new goal.
near-death experiences are incredibly interesting, but all of the data that we've collected on near-death experiences tells us that it's just the brain releasing chemicals, and that you're more or less hallucinating, which is why, like, the people in the Hindu religion will experience Hindu-related phenomenon in their near-death experience. Us in the Western world, we typically have like Christian or Abrahamic type experiences, whereas somebody in like the Muslim world might have a Muslim related near death experience, because our brain is putting together images and ideas from its own context, its own world and pattern of thinking. So if that's the case, if near-death experience was evidence of an afterlife or a deity, we would expect that all of them would be the same. They would all experience the same God. They would all experience the same metaphysical reality, and they would all report the same thing, but they don't, unfortunately. We've also had scientists do some pretty comprehensive studies. For example, there's a guy named Sam Parnia. He's a medical doctor that's been researching near-death experiences now for well over a decade, going on 15 years now. And he's done two projects now, two long-term projects. You can read his synopsis. The last one just finished last year, where they retrofitted hospital rooms with items that you would only be able to see if you were like out of your body, because people report out-of-body experiences when they're resuscitated quite often. And over the course of the study, starting in 2018, ending in 2014, and then the second study was 2015 to 2023, not a single person that reported an out-of-body experience could actually validate the out-of-body experience and report anything in the room that they wouldn't have been able to see unless they were out of their bodies. So the data that we have right now seems to suggest that it's just it's a manifestation of the mind. It's not something happening in a different reality.
What if and I agree with you with in terms that a lot of these kind of feelings or outside of reality kind of things that we kind of perceive and leads us to believe in that sort of thing comes from anthropomorphism, which is basically us relating our human experiences to something that could be a god or a deity or something like that. But what if we don't have any religious beliefs or any belief in God per se, but are experiencing these things or this kind of connection to the universe or consciousness that is kind of similar to what religious ideas are, but not having any certain beliefs or dogma about it?
Non-religious belief, people with non-religious beliefs, when they experience NDEs, still experience NDEs is within their cultural expectation, even if they don't have a belief in a deity. So just the exposure to a particular deity or a particular belief system is enough to trigger some sort of a, we'll say, pattern recognition in the NDE. It's very, very common for people who claim that they don't believe in a God to still have an NDE where they experience some sort of a spiritual presence that is akin to the culture that they grew up in.
So you're saying it's more of a psychological thing than anything?
Yeah.
Justin, darling, you hit your goal. It's time for a new one, my dear.
Oh yeah, thanks. Oh, that was fast. Wow. Okay then.
All right. Well, thanks for your time.
Sure thing. Good to hear from you, Fall. All right, we'll get our next in here. It sounds like he's deconstructing, and he's in the tough place. He's in the tough place. Welcome in, champ.
Hey, Justin. What's up, man? I just want to. I am 18, and I'm not a believer, but I did want to. I wanted to throw a perspective by you and see what you think about it. Perhaps you've thought of this yourself, though, but it's just something that I've been thinking about that you may find interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So before Eve ate the apple, right? She didn't have the knowledge of evil. So therefore, how can she be justly punished if she didn't know that disobeying God was wrong? Because she didn't have the knowledge of evil.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. And this is, thank you, J.K. Orling, for the $6.66 super chat. J.K. says, cast off the shoes and follow the gourd, meaning use your brain. And that's what you're bringing up here. You're using your brain to think about this particular story. Because if they didn't know right from wrong, they didn't know good from evil yet, then they couldn't have possibly known that what they were doing was evil, which means God punishing them for doing something that they didn't know was evil is a little bit outlandish. Plus, remember, he punished all the animals too. They didn't do anything wrong. He punished all of humanity. We weren't there. We didn't bite the damn fruit. So the story is just it's just a narrative to explain like why things are so shitty, and it doesn't do a good job of doing it.
You know, there is one more question you have to ask yourself, right? You have to ask yourself, why did God want us to be like animals? Because that's what separates us from animals. We know good and evil. They don't. So it seems to me the best thing that Eve ever did was disobey God.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. I mean, theoretically, this is the thing is like according to the doctrine, there's like this idea that, well, God's original intention was for them to not sin, but that obviously couldn't be the case because he set them up to sin. Like he made the whole thing the most inevitable outcome possible. He put a talking snake into the garden, right? So
yeah, I mean, I don't believe that you could have free will if he's all knowing, right? Like the omniscience paradox or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, the omniscience paradox is certainly something to consider. I don't know where I fall in that. You know, I can go either way on the omniscience paradox, whether or not it necessitates the elimination of free will. But
someone put it in a really simple way for me. He was saying to me that does God know all of God's future actions? How can he do the opposite of what he knows he's going to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, it negates God's free will theoretically. But whether or not it negates humanity's free will is a different question. You know, we could waste a lot of time on that.
No, I got you. I do have one quick question for you, though, before I go. You know that passage that Christians use to cite that it's about Jesus, how his hands and feet were pierced? How would you debunk that?
Psalm 22?
I think, yeah, Psalm 22. Yeah. How would you debunk that? That's not. Would you agree that that's about Jesus, or would you debunk that?
It's definitely not about Jesus. Put it on the screen. It's really easy. It's a Psalm of David. David's speaking here. He says, my God, why have you forsaken me? It's a Psalm of lament for King David. Everything about this is just King David writing about his own experiences, just like he did in the other Psalms of lament. And then he gets down to one section where he likens his attackers to dogs. He says, dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircled me. They bound my hands and my feet. Now, this is where it gets tricky because some translations say pierce. That's not really in the text. Some translations say dig. It's not really in the text. Some translations say bind. That's not really in the text. And the problem we have is...
the pierce part is the part they usually use, yeah.
The problem is the word for pierce, dakar in Hebrew, doesn't actually appear in the text. I got you. Okay. There's a word in the manuscripts that is not a real Hebrew word. So everybody, for all of history, has been trying to figure out, okay, this is not a real Hebrew word. What did they mean? There's obviously been a copyist mistake. What did they actually mean? Did they mean this word or that word? Because there's like 3 or 4 options that are very similar to the word that they could have meant. And that's why every English translation translates it differently, because they're like, well, it might have actually meant this word. So, yeah, the jury's out. But even if Like, say, for example, we discovered a manuscript tomorrow where it really did use the word for pierce. It still is meaningless. This is not a prophecy. It just is not a
I got
prophecy.
you.
A prophecy is a declaration for the future. That's what a prophecy is.
Yeah.
You can't just say
Okay.
something similar happened to David that happened to Jesus and then call it a prophecy. That's nonsense, because I've got a list of things that happened to me that show up in the Old Testament. Does that mean that I'm the Messiah just because something similar happened to me that was written about in the Old Testament? Of course not.
Yeah, I got you. I heard you say that to someone on your yesterday on your live. But yeah, man, I watch your content. I try to learn from you. But yeah, man, I never really got to talk to you before. I just wanted to talk to you real quick. But yeah, man, it was nice talking to you.
Sure, man. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, Hail Dionysus. Y'all take care.
Absolutely. Hail
Praise
Dionysus.
him. Yes. Also, guys, let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's see if we can get host to 75K for the first hour. I'm really pushing for 100, but I'll deal with 75K. Thank you all so much for being here. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to Twitch. Thank you guys for showing your support. Thank you so much for the gifts, the Cash Apps, the Venmos, the Super Chats. And once again, praise Dionysus.
That's right. Praise Dionysus. Thank you for the hand hearts, Lynn and Jay. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Free.
Hi, how are you, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Fantastic. Are you at
So
least
you're
18?
saying you're God? Yes.
And which God do you believe in?
Christianity?
Awesome. What would be the best argument or the best evidence for why your God is real?
My argument is in Isaiah 48 or 58, one of the two, where it says...
You sure you want to do
where God
48?
says,
I don't think you want to do 4. I mean, I love Isaiah 48. You want to go there?
whereas God says, for the love of my name, I have rescued you.
Yeah. And
For I
who?
will not let my name be blasphemed. But I don't know if it's 48 or 49.
If I had to guess, I would say it's 48 or 49. But what does that have to do with your God being real?
So my God presents himself with character. And one of the things he says is, I can't let my name be blasphemed. Like, no one can talk bad about me, so I'll rescue you.
I do all the time. I
that's
blaspheme God every day.
But because he's a powerful God that can do anything, he tells everybody, you won't talk bad about me, so I'll rescue you, even the wicked.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay.
People that believe in this God are absolutely crushed and annihilated on a daily basis. Did he save the Haitians from the earthquake in 2010?
I also believe that death is sleep. It's not
That
really
wasn't
like
an answer to my
forever.
question. Did he save the Haitians from the earthquakes in 2010?
Yeah, we don't know yet. Like this is phase 1, I think.
200,000 Haitians were unalived in the earthquake. Why
But who gave them
why
life?
does God
Will the potter?
why does God create
Will the
natural disasters that constantly unalive his own people at random?
Okay, will the pot complain about how the potter makes it or does it what he wants with his clay?
Romans chapter
No.
9, I'm very familiar with it. I'm asking the question. I don't care if you don't think I'm not allowed to ask questions. I'm asking the damn questions. So why does God allow his own people to be utterly annihilated at random?
Because I also believe in a pre-life where we exist. This is in the beginning of our lives. We probably existed as spiritual beings in another realm.
And
now,
are you talking about the multiverse?
Sure, many different. We're not eternal, but I think we are. This isn't our beginning, like before we probably had a spirit and lived like in some other area, and then we might have done something bad, so now we're here.
Are you Mormon?
No.
You're certainly not Christian. Christians don't believe in reincarnation.
Okay.
Okay, so
I mean,
do you believe in
it's
Christianity
just-
or do you believe in reincarnation?
Yeah, I believe in Christianity.
Fantastic. All right. What's the evidence that your religion or your God is real? So far, the only thing we've got is that God punishes his own people.
Well, the fact that you're real.
That means nothing to me. I was created by Doug.
That's
I
your
was
father?
created by Zeus.
Doug is the rock of our salvation. Hanji was created by Zeus. How do you know you were created by Yahweh?
Faith, I guess.
If I have faith that you're created by Doug, does that mean you were created by Doug?
No.
Okay, so
No,
faith.
I have a
Faith
birth
isn't a
certificate.
faith that doesn't mean anything. It's useless.
Okay. I think I appreciate you having me on, bro. I just wanted to point some things out.
All right. Well, have a good one, Free. Thanks for coming up.
Be well. Also, Dr. Joe, aka Dr. Joe Recovery, she put her draft in the Discord of her book.
Oh,
Just letting you know, so that way you guys can check it out. And also, I like that analogy. We have past lives. I was always a goddess. I just went toe to toe with Zeus so much. This is my punishment, so I have to deal with you fuckers. I love you.
well, that was an interesting conversation. Welcome in, M-Flow.
The boundaries draft. That's it. The boundaries draft. That's what Dr. Joe said.
Oh yeah, yeah, guys. If you're not in our deconstruction Discord yet, go to the link tree in my profile and join the Discord. It's amazing. It's awesome. We actually did a session this morning, just deconstruction, no debating, on the Discord live chat. Guest, are you with us? Did you mean to request? I don't think you meant to request.
I don't think so either.
We'll pop them right.
Oh, there you go.
Pop them right back down. All right.
It's all love, guys. It's all love. You know I love messing with you guys.
Guys, we're trying to get a guest up in here. I think Chris connected.
Hey.
Welcome in, Chris.
Thanks. All I wanted to do was point out one thing. What do y'all think about the Pontius Pilate? Obviously was a big time player and is all through the New
Just Pilate?
Testament. Pontius Pilate.
Pontius. Yes, we know
So-
about him.
Okay.
He was a real
And
person.
They found stones and other things, archaeological evidence, proving that, hey, that said that this was his residence in that area of Judea in the early 1960s. You can look it up. It's called the Pontius Stone. And
Yeah.
there's been a
Chris,
brand new one
slow down,
that
buddy.
was found
Slow down.
in Rome.
We all know. Yeah, Pontius Pilate was a real person. No one's disagreeing there.
Okay.
Do you think
Well,
Nebuchadnezzar
that's
was a
just
real
one
person?
thing. I think, but I think is that
Chris, focus. Do you
I'm
think
focused.
Do you think Nebuchadnezzar was a real person?
I don't think he knows who Nebuchadnezzar
Yeah,
is.
Yeah. Okay.
King Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think that Nebuchadnezzar's God is real just because Nebuchadnezzar existed?
I don't know who. I don't remember. No, I don't. Yeah, God is one God. There's one Christian God
Yes,
that we believe in.
I know you believe that, but that's not my point. My point is, just because Pontius Pilate existed doesn't mean the mythology around Jesus is real. Just because Nebuchadnezzar existed doesn't mean that the mythology that he believed in is real.
Correct. I'm not. I wasn't trying to like. All I was pointing out was, hey, there's something here, and that is proof that shows that this person was alive at that time, and that's all it was trying to make. And there's a lot of other correlations and stuff like that, but I'm not really prepared to argue about it right now. I just wanted to make that one point. You know, the thing is that if we're Christians, we really believe through faith. It's just it boils down to faith.
Would you
and
would you believe
and
in Joseph Smith on faith?
if I was with him and like saw all that, no, I would. But because I'm not, no, I don't.
No, I'm asking why do you believe in Jesus on faith, but you don't believe in Joseph Smith on faith?
Because I read the Bible, and
Okay, so it's not a matter of
took
faith,
me
is
that way.
it?
I didn't always have faith. You know, I read the Bible, and it gave me faith, and my life started changing.
Yeah, that's what Mormons say. I have a friend who's a Mormon back in Indiana. She became a Mormon because it saved her marriage. So does that
Well,
mean that Mormonism is true?
it might have some truisms. You know, there's a lot of variations within the churches that, you know, I can't figure out. I wish that they were more similar, but of, you know, what I see are minor differences in most cases between the religions, you know.
Sure.
At least the major religions. They're all Abrahamic religions.
Yep. All right. Hey, well, thanks for coming up, man.
Thank you, man. Bye.
Cheers.
I love someone's comment. They said fourth wing is really popular. Does that mean that it's true? Listen, if I could bond myself to a dragon during threshing, I'm so fucking down for that.
I'm too old to know these references. I don't know what fourth wing means.
It's a romantasy book.
Oh yeah, I have no idea what any of that is. PJ, how you doing?
What's up, Big Pimp? You know,
PJ, are you at
just
least
enjoying the
18?
Sunday. I am. I'm 43.
Fantastic. And are you a believer in a god or multiple gods?
So it's kind of like complicated because, man, I'm first generation born here in the United States to Filipino parents, and being born to Filipino parents from the Philippines, about 80% of that country believes in God. And ever since I could remember, my family religiously would zig, and I naturally zagged. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't like being force fed any of it, so I chose not to believe. But there are things that happen in my life that I just can't explain. That's why I'm on here, you know, because I'll be listening. I'm like, okay, there's logic in everything that you're saying, and I'm just trying to figure it out. It's because, like, when I was young, like, 10 years old, so 91, I was with two of my younger male cousins, 7, 6, and then their younger sister, a 5-year-old.
PJ,
we
really appreciate your experience, but we don't really like do testimonies here. Testimonies don't really mean anything to us because every religion is full of testimonies, right?
No,
So
what was I trying to say, Justin, is that, like, the part that I can't explain is like that what we had witnessed together as children, stuff that we don't talk about now because it's stuff that, you know, scared the shit out of us is you know, being able to tell whatever it was to turn a light on, and it did, turn a light off, and it did. It was at a rental here in the Bay Area. You feel me? So we didn't understand that, and we had seen things that we didn't understand, like orbs, and this was between me. So it's like we're like, what the fuck's going on? You feel me? So my point is like that scared the shit out of me. And then I know you don't do testimonials, and because I chose to go down a path where I didn't believe, I was like, okay, man, you know, being a mama's boy, my mom asked me to attend a function where in Sacramento, California.
all right, PJ, my man, this is supposed to be a debate. That's the goal here. I'm sure these are delightful stories, but we're trying to debate people on religion. Did you have an argument?
Right. No, so what I'm saying is, like, this is the reason why I believe in God.
Okay,
right?
so you don't have an argument.
The argument is because of me experiencing something. It could be anecdotal to me, but it's just I can't explain it. It's something I can't explain.
Okay,
me? So
what about your experience has to do with your God being real?
okay, so basically, my mom was like, I need a ride to this place. It was an auditorium in Sacramento.
Don't need the story. We want to know how you connect the story to your God.
So the connection was this: the person that was speaking stopped everything that they were doing, my mom's. I was in pain. My body was in pain. Are you familiar with gout?
Yeah, I know what God is.
Yeah. So I had apparently an acute gout attack because I've been having gout symptoms since then. But anyways, I had an attack, and while I was there, I was in absolute pain. And I was praying. My mom said pray, and I was like, all right, let me try this for try this for the first time.
Listen, I'm sure whatever your story is, it was very convincing to you. But again, your testimony means nothing to us because they exist in Islam, they exist in Hinduism, they exist in Taoism, they exist in Sikhism.
Right.
Every religion is full of these types of stories. So if yours
No, but this
is evidence,
gentleman,
if yours
this
is,
gentleman raised
if
his
yours
hand.
is, I know. Every story you're ever going to tell me is something I've already heard. If your story is evidence that your particular God is real, then their stories are evidence that their gods are real, which means all of the gods must be real. But certainly you don't believe that all the gods are real, do you?
I just believe there's a God. See,
That
that's what
wasn't
I'm
my
saying.
question. Do you believe that all of the gods are real?
Like, they can be.
Okay,
They can be.
so then that's the only logical conclusion. Either none of the gods are real, and this is a mere coincidence, or all of the gods are real. Those are the only two
Okay.
logical conclusions.
So yeah. So that's where it's at. So that's why I believe is because there's these things I can't explain.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
fair enough.
And that's where I wanted to get at. So like,
Okay.
again,
Well, you can have
I
that,
understand
okay?
you
But
guys
we're
can talk
debating people
testimony.
that have like formalized religions and actually have like arguments for why their God is real, other than personal
Oh,
experience, because personal experience is meaningless to us.
oh, I didn't know that. My bad, Big Pimp. See, because we don't do that square shit. You see what I'm saying? So, hey, have a good day. I appreciate y'all.
All right, cheers. Thanks for coming up. I understand that personal experience is very moving for
I mean, he was nice.
the people who have the experience. I get that. But from an outsider perspective, they're meaningless to us. They don't mean a damn thing to us. Welcome, Sammy. I almost called you Dammy. Welcome,
What's
Sammy.
up? What's up, dude? Actually, I wanted to take it a left turn because I know I love your lies, by the way. But
Thanks for
I'm
watching.
Hindu, and I kind of wanted to talk to you about. I don't know if you know much about the Hindu religion, but like we have an argument for God that I
Almost
don't.
nothing. I know almost nothing about the Hindu religion, other than that they seem to be. It seems to be the source of the social caste system, or at least that's
So
how it's justified.
sure, I've heard that. I would argue against a caste system, but we don't have to get into that if you don't want to. But it's a whole thing.
Yeah,
But
I'd love to hear your argument
yeah,
though. Wait, do you believe
I'm just.
in one
uh
God or many gods?
So yeah, we believe in one supreme God, one supreme truth, but that God can manifest and present itself as a personalized form of God that is subjective to the human. That's a matter of faith, and that is improvable. Those subjective, personal forms, which I think it's a good, honest argument. But there is one supreme impersonal existence.
Sure. So, what would be like the evidence for why
Mhm.
this impersonal, ultimate being exists?
So the argument that is used, it's in our scripture, is the idea that there has to be a foundation. We believe in like it's called non-duality or Advaita. It is the idea that God is consciousness. And the reason why we say that is we kind of assert that there is something immaterial, that is the grounding of one's sensory experience. So if
So,
I am sad, yeah, go
premise
ahead.
number one
Mhm.
is that the mind is immaterial.
That not the mind, but the I guess the consciousness, the sense experience.
Yeah. So, this is another
Mhm.
form of the transcendental argument.
Oh, is that okay? Cool. I've never heard it before, but what is the transcendental argument?
Well, it's basically that there are these transcendental things that exist, like for example, like numbers or logic. These are things that exist, or like truth. People would say truth is transcendental, but
Um,
I don't believe in any of those things. I don't think they're actually transcendental. I think they're just a product of the mind. I think it's a way in which we describe the world around us. I don't think that there is anything transcendental existing outside of our minds.
so here's the thing, right? So David Chalmers writes The Hard Problem of Consciousness. It's a really good paper that you can read. The argument is there has to be a grounding of some sort of the sense experience. If you believe that it is material, like if you're okay, let's say you are sensing like a feeling. Let's say you're sensing sadness, right? Part of meditation is that we tell people to observe the sadness as apart from you. It's distinct from you. And so you are observing sadness. And I think one can say, well, I'm observing myself observing sadness, and you can have an infinite regress of that. So we have to say that there's some foundational observer of your thoughts, your feelings, or the material world around you.
I don't.
That there's a grounding for that.
I don't think that follows, and I don't think it's necessary either. I mean, the emotions that we feel, according to neuroscience, are just the chemicals that are processed within our own bodies, which is why
Sure.
we can give people medication, and that medication will allow them to feel things differently or to feel something that they wouldn't normally feel.
Absolutely, yeah. But so we can say, of course, emotions are electrical signals. At the end of the day, your entire experience is electrical signals. Like that's all it is, and then it's made into this elaborate experience that we have called life. But David Chalmers writes that there's an explanatory gap between what goes from an electrical signal to the actual feeling or experience that you are having. That electrical signal needs to be translated into an experience. And how does that happen?
Well,
And I don't think
it's in the brain. It's neurochemical. Like this isn't a problem for neurologists.
Neurologists can break it down into like the electrical signal itself, but we can't explain why that electrical signal is the actualized experience itself. That there is no explanation for.
No, I disagree entirely. There are actual pathways in the brain that allow us to experience certain things. Like, I think what you're attempting to do is talk about the brain using like pop science, but not actual science. Like, even like Dr. Joe, a good friend of ours, she's a licensed therapist. She's not a neurologist, but she's read a lot of studies on the brain. I mean, in her data, you know, all of the phenomenon that we're feeling, she would probably lead us to some good scientific studies that would tell us that it's literally just the brain doing what the brain does. There's nothing outside of the brain that any of this stuff is grounded in. It's just the way our brains help us to experience the world around us. Actually, Dr. Joe's in the chat. Dr. Joe, you're welcome to come up if you
I'd love to talk
have
to
something
you.
insightful to say.
I literally just said that.
Yeah.
I'm bringing her up.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk to her because where, like, how exactly, and maybe this is under my own ignorance, but I feel like it's sort of explained that there would be an infinite regress. Maybe I have to do better explaining about it. And I can maybe go learn the argument and come back. But when you are observing something, could you infinitely observe like yourself observing something, and then to the sense experience? And so I think that there has to be some grounding there. And that grounding, you don't have to call it God, because I think God's a very westernized word, but we say it's like a Brahman. It is a consciousness that grounds it, and that would necessarily be immaterial. And I think Alex O'Connor actually talks about this in one of his YouTube videos.
Why would I be observing myself? Oh, hey, Dr. Joe.
Hey.
Hi, Dr. Joe. Yeah, So I wanted to ask you, like, I know you were listening to this conversation so far. What do you think about the idea of there being some sort of explanatory gap between the electrical signals, the neurological signals, that translates like a vibration in your ears or like the light reflecting in your eyes into a sense experience?
I can't pair a gap with my understanding of neurochemistry. It's all neurochemistry and communicated through neural networks and the neurotransmitters going on in the brain. I think what you're talking about or implying that there is a gap that then implies a separate and distinct entity. of some non-embodied but kind, and that's not my understanding of brain science.
Okay. Well,
And
who am I to
also,
argue with you?
FYI, I am a certified mindfulness and meditation coach, so being in that space and teaching people to be in that space is definitely in my wheelhouse. So I'm not. I endorse that kind of woo because there's science behind it.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
So, like what we say, right, in transcendental meditation is this idea that, so we kind of observe ourselves as Atma. Atma is like the idea of true self, and it recognizes that one is not the ego, which is not your name, you're not your occupation, you're not your body, you're not all of these things. And so we're doing this process of negation. So what is left? Obviously, the Buddhists say you're nothing underneath. You're just, it's all, there's no foundational essence to yourself. The Hindu says, no, there's just Atma. Atma is poorly translated as soul, but it's just like the true self. And part of mindfulness is the idea that you take, since you're none of these things, you put yourself into a mindset of detaching yourself from these sense experiences. And by giving a degree of separation between you and the experience, you're able to have a lot more mindfulness and recognize that even the negative emotions that you experience are just temporary. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I think I understand it completely, but I would disagree that that is the function and application of mindfulness. I think mindfulness actually puts us in our bodies and aware of sensory input, interaction, and what is going on, instead of creating a removed and sanitized experience. Mindfulness is more immersive than an ego death. I'm not a fan of any of the guru models of meditation, and with respect to their history, I get it. I also find a lot of content around some of this to be, I'm just going to use a term, hopefully we won't get hit for it, but mental masturbation. And I don't find it useful in terms of mental health or general health.
Okay, and why is that?
A lot of your perspective and a lot of the books, content, leaders, philosophers, and other, that I'm very utilitarian and practical and pragmatic in my application of healthy tools, and moving beyond that, I don't have time for.
Yeah. Plus, it doesn't really. To me, there's no substance there, right? So, what you're essentially trying to do is convince us that there's some sort of metaphysical grounding outside of the brain that allows the brain to do what the brain does, but we have no data that would suggest that to be the case.
It could be such a thing where I don't think maybe the data points to it. At best, I could argue, just with what I have right now, is it could be used as a philosophical tool to allow yourself to kind of recognize or to negate aspects of your ego and that are sense experiences. Because there is that, we do see that, like, the root of suffering comes when one believes themselves to be the ego, when they think that they are the name or their possessions and so on and so forth. And so we kind of recognize that there's something underneath that is what we are, and it allows us to pursue meditation in that way. I didn't really hear. I don't understand why that is mental masturbation, but you know what I'm saying. But like, yeah, but that would be at least a philosophical, a utility argument for God. It's a philosophical tool that we use for meditation. But yeah, I think that's the best I could do. Is that.
Actually, so Sammy, I'll give you a little bit of homework. I want you to go look up the transcendental argument for God, because I think it's what you're trying to do. And I think if you go, I mean, it's not a convincing argument. We hear it on this live a lot. But I think it'll actually give you some words to better articulate what you're trying to say.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I will.
All right. Cheers, Sammy.
Cheers.
You are
Actually,
my Hindu brother.
I've had nothing but good experiences with Hindu believers, by the way. I've worked with a few of them in the past, and I've never had a bad experience with one. I don't know much about the
I love
religion,
them.
but it definitely makes me curious to know more about what they believe because so many of them seem to be kind to people. Thank you for that, Dr. Joe. I appreciate the assistance there.
Yeah, thanks for the ask. And just want to reiterate that a draft of the workbook we talked about this morning is available in the mental health resource part of the Discord.
Absolutely. Guys, make sure you're in the Discord. Linktree's in my profile, also in Hanji's profile. And make sure you're following Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is an awesome, awesome resource, as you guys already know. Rich in Love, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be on here.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Also, I saw a lot of Christians in the comments asking to come up and debate. I can't make you come up. You have to hit the guest request button down here. If you see the little multi-guest symbol, you got to hit that button, and then you can get yourself into the queue. But I can't, I don't have magic powers. I can't poof you into the debate. Anyways, Rich, thanks for being up. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I'm 37, and I'm a believer of Christ.
Fantastic. What would be your most convincing argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Well, there was accounts of Jesus in Muslim and Hindu religions, calling him a teacher, also him performing miracles, just as the Bible has stated. I mean, that's kind of amazing, I would think, as how Hindus and Muslims would also consider Jesus a teacher of sorts and recount his miracles.
Do you think
They
that...
don't. Hindus do not.
Yeah, the Hindus, it's not a Hindu thing. They don't believe in Jesus. I understand that people keep saying that, and it's a popular thing to repeat, but they don't. But yeah, the Muslims do have some kind of a belief in Jesus as being like a prophet, a guy who God ordained with special gifts and things like that. But do you believe that there were gods in the first century in Rome that were healing people, or just Jesus?
You know, I can't testify towards that because I have no clue of that of being a factor.
Okay.
And if you say there was people being healed, obviously there was a divine interaction there. As far as a one God or a God, a loving God, obviously to be able to heal somebody.
Yeah. So this is a carved image from what's referred to as one of the Asclepii, or Asclepi. Did I say that right, Hanji?
Asclepii.
Asclepii, yeah. So there was a deity named Asclepius, and he was known for healing people. There were many, many buildings spread throughout ancient Rome and Greece dedicated to this god, where people would go and they would get prayed for and they would get touched and then they would get healed. And then one of the things that they would do is as a votive offering, as a way of thanking the people who worked there and also thanking the god himself, they would send gifts for people to display at the particular Asclepii that they were healed in. So here's one such offering that somebody made who obviously had a healing of the foot and a healing of the eyes, right? Because these are common ailments in the ancient world. And these Asclepii are just full of these offerings, people claiming that they went to the Asclepii and they received the healing that they were looking for, right? So based on the history that we have of healing in the first century, I would be inclined to believe that if people were saying Jesus healed them, then this would be akin to being healed by the Asclepii.
And Asclepius is known as the god of healing and medicine, and he also had a daughter, which was also the goddess of not only medical but also midwife. She would help women.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not very adept into that information, but I do find it curious that other religions accounted for Jesus, and that would be something that they actually took time to write down and to account for.
You mean the Muslim religion?
I'm sorry,
You mean the Muslim religion?
Muslims.
Yeah, but
You
they
know,
don't even think he was crucified.
I'm sorry.
They don't even think he was crucified.
Well, they considered him a teacher or a prophet.
Sure. Okay. That means nothing to me. There's lots of teachers in the first century.
The only difference is that this has been a actually recounted by other people other than Christians.
What's
This
been
is something
recounted?
that's very Jesus is Jesus actually being a person, a being, and of somebody of high stature for these people. To be able to write about him and consider him a teacher.
I'm sure he was. I'm
That's
sure he was a
something very
teacher in the first
significant.
century. Yeah. But I don't believe he was God. I don't believe he was the son of God. I don't think he fulfilled any prophecies. I don't think he did the miracles. Like if I believe that Jesus did miracles just because his followers said so, I'd have to believe in the miracles of Vespasian and the miracles recorded in Herodotus and the miracles recorded by Suetonius and Tacitus. I treat the Jesus miracles the same way I treat all ancient miracles.
Sure, but they're not. There's no other accounts of them other than the firsthand or just them recounting their own story. This is of other religions recounting of Jesus. So that's the significance
But they
behind it.
didn't. The other religions don't add anything to the biblical narrative. They just say, yeah, that Jesus guy, he was a thing. And then the Muslims write a whole different narrative about Jesus. Like, you can't use the declaration of the Muslims to validate Jesus' existence because you don't believe that what's in the Quran is true, do you?
Well, that's neither here nor there. I mean,
Well,
I am a Christian.
do you
I
believe
believe in
that
the
the
Bible.
Quran is true?
No, but
Well,
it
why would
doesn't
you use the
doesn't
Quran
disprove the
then
Quran.
if you don't
It's
believe the
also,
Quran is true, why would you use it to validate your religion?
well, as a Christian, it says in the Bible to have respect for all other people, even Muslims.
Yeah, but
You know,
if you don't believe that the Quran is true, then why would you cite the Quran as a validation of your religion?
well, it's not that it's because the fact is that they actually validated Jesus being here as a person compared to any other
So
religion where there's only the first-hand account.
I
I mean,
I'm not disagreeing. I agree. Jesus was a real person. So what?
sure.
So was Joseph Smith.
So,
Do you think Joseph Smith received a bunch of tablets in gold from the angel Moroni?
well, I actually debated a few Mormons about that. Me being of indigenous culture, I haven't heard the verbal story of Joseph Smith in any other tribe or any verbal history. And they recount of Joseph Smith interacting with tribes. I'm sorry, my daughter's waking up.
Right, but Rich, my point is, just because Joseph Smith existed as a person doesn't mean that the mythology of Joseph Smith is real.
Correct, which is why we look to the facts of the matter, or that other religions basically recounted Jesus. Nobody else recounted of Joseph Smith
But
other
they
than his own.
but they disagree. The other religions that mention Jesus disagree about what he did, who he was, right? So you can't use those as validation.
They didn't necessarily disagree. They held him in high esteem.
They did.
I
They
mean,
completely disagreed.
yes,
They disagreed that he was the son of God. They disagreed that he
he didn't
was
go
a
around
part of a
stating that he
trinity. They
was the son of
disagreed
God.
that he was resurrected. They disagreed that he was even crucified.
Jesus never walked around saying he's the son of God.
He quite literally did.
He did.
You're you're assuming this factor, which we
If
were
you read the New Testament, he does. Like,
to his
point
prophets,
blank.
to his follower, the people that were literally around him, but he didn't go around telling everybody that I am the son of God.
He
He
literally did,
did.
yes. Like many times.
Go ahead and show him the scripture, Justin.
And yeah, we'll do a couple of them. A couple are even more damning, like John 10:30, where he says, "I and the Father are one." But for example, we've got clear references at the baptism and the transfiguration, where God himself says, "And a voice from the heavens said, 'This is my son, the beloved, whom I will choose.'" Please, the Bible teaches throughout that
That
Jesus
wasn't
that Jesus is the Son of God.
Jesus never mentioned him as that.
No,
Jesus
Jesus did
was,
mention himself as the Son. Yes.
can you show me the part of the Bible that says that this is Jesus's word, Jesus is speaking, and Jesus said that? I mean,
I'm gonna go
other
ahead and
people
mute
say.
you because your background noise will get the live taken down. Go ahead and take care of your child while host reads the scripture. But
Yeah.
we cannot have baby coos in the background.
Yeah. So this is another snippet from Matthew chapter 11. It says, "All things have been handed over to me by my Father, and no one knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him." So Jesus says, "God is my Father, and I am his Son." And he does this dozens of occasions.
Okay, now you can unmute to respond. Hopefully you are in a more of a quiet space. But if you have to tend to your fatherly duties, we are parents ourselves. Do that first, and then you can come back. But I did send you an invite to unmute.
I appreciate that. I'm actually still in the process of dealing with her. I will return shortly. Thank you.
Yeah, take care of your child,
No
man.
problem.
All right, cheers, man. Children are one of the best things in life, but they will get in the way of your ability to be on TikTok.
Yes. No shade. Trust me, chat. It's just we're parents, so we know it doesn't bother us, but for the sake of the live, we had to mute.
Yeah, there are really strict rules about having babies on lives and children as well. In fact, I was on a live a couple months back where somebody merely just panned the phone over and their daughter came on frame and immediately got the live shut down. TikTok Live is not for children. David, how you doing?
I'm doing good, and yourself?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am. I'm over 18 and I am a believer.
Fantastic. And what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why your particular God is real?
What particular God are you talking about? Are you talking about God of the Bible?
Well, whichever God you believe in.
I believe in the God of the Bible.
I believe that.
You know,
right. What's the best argument or the best evidence for why that God is real?
it's my life experience, you know, with him. You know, I mean, like it's my testimony, you know, it's my witness that, you know, like when I was going through.
I'm sure it's very moving for you, but testimonies don't mean anything to us because everybody in every religion has a testimony, right? So if your testimony was evidence that your God is real, then their testimonies would be evidence that their God is real as well, which means I would have to believe in all of the gods, and that's just impractical.
That's not necessarily so.
It
you
is,
know,
yeah.
No, not really. You know, that's a.
Do you think that
that's
everyone else is lying about their testimonies?
They could be. They could be lying.
Okay.
Because you know, like, if we
how
look
do I
at-
know that you're not
if we
lying?
look at- okay, and again, that's why we have to listen to testimonies, just like in a court of law.
No,
you know?
that's what I'm
A-
trying
a
to tell
wit- a
you
witness
is I've already
a
heard
witness is a witness.
thousands of testimonies. What I'm saying is you're asking me to believe that their testimonies are lies and you're the one telling the truth. But why would I do
I'm
that?
not asking. I didn't ask you to believe that their testimony is a lie. I didn't ask you that.
No,
you were saying
implicitly.
I'm going by what you're saying. I'm listening to you, and I'm responding to what you're saying. I'm not implying that anybody's a liar.
Implicitly,
I
if
didn't
your
imply
testimony is evidence, Lynn, thank you for the hand hearts. Implicitly, if your testimony is true and their testimonies are not, then you're telling me that it's you believe and I should believe as well that they're the ones lying and you're the ones telling the truth, right? So I'll go back to what I said before. The reason why testimonies don't mean anything here is because they exist in every religion. If your testimony means that your religion is real, then their testimony means that their religion is real. Do you understand?
I totally understand, and I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, so do you have an argument that's not a testimony?
Of course. You know, I mean, like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to look out your window and know that there's a higher power, creator, whatever you call him. You know, you have this you have this background behind you of a universal picture. Okay, who put that into existence? How
Nope.
did that come about?
It's always been there.
Uranus, the god of the universe.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Well,
What'd you
Hanji
say?
believes
I
it.
said Uranus, the god of the universe.
Right.
And the trees,
Okay.
Mother Gaia, the goddess of the
Okay.
earth.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. That's what you decide. That's what you decide to call it.
But
That's
I-
what you decide to believe in. That's fine.
I don't believe in any deities. I think matter, space, and time has always existed.
Okay, so if you believe that way, okay, what made it exist?
It
What-
always
what-
existed.
what made that-
Things,
okay,
by
oh,
definition, things that always exist don't come into existence. They always exist.
Okay, so if we're gonna go with that that philosophy, man don't always exist. So where does humans go? We don't always exist. We leave here.
The individual particles that make up our bodies do always exist.
Okay.
So when we expire, like the individual atoms are still going to exist. They're going to break down. They're going to go into the soil, but they're not going to disappear into nothingness. They're still going to exist. So like we are still going to exist. We're just not going to exist in our current form.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
Okay, so how do you know that?
Because science has tried. We cannot create it out of nothing, and we cannot destroy it. We can't take matter and cease it into be to something that can't be done, right? So everything we know about science tells us that if something can't come from nothing, and we can't actually turn something into nothing, then that means it's always been here.
Okay, so science can be argumentative. Science can be theory. Science is not always a fact.
Okay.
The only
Show me
reason
one
science
time where
comes-
we've ever been able to bring something from nothing.
show you one time we were able to bring nothing from something. Okay, let's talk about a seed. Let's talk about a seed.
What about it?
A seed, a seed, a SEED.
Yeah.
A seed
Is a seed nothing?
If you don't know what it is, yes, it can be. It can be just it can be said. Oh, that's nothing.
No,
it can look like
seed. A seed
It's
is
still something.
something.
Okay, so that's my whole point. But look what a seed turns into.
Yeah, I know. It
Look what it turns
grows.
into.
We know how seeds
Okay.
work. All right. So what we're
Okay,
suggesting
so,
is you can't make something come from nothing, and we can't make something turn into nothing, which means
Oh.
matter has always been in some form or another. It's always been.
Okay, if we're gonna go with that philosophy or that theory, again, let's go back to human beings. Why do we die, and why don't we come right back?
Why would we come
this
back?
is matter and all that, why don't that happen in reality? Why don't that
It
happen
does.
in real time?
It does. All the atoms in
Okay,
my
you
body will go into the ground, and then the atoms in my body will be fertilizer for some other form of life. It'll be fertilizer for the trees. It'll be fertilizer for the plants or for the flowers. So everything that makes up my body will eventually be in something else that's going to be alive.
Unless you choose to be cremated.
Okay, and if you go with the cremation, why you say unless you choose to be cremated? So what happens when you're cremated?
Because
when you're cremated, you don't have the atoms or energy necessary for these creatures like worms, flies. You're basically ash. You can be put into, the ocean if that's where you wish to be, but it doesn't necessarily feed anything.
Oh, okay. I mean, like that's like that has me awed. It has me flawed. It's like this whole the conversation is infinitum. It can go in a circle and a circle and a circle, and that's why I say, what's the point?
Point of what?
If you believe that according to your prompt, your God is imaginary.
Yeah.
Proved me wrong. If you don't believe God is or what a person say, why do I have to prove you wrong? I shouldn't have to prove anything to you.
Yeah,
because you don't believe
that's
it.
how debates work. So when I make a claim and you disagree with that claim and you come up here to prove me wrong, then it's your job to prove me wrong. So my claim is pretty
No,
easy, that
no.
your God exists in your imagination, but he doesn't exist anywhere else. And I know for a
Okay,
fact that you don't have any proof that he exists anywhere else because you couldn't present it.
you don't have any proof. Matter of fact, you are my proof because you don't want to debate it. Because
That
if you didn't
means
believe
absolutely
it,
nothing. Okay,
wait, time out.
so
If you didn't believe
there
it,
was
it
a
wouldn't be a
guy
debate.
debating Hinduism earlier today. We had a Hindu in here. Does the fact that a Hindu was debating somebody mean that the Hindu gods are real?
Again, if you don't believe
He
in the
doesn't
Hindu
follow
gods
anything.
and things like,
You're,
I do
He
follow.
doesn't.
I'll spell
If
it
you
out
don't
for you.
believe,
So
what's the
you're
debate?
suggesting the fact that I'm debating a particular god means that that god is real. So
That's
does
right.
the
Every
fact
God
that
you don't believe
people
in, you're proving it.
does the fact that Hindu people debating the Hindu gods, does that make the Hindu gods real as well? Or is this special pleading? Does it only apply to your special god? Yeah, you're right, Sheena. He's getting mad. He's never tried these talking points outside of the echo chamber yet.
In the meantime, let's go ahead and tap the screen. There should be no reason why we're only at 69 likes. Let's go ahead and bring the numbers up to 100K. Be sure to continuously tap, share out the live, invite your friends. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Thank you guys so much for being here this Sunday. We will be back again on Wednesday. We're probably going until midnight tonight. Who knows? Can't go all night like we did on Friday, even though Friday was a anyways. But thank you all so much for the gifts, the Venmos, the Cash Apps. We appreciate each and every one of you. Host has a gift goal of 20 hand hearts. He's halfway there. We love you, our babies. And thank you, Council, so much for your support. And he has poof.
He gone. God took him.
Adis took him. He said, "You don't have the boots for this hike,
He didn't.
my friend."
He wasn't prepared. He didn't bring his walking stick. He didn't bring his backpack. He left his canteen at home. All right, give your life to God. Welcome in. Have you been here before?
I have not.
Okay, fantastic.
Well, go ahead and switch a new live goal.
Oh, damn.
Between Goblin and I missed the other person. Thank you guys. They hit your
And
live
Lynn,
goal.
Goblin, Lynn, Natalie, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. All right, give your life to God. Welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Fantastic. And which God do you believe in?
I'm Christian Orthodox.
Fantastic. And what's the most convincing argument for why your God is real?
Well, the question is, your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong, right? I'm going to prove to you why God is real, and then I'll dive into why Jesus is who I believe in.
Well, you have to prove that your specific God is real.
Okay. Well, let me show you evidence for God, and then I can build my argument off that, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
So, my first piece of evidence would be the amount of DNA in a cell in terms of information would have to have descended from a higher figure.
Why?
Because of the amount of information, it just can't be processed by a human consciousness.
Why not?
Because it's just it's just a rational amount of information that it's not human-like.
It is human-like. That's what makes us human beings, is our DNA. That's what makes dogs dogs. Yep.
But why is it when you can dive in with a microscope into DNA, you can see more and more information?
Because that's how DNA works. Also, Jerome in Seattle, thank you for the $5 super chat. Jerome says, handsome guys aren't supposed to have a brain. Stop it. I don't know if you're talking about me, Jerome, but I appreciate that.
Oh my gods.
Listen, careful. You're going to make my head blow up and we're not going to be able to see the prompt. Okay, so yeah, DNA is complex, and it grew complex over the course of billions of years. That's why it's complex. It had billions of years to achieve complexity, but it also had billions of years to introduce different signs that let us know that we are a development of evolution. For example, endogenous retroviruses. We have little snippets of DNA within our genome that gets passed down from human to human to human in infinitum because it's part of the genome. But we know that it's little foreign bits of DNA that found its way into our DNA structure. So you're saying the DNA strands are so long, this is so complicated, right? Well, that's one of the reasons why we know evolution is true, is because we have these long strands of DNA, but we can find in the same spot, in the same strand of DNA, that one endogenous retrovirus every single time when we actually examine it, right? And it just so happens to be that the human species shares a bunch of endogenous retroviruses with our nearest common ancestor, which is from the great ape family. Now, it also turns out that like 80% of the retroviruses that we share in our DNA, we share with the great ape family, but they don't show up anywhere else in the animal kingdom. Nowhere. That's because once upon a time, humans and apes had a common ancestor.
Okay, can you explain to me the cause for all of this, for all the DNA and everything? Because I believe that every beginning has a cause.
The cause for what? Be specific.
Cause for an afterlife, humanity.
There's no afterlife.
Emotions, morality.
Morality doesn't
love.
exist. Morality is just what we call things that we think you ought and shouldn't do.
Yeah, but if I punch an elderly lady on the street, you can tell that's a wrong doing an action. That's emotions that's descended from a higher figure.
No, it's
you know
not.
What I mean?
It's a development of evolution. Like, we've been punched, we've been hit, we've been hurt before. And when we see it happening to other people, we feel those emotions. Like, I know when I watch a old lady get hit on the street, I feel pain. I have physical pain in my body because I have empathy. I know what it's like to be struck, right? I don't need God to know that it's bad to hurt other people. I've been hurt before. That's how I know it's bad.
Okay, so for a concept like love, I feel like you can't. I understand through evolution and like through stuff like that, but then why is it that if you were to look at a heart, you can't point to me where love is found? You can't.
Yeah, we can.
I believe these are all. Sorry.
Yeah, we absolutely can, and it's not in the heart; it's in the brain. Love is neurochemicals in the brain, which is why some people don't actually feel love. Some people lack the ability to feel love. We can actually supplement them with medication, though, to help them to develop those pathways in the brain. Because it's just chemical reactions, it's neural pathways in the brain. It's not anything transcendental, which is why animals feel it too.
Do you think the universe had a beginning, which was like 13.8 billion years ago, which was the Big Bang? Or do you believe that it's a timeless concept?
Well, it's both. So the observable universe that we see with our eyes, that like we can look out and see, the form of that universe developed in the Big Bang, right? Before the Big Bang, it's almost certain that there was something, but we don't know what form it was. And there's competing theories as to what that form was. We've got cosmic inflation, we've got Big Bang, Big Crunch, we've got quantum foam, we've got lots of explanations to describe the before the Big Bang situation, but science hasn't really come upon a theory that they have unified in agreement upon yet. But I see no reason to suggest that there was absolutely nothing and then poof, something happened.
So why do you think that was? That because it's just like energy being condensed together and then expanding? I don't know whether you're a physicist or you understand cosmology, if you don't mind telling me about why. Because the way I see it is every design has order, and I believe that order was from God. And hence, to say this is all just happened by chance, the Big Bang Theory and everything, is baloney to me. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, but I think to say that it was part of a design doesn't follow the evidence. The evidence suggests that it is a product of chance and that we are a product of our environment. Now, if it was designed, we would expect a couple things. We would expect that the planet that we were put on was designed for us to survive on, but it doesn't appear that way. We would expect that our body is designed in a way that would allow us to thrive, but What we actually find is that the planet is constantly trying to unalive its inhabitants. Most of the water on the planet, 97% of it, is actually poisonous to drink. And our bodies are susceptible to a litany of diseases and things of that nature, some of which that you can be born with. You can be born with many diseases, no fault of your own. If that's by design, then whoever designed it is evil.
So can I just reply to one of these comments? One of these people said that. Oh, sorry. Can I not?
You're debating me, buddy. Don't worry. Don't worry about the comments. They're going to say all kinds of stuff.
Okay. What point was I getting on to? We talked about the design and stuff like that. You said that God was evil. Do you think that's because God allows evil and suffering into the world, or why is that?
I'm saying if God designed the planet, then he's evil because he designed the planet to randomly execute and cause suffering on the inhabitants. So almost 100,000 people a year per average are unalived because of natural disasters. Some of them horrible unalivements. I mean, we've got think about some of the earthquakes where people living in residential buildings, pregnant mothers, entire families, and the building just comes crashing down on top of them, unaliving everybody, even the little children. Why would a loving God design a planet in which natural disasters wreak that kind of havoc just at random?
So I believe that everything happens for a reason, and I believe that there's not answers to everything. But if I had to, use my mind, I'd assume stuff like, well, maybe God wants to be with these people sooner that are more vulnerable, these kids that have childhood leukemia, stuff like this. I assume things like this for things like free will. Someone like Hitler, he's going to go to hell, and these other people, hopefully, they're going to go to heaven, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with whether or not, so you're saying it's okay for God to torture humanity because they're going to go to heaven afterwards? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, afterlife, the concept of afterlife is eternal, and in comparison to just your time on this planet, it's rather just mere.
Okay, so then
small.
Why? Also, Michael O'Toole, thank you so much for the $20 PayPal. We appreciate that, Michael.
When Michael.
So if our life is meaningless, why are we here anyways? If God can just randomly and indiscriminately just execute people at random in the most horrific ways possible, why are we trying to solve cancer? Why are we trying to resuscitate people when they're having heart attacks? Why does the medical field even exist? Why not just let them die and let them go?
So you're trying to say, what's the meaning in life, right?
Yeah, if our life is so little meaning that God will just torture us and execute us and send us to the afterlife, what's the point in trying to prolong anyone's life here?
I feel like in Christianity, you're not meant to fear death. You're supposed to be okay with it. And, then, by the time comes, hopefully you've repented for your sins.
Then why do you guys take medication? If you need chemotherapy, are you taking the chemo pills?
Yeah, obviously.
Why? God gave you the cancer. Just accept it and go.
Perhaps because we're just humans and we just believe that we have this false narrative that we need to live longer, we need to do things.
If God gave you the cancer, wouldn't you be fighting against his will?
No, but I feel like you hear theories like, the person who was going to cure cancer was aborted and stuff like this. And I feel like there's endless reasons and possibilities for why things like this happen.
If sickness and disease is God doing it to end people's lives, then why were you fighting it? Just let God's will be done.
As dark as that sounds, it's true.
It's just logically consistent. If God created natural disasters and earthquakes and volcanoes and diseases and whatnot to end our lives and get us to the afterlife, why are you fighting it? Stop going to the doctor. Stop trying to prevent hurricane flooding. Stop doing all of it. Just let God execute people.
I don't want to call it like a test that God does, but it's this idea that like you there's beauty in the struggle, ugliness in the success, and you grow appreciation and empathy towards others that go through your pain.
That sounds like
I do believe that.
evolution.
What do you mean by that?
Sounds like evolution. That's how we learned how to survive and thrive as a species, through the process of evolution. It has nothing to do with God. Remember, your God is all powerful. If your God wants humanity to be better, he wants humanity to be more loving and more kind to each other or whatever, is he able to accomplish that without untold amounts of suffering?
Okay, well then, why were the eyewitness accounts
That
of
was
Jesus?
a
This
yes
is
or no
historical
question.
evidence, by the
Is
way.
God able to accomplish his goals without the suffering?
Yes.
Okay, so the fact that he chooses suffering when he doesn't have to choose suffering tells me that he's evil, if he exists. How do you know that God's good?
Because I believe that there's beauty to everyone, and some people have different stories. Do you know how boring it would be if everyone was the same human being?
Yeah,
We have
but
that inner beauty
how do
within
you
us,
know
and
that God is good?
How do I know
It's
that
like
God is
heaven,
good?
doesn't it?
Because the evidence that
Because
we have around us would tell us that this God thinks that it's entertaining to unalive and make people suffer.
not at all. I
Yeah,
don't
okay.
believe.
Does he want people to suffer?
No.
Then why does he make people suffer? Thanks, Queen. Remember, when you believe in an all-powerful deity, and that deity is making people suffer, then you have to concede something. You have to concede that either the suffering is necessary, but I guarantee you can't come up with a necessary reason for pregnant nursing mothers to be unalived in a collapsing building, or you have to admit that he's not all-powerful.
Well, some of these things are man-made issues and not issues made of God. From God.
Earthquakes are a product of tectonic plate movings.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the structure of hospitals from man-made causes.
People have been unaliving in earthquakes for a long time. He also created his own enemy. He created Satan with the foreknowledge, knowing that Satan was going to wreak havoc on humanity. To me, that sounds like a terrible God. Why would God create an entity knowing it was going to be evil, knowing it was going to torture humanity, and then put him on the earth to do it?
Because that's his man, Justin. That's his man.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't believe in a God, but you're saying that if there were to be a God, he'd be evil.
I think they're besties, to be honest. I think Satan and God in reality are besties. But that's
And they were roommates.
and we're here for it. If God ever wants to come out of the closet, we're the first ones to welcome him. But the fact of the matter is, God in the biblical God is an absolute train wreck. He's a train wreck. Why would I believe that this is a good God?
So I respect you and your ideas, but if you're going to call God and Satan besties, that's disrespectful towards me. So I ask you to refrain from those statements.
They were besties. They were lovers. They actually connected because of the whole story of Job. That's what made them bond so well. So, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, darling. If there was no recollection of them being besties, then why even create him knowing the type of being that he was going to be? Why order him around knowing that Satan cannot do anything unless Yahweh tells him to? Because Satan is a stubby dummy and Yahweh is a dummy daddy. It's just as simple.
Yeah, he teacupped it. I don't know what happened. I think
I made him mad.
Yeah. He was in the comments for a while, chatting like he was going to come up here and dominate the debate. It's always the same thing, lying in the comments.
Disconnected. What did you say?
Right. So basically what we're trying to figure out is, why did God create his own worst enemy and then not destroy him? Because when Sodom and Gomorrah sinned, he destroyed them. When humanity sinned, he destroyed them. Why wouldn't God destroy Satan? Where does he keep going? Buddy, I don't know what you're doing, but none of us can hear you right now. Doug took him.
I mean, if he's gonna, I'll give him 5 more seconds. If he doesn't come back, we'll just drop him.
He might have bad reception too. It could be, or he could be getting a phone call. Who knows what's going on? But I don't actually think he has an argument to present.
He doesn't. And no, Lauderdale, not everyone in here is a pantheist. I am the only pantheist, I think, as far as the panel goes. Oh, okay, bye.
I dropped him. All right, let's get Kareem Jaber in here. He's been waiting for a while, and Hero is back in the box. Did we get Hero up here once already? I forget.
Hold on, let me look at the Hero. Not today, no.
Gotcha. Okay.
Not today.
Gotcha. Oh, we got Flat M in the queue now too. Good.
Sorry.
We'll drop down the goddess for now to make room. There we go. Praise the Holy Tooth Fairy though.
Yalla Habibi.
This guy is vile.
Oh. The one that's not loading?
Yes.
Apparently his god's not with him.
Cameron, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. My mom unalived from cancer. I still don't know where I can file it. I'm so sorry, my darling.
Yeah, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that as well. Cancer is a terrible thing to witness. That's what got my dad, unfortunately. And I tell you what, you don't know how terrible sickness is until you have to change your parents' diapers, because we took care of them at home. We didn't send them away. And it's a hard thing to witness when you've got a loved one with cancer and it's just eating their body away. Welcome in, Lloyd.
My mom found out that she had it, but it was actually diabetic shock that took her.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Diabetes is rough. Lloyd, are you with us?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome in, Lloyd. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in a deity?
Yes, and yes.
Awesome. And which deity do you believe in?
Yahweh, the one true deity.
I'm sure. And what's your most convincing argument or evidence for why Yahweh's real? Excellent.
Have you seen the movie The Ten Commandments with Ben-Hur?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of my favorites. It's phenomenal.
Charlton Heston.
Yeah, Charlton Heston is unbelievable. Goblin, thank you so much for all the face paint.
Have you seen the characters Zipporah played by Yvonne De Carlo?
Yeah.
I challenge you to explain how a creature as perfect as Yvonne De Carlo's could exist.
Listen, this is the best argument we've heard all night. Thank you, Benny. Yeah. Thank you, Goblin. Thank you, Callisto. I appreciate that. This is the best argument we have heard tonight, bar none.
She is the most perfect creature to. She could only have been created by a deity.
The clear answer is obviously Doug did it. Doug is the instantiation of all possible things that holds all truth together. And I agree. She has to be a product of Doug.
No, that's my argument. Have a good night.
All right, cheers. Good to hear from you, Lloyd. Because she is rock solid. All right. Now listen, I think Hero was up next. I see RC in the chat. And here's the thing, RC. You've said horrible racist things in the past in every live I've seen you in. So I don't know if I should even let you up. Every live I've ever seen you in, it ended you having a tantrum and saying racist things to people. And we don't do that here. So you might be in the wrong place, my man. Hero, welcome in.
How you doing?
Wait, who are you talking to?
RC right corners in the queue, wanting to do his racist Philbro stuff. So, Hero, are you at least 18, and do you believe in a God?
Yes, I am over 18, and I do believe in the God of the Holy Bible, but also the God of my ancestors. I think a lot of people take the Bible and use it to their own preference.
Okay, so do you believe in more than one God then?
I mean, I worship one God. I do believe there's other gods, but I only worship one God, if that makes sense.
Fair enough. Okay. So what would be your most convincing evidence or your most convincing argument for why your God is real?
Prophecy.
Oh, fantastic! This is a fun subject. What prophecy confirms the existence of your God?
Well, I wouldn't say that I could find prophecy that confirms his existence, but I can say that prophecy does prove that I can't use prophecy to show that he's real. I don't think nowhere in my scriptures or in my sources that I could prove the beginning of God or the birth of God, if that makes sense.
Sure, but I love a good prophecy. What prophecy was fulfilled?
Prophecy
Uh,
is Justin's G spot.
okay,
My P spot.
and I have a few of them. Oh wow! But I have a few of them, but I'll just touch on real quick. A bit of, like I said, a few of them. You have the prophecy of what will befall the Israelites due to if they kept the commandments or did not keep the commandments.
Yeah.
You see in the biblical,
Leviticus 20, Deuteronomy 28 through 32. Mm-hmm.
Right, and
Yeah.
you see in the biblical text.
And when
they
were
did
those
not
written?
keep-
Queen Jet, thank you for the hats.
For my preference, I would say, give or take over 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would agree a little over 2,000 years ago. So
Right.
what we find, though, is that the prophecies that they're referring to are typically the Assyrian exile and the Babylonian exile. But the texts that record the prophecies come from after the exile. We don't have any prophetic texts that are written in pre-exilic Hebrew. They're all written in exilic and post-exilic Hebrew. So we don't really have any evidence that any of these texts were something other than post hoc rationalizations for why Israel was being punished.
Okay, but when you deal with prophecy, like, because and I want to say this, I see like even when you look at Daniel's statue. Are you familiar with the Bible?
Yep.
Okay, so when you look at Daniel's statue, Daniel prophesied of how many superpowers will be on the earth, or how many kingdoms will rule the earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And we saw all those. When you look in history, this is during the time of Daniel, and that's why I say that the God of my ancestors, because when you look at what one of my ancestors wrote, which was Daniel, those kingdoms start to befall or come true.
Did you say one of your ancestors was Daniel? Did I hear that right?
Yes.
So you're Hebrew?
Yes, I am a Hebrew.
How do you know you're Hebrew?
Because of prophecy.
So you're a black Hebrew Israelite?
Oh no! Wait! I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I do not conform to the term black Hebrew Israelite.
So
they don't look.
You don't want to be affiliated with that cult?
No, I'm not. No, I am brown. My skin is brown, and I am an Israelite. But no, I'm not. I think that's a derogatory statement.
It's not, because a lot of them are men of color and they claim that the Jews were black. So there's that.
When you look at a YT Jewish man, do you call him white Hebrew Israelite?
No, but
they're already Hebrew.
But what we're saying,
already Hebrew.
But what we're saying is the group that puts forth this particular the group that puts forward this particular theology. That's the name that they gave themselves. Is what I'm saying. I'm not using it as a description. That's what they call themselves.
I disagree with that, and I don't think you can show me anywhere where they call it themselves. I see other people call them that. I don't see any sources to say that they call themselves that.
Okay.
You should join Thinkers Live when she goes live tonight, because they do it all the time.
I'm glad you came. Well, how you doing, sister?
What do you mean? I've been here.
No. I'm seeing you showing your face now.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So you're Hebrew. How do you know you're Hebrew?
Because of prophecy. We could look at Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 1, when Moses is speaking to all of Israel, and then you could look at Deuteronomy chapter 28, chapter 28 verses. Start at verse 15.
These are 28. You said Deuteronomy 1:1. Did you mean that on purpose?
Right.
It says these are the words that Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan, in the wilderness, on the plain opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel, Laban and Hazeroth and Di Zahab. Okay.
So I was just
what does this have to do? What does this have to do with you?
I was just giving a context that the book of Deuteronomy is written to and for the Israelites. I was just giving a context in Deuteronomy 1 and 1.
Yeah, we know that the book of Deuteronomy is written for the Israelites. We're trying to figure out how you came to the realization that you're an Israelite.
Okay, so in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 15 on down, it gives specific curses that only fit the Israelites, the ethnic Israelites. I fit, or my nation fits, all 68 curses.
Well, first of all, it doesn't. But second of all, the curses are
I
specific
disagree.
to Israel. So what you're suggesting is that because your people experience something similar to the Israelites, that they must be the same people. But are you aware that we
I
have
say,
the actual genetic studies to show that your people aren't the Israelite people?
I totally. When you look at the history of Israel, it was always commissioned by other nations to make them forget their name, make them not remember their name. So why would anybody today tell me, "Hey, you're the real children of Israel"?
Right. While we're going through these passages, somebody go get Bash. We'll get Bash in here. I think he'll have something to say about this.
I'll send him an invite.
Yeah, send some messages over to Bash. I think he'll want to be part of this conversation.
Yes, please get Bash in here.
All right. Have you talked to Bash before?
No, sir, I haven't.
You'll like him. All right. So the blessings and cursings, as we see in Deuteronomy, and we also see in Leviticus 26, all these blessings and cursings are for the nation of Israel, and
right.
That happened.
And I'm saying
that happened in the Assyrian and in the Babylonian captivities. Were you?
I agree. I agree that happened in the Babylonian and Assyrian captivity.
Okay,
But
so these prophecies are not about stuff that happened during the Atlantic slave trade.
No. I don't know. Anytime the Israelites are disobedient to the God of Israel, anytime that they're disobedient, these curses fall upon them.
Thank you, Dugal.
That's during the Babylonian and Assyrian captivity. That's during the Persian captivity, the Greek captivity, the Roman captivity, and now we looking at the sub-Saharan slave trade, the transatlantic captivity. That anytime that the Israelites, the ethnic Israelites, disobey their God, these curses befall upon them.
That's actually not true. These are specific curses for a specific time period. And I'm going to tell you exactly why they don't extend past those two invasions. Because in the book of Isaiah, in chapter 54, he explicitly tells you after the Babylonian invasion that there's not going to be another curse that befalls them. In fact, after the captivity from Babylon, he says, "This is like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth. So I have sworn that I will not be angry with you, and I will not rebuke you. For the mountains may depart and the hills be removed, but my steadfast love shall not depart from you." So you can't say that what you experienced or what your ancestors experienced was an extension of the cursings of Israel according to the covenant, because God said after the second one that he wouldn't be doing it again.
Well, that will go, and I think you're interpreting that scripture wrong, because God always shows His love, no matter how far they go off, how many sins they break, they go into captivity, and then God shows His love and bring them out of that captivity. But what you're saying
Okay,
is true.
so this is a lie then. God didn't say I will not, that he won't rebuke you anymore.
Does it say anymore?
Yeah, it says, so I have sworn that I will not be angry with you and will not rebuke you.
It doesn't say anymore, though.
That's what it means. I will not.
No,
I will not. I will not means I won't do something. Do you know how future tense verbs work?
No. I agree with you on what that scripture is saying during that time period. But at the same time, if that statement is true how you see it, that means they wouldn't have been in Roman captivity. They wouldn't have been in Greek captivity.
That's the thing. That's where my position is actually workable and yours isn't. Because in my position, this is one of many failed prophecies. Whereas people who believe this book is true, they have to bend themselves into little pretzels trying to figure out how it's actually true, even though it seems to not be true, which is how you came to the realization that you're actually Israelite, is by looking at words on a page and taking them completely out of context and applying them to you, rather than just looking at it in the original context and saying this probably didn't get fulfilled.
Well, no, because
as the Greek, we are the problem as far as the New Testament. I'm sorry.
But no, again, I think that scripture you just brought out is a true statement, but I think it fit only during the time of that captivity. That, hey, I would not be angry with you. I would not rebuke you. Basically saying I will bring you out of that captivity. And we see them actually come out of the Assyrian captivity. We actually see them come out of the Babylonian captivity only to go into another captivity. Like I said, Daniel made a prophecy about the statues that will be the superpowers or the rulers on the earth. And when you look at those superpowers, according to Daniel's prophecy, if you read the whole prophecy, Israel would go into all captivities of that statue, which we did.
Daniel.
Right? So,
well, first of all, you're not a Hebrew, so saying "we" is meaningless. So Daniel was written in the middle of the 2nd century, after these kingdoms were already on the earth. We're talking about the Babylonians, the Medes, the Persians, and the Greeks. And so it's literally writing a prophecy after the events already came to pass.
Wait. Daniel wrote that prophecy in the time of Babylon, King Nebuchadnezzar.
He absolutely did not.
Well, Daniel was not in the time of the Greeks. Daniel was not in the time.
Daniel wrote in Hebrew, a form of Hebrew that didn't exist until the fall of Antiochus Epiphanes IV, after the Maccabean revolt. We don't have these prophecies in a language that are contemporaneous to when you think Daniel actually lived.
Well, that's not the point I'm trying to make.
That is the point.
I'm saying, did Daniel live?
Set the new goal, Agape mo.
Oh, damn. It already got reached.
Did Daniel live before that prophecy came true? Before Israel went into captivity with the Greeks? Was Daniel living in the Greek captivity?
No, Daniel didn't exist. Somebody's writing in the name of Daniel. Somebody's writing in the name of Daniel in the middle of the 2nd century, right during the Maccabean revolt, which is why all the details they give about the 2nd century lines up. All of the prophecy, all the details they give about that particular time period match perfectly with what we know about the time period. But when it says things about Daniel's supposed time period, it gets things wrong over and over again. Like it says that Belshazzar was the son of Nebuchadnezzar, which is just factually untrue. Belshazzar wasn't even related to Nebuchadnezzar.
That has nothing to do with prophecy, though. And I
it
think
does. The book of Daniel was written in the 2nd century, which is why it doesn't know anything about the 5th and 6th century. Thank you, Dugald, for the paint.
Well, what I'm trying to make, just for elementary kids, right? If we was elementary kids, what I'm trying to make this understood. Daniel lived in a time of the Babylonians.
He did.
Babylonians.
That's mythology. No biblical scholars believe that. Thank you so much for the gifts, guys.
Hit your goal, so it's now time for a new one.
Thank you,
I'll take a
Bertram.
baby dragon.
So you're saying Daniel lived after all after the statue, the prophecy of the statue?
No, Daniel didn't live at all. He is a fictitious character that was written into existence to mimic a previous character that was known to them named Daniel from the Adapa myth that was popular in that time period. That's from the Ugaritic text that they're familiar with. Daniel is a mythical figure.
But did the prophecy come true?
No.
Of the statue, no matter, it did not come true.
It's not a prophecy. It was written after hundreds of years after these empires already existed. This was written, so there's nothing to come true.
Okay. If you go to Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68.
There's the heavy pivot.
Because we still stuck on prophecy right now. Because what you're trying to explain to me now, what you're trying to compose is that prophecy of the Bibles is not real.
What I'm saying is the prophecies. It's not going to work. The prophecies that you keep pointing to were written many hundreds of years after the events, so you can't call them prophecies.
Okay. Well, let's go to Deuteronomy 28:68, and then you can show me a source where this happened.
Thank you, Cameron, for the $1 on Venmo. They are cute glasses, aren't they? Michael Kors, baby.
Michael Kors.
28:68. This is going to be this. I don't know if you were listening, but this has got the same problem as the passage that we just talked about. So it says, "The Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt by a route that I promised you would never see again, and there you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there will be no buyer, which is echoed again
Real quick.
Bash, I was summoning you.
which was echoed again in Hosea chapter 11 and also in Jeremiah. But again, Deuteronomy was written many, many years after these events already happened. Also, Bash, welcome in. We've got a guy who thinks he's Hebrew.
I know, and I knew Deuteronomy 28 was going to happen.
I know you did. Can you show me a source to where
right now? Okay, I'm gonna show you two: one Bible, one outside of the Bible. Okay. First source: Jeremiah's chapters 34. 43.
And real quick, real quick. That I want to make sure that verse, everybody understands that verse, that the Israelites, the ethnic Israelites, will be brought back into captivity by way of ships. They will never see their homeland again. And when they get off the ships, they will be sold.
But Hero,
and no man shall redeem them.
That's what happened in 605 when the Babylonians invaded. They were literally taken by ship.
And sold
to the Elephantine Island. That was going to be an extra biblical.
And sold.
Yes, and they were sold to Egyptians on Elephantine Island. And you can just Google the Elephantine Jews. They built temples there in the whole nine. They worshiped gods of stone and wood. They caught diseases. They caught the botch of Egypt. A bunch of them died. They never made it back home. Judah was a wasteland because of it. That's what Jeremiah's chapter 43 and 44 are about.
But, okay, because I was going to say, how did they make it back home if Jesus Christ was born in Bethlehem? How did they?
They did. Those that went into Egypt didn't make it back home.
Okay, yeah.
They stayed there.
If you can show the source, that'd be nice.
Okay, all right. Give me 1 sec. Hold on.
All right.
Was Jeremiah, you said?
Yeah, Jeremiah is
43.
It's chapters 43 and 44. Just you have to read the whole chapter. They go back into Egypt, and Jeremiah begs them not to go. He says, "Hearken unto the voice of the Lord your God." And they say, "We will not hearken unto the voice of the Lord our God, and we're going to actually stop worshiping this God. We're going to worship the Queen of Heaven." And then they go off, them and the king that they set over them. They end up going back into Egypt. And when they get there, they're on the Isle of Elephantine, which is in the middle of the Nile. And you know how you get to an island in the middle of the Nile? By ships. So they were on ships and they got shipped out to the Elephantine Island. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna pull up stuff by Elephantine.
Okay, because you're saying the Egyptians came to pick them up and put them on ships and.
No, that's not what I said. And it doesn't say Egyptians are gonna come pick them up. It says that they are going to return to Egypt by ship. It didn't say anybody was gonna come take them to Egypt. It says the Lord your God, right? It didn't say anybody's gonna come get them. Right.
Okay. Because that would send me to verse 45 and 46, but because I understand that verse is saying that somebody has to come get them.
Well, do you see the word "come get" in Deuteronomy 28?
We're not. When you look at the full of the curses, we understand that somebody's going to be coming to get them.
Show me that.
Let me get this. Go ahead. Pull up your verse. I'm gonna bring it out right now.
Okay.
Well, I've got Jeremiah up.
Okay, yeah, all right. So let me show you all this real fast. Okay, hold on. Let me show you this as an extra biblical source so that you can find out about the good old fashioned Elephantine Jews. And no, I'm not going to treat Wikipedia like it's an end all be all. But I just want you to know you could just type in Elephantine Jews and you'll find all about how they went over to the Elephantine Island, how they built all kinds of stuff over there, blah 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 blah. So just Google the Elephantine, that's the word. Elephantine, okay. Type in the word Jews, you'll find out about the sicknesses that they got. But I just wanted you to see that word. Okay.
There's even documents going back and forth between Elephantine and Judea. There's a really interesting document where the Elephantine Jews are asking the Jews back in Judea to confirm whether or not they're practicing the Passover correctly. So there's even communication back and forth between the two groups of Jewish people.
Yes. All right. And this happened in Jeremiah 43 and 44. And Jeremiah did this whole big thing, and he says, "You're going to go back over there." Let me get over there. He says, "You're going to end up back in Egypt." He begged them not to go. And they was like, "Nope, we're going because we don't want to get picked up by Babylon." Right? Because Babylon was coming down, and they were like, "We're not going to stick around here."
Yeah, they got out of there.
I agree with you because we always fled to Egypt. Even Jesus Christ fled to Egypt when he was born. That's not the part of the curse. But go ahead with your source.
Well, no. Specifically, you just read here. It literally is these whole two chapters.
Yeah, when
Right?
Jeremiah,
It's the whole thing about it up there that they would be a curse and a byword, that they was going to catch these diseases, that it took them and the king that they set over them, all of those things, right? That the olives would cast its cast its fruit because nobody was in Judea anymore. It was a complete wasteland. They were the tail and not the head. They were borrowers and not lenders. All of that happened. Just Google the elephantine Jews.
Well, like I say, anytime the Israelites, and I made this statement earlier, anytime the Israelites break the commandments of God, the curses befall upon them. So I do understand that. I just don't see where
I'm talking about they specifically went into Egypt. Specifically, they went back into Egypt. You see that right there? To Egypt right there, to settle there. He's begging them, do not go into Egypt to settle there. Don't do that.
So the argument that we're getting from Hero, and you weren't here for it, is that because his people suffered in the same manner that Deuteronomy describes, it must mean that he's also Hebrew.
And it also must mean God is real because of prophecy.
It doesn't. It means neither.
This prophecy shows that God is real.
No. Deuteronomy was written Deuteronomy was written around this time, right? Like Deuteronomy was written in the 500s.
Deuteronomy was written during Jeremiah's time period when Josiah was king.
That's why I'm saying it's prophecy.
It's not prophecy. It's written after.
It was written before the transatlantic.
Deuteronomy it was written. Well, no, it wasn't written after the slave trade. But the slave trade is not what's being referred to. Again, what you're suggesting is that just because your people suffered in a similar way that the Jewish people suffered, that they must be Jewish. But that is silly.
No, I'm not saying similar. I'm saying the same way. Because we came over here, Egypt. We came over here on ships. We were sold to another people whose language we did not understand.
Are we Egypt?
This isn't. I'm living in America. Do you live
in America? I'm living in America.
Wait. Egypt to a Hebrew. Egypt in Hebrew is Mitzrayim.
Oh,
which
that's
means
right. Mitzrayim. Yeah, that's what they called Egypt.
Right. Yeah. So in layman's terms, it's between a rock and hard place or bondage.
That's not what that means.
Okay, can you go to Exodus 20 and 2?
No, there's no point. What I'm trying to say is they went back to actual Egypt. Wait. Actual Egypt. They went back to actual, factual, real life. Everybody knows this place is Egypt.
And when they went to Egypt, you saying that. Which, like I say, I agree that the curses befall Israel anytime they break the commandments. But are you saying again? Because I wasn't familiar with that Byzantine, that dynasty that you just brung out.
Elephantine.
Justin, change your goal, honey.
Oh, damn! Thanks.
Thanks. So, but at the same time, are you saying that they were the northern tribe and the southern tribe? All 12 tribes went back to Egypt as male and female slaves.
What I'm saying to you is this.
Is that what that scripture says?
Just read Jeremiah chapter 43 and 44.
Can somebody bring it up? Oh, you said both chapters. You said both chapters.
You need to read both the chapters.
Okay, can we read real quick Deuteronomy 28:49?
Okay. What does it say?
I'll bring it up. Okay.
I love how the council is singing "Walk Like an Egyptian" in chat. I can't with you guys.
Awesome.
It says,
the Lord will bring a nation from far away, from the end of the earth, to swoop down on you like an eagle, a nation whose language you do not understand.
We all understood the Egyptian language during the time that you're talking.
He was talking about Egypt. That wasn't the nation that he brought against him. He was talking about the nation whose symbol was an eagle. He was talking about this the Syrians.
Yeah.
Wait.
Even there's the Assyrians.
Okay.
Yeah. What was happening? The reason the slavery that the Israelites were in Egypt was to be like mercenaries fighting against the Assyrians, right? And the Assyrians, they were known for their eagles, right? Okay. So this is and they didn't speak Assyrian. Okay, they did not understand that, and people in Israel weren't speaking Egyptian either.
I never said people in Israel were speaking Egyptian. I said they understood the Egyptian language.
Why would they understand the Egyptian language? Do you speak Spanish?
Wait. Well, yes, I can speak Spanish.
Do you speak French?
No, but I can. Well, I mean, I'm not saying I understand French, but
Why
I'm
don't you
saying,
speak
I'm
French?
saying,
Why do you think the Israelites spoke Egyptian or understood Egyptian? Why do you think that?
for one, they was always, I mean, for 400 years, they were under Egyptian oppression.
What they
For
got?
400 years.
Handsome, think about when this
That's like me saying,
hold on. Hear this out. If you believe that the Exodus happened, that would have happened in 1448 or some change. We are now 900 years removed from that. We are in the 500s. Why would they still speak Egyptian?
I didn't say they spoke it. I said they understood.
Why would they understand it?
Okay, because I'll give you an example. I've been here in America, the Americas, for over more. My ancestors have been over here for roughly 500 years. That's like me saying I don't know.
Speak Igbo? Do you speak Igbo? You speak Twa? You speak
like,
Twi?
I said that's like me saying I don't know English.
No. That would be like you. That would be like you saying you don't like. I don't know Nigerian languages. I've been over here 500 years. Why would I know Nigerian languages?
Well, no.
Just because I used to be there, because my family used to be there 500 years ago.
I'm saying you're going to learn the language of
They're
your
not
oppressor.
in Egypt. They're in Israel, handsome. They're in Israel. They go back to Egypt. They're in Israel right now. They go back to Egypt. Why would they know Egyptian? They would.
Because we all, when you go read the scriptures, anytime the Israelites were in any trouble or any, even when they was under the slavery of or the captivity of Egyptians, we all, even Jesus Christ got up and his mother got up and went back to Egypt.
I could take a trip right now to Nigeria. That don't mean I know how to speak.
Why would I go take a trip to? Why would I go take a trip to a country that I don't know the language of?
Because I'm hiding. The same reason why Venezuelans or anybody seek refuge in a country. You don't have to know what is that. Did that make sense to you when you said it? Think about what we're saying. If you're running from oppression, you're running for your life. You're not going to stop and say, "Oh, please get the Rosetta Stone so we can." What difference do it make? We'll figure it out. I'm just trying to be alive.
I'm giving fine points on how and why the Israelites would not. I'm not saying every individual Israelite would know. I'm saying as a whole, why would they not understand the Egyptian language? That's far fetched.
Why wouldn't they?
Why wouldn't they?
Do you speak French?
I just said I speak Spanish.
Okay, but do you speak French?
No, I don't. I don't speak every language known to man, sir.
Okay, let me tell you why I asked specifically French. Our neighboring country to the north is Canada. French is spoken widely in Canada.
You have to learn
French is spoken widely in Louisiana. Right? Okay, all right. We've been here for hundreds of years, right here. Our next door neighbor speaks French.
But we never
that
been
doesn't
oppressed
mean
by
we
them.
know French.
Because we've never been oppressed by them.
We have been oppressed by the French. What do you think Louisiana was?
Well, yeah. I'm saying like the country Canada. Period. I'm not saying about the French because you got the French.
I'm talking about the language French. We were oppressed by the French. Do you speak French?
No, I don't. My grandmother does.
No. Okay, my point exactly. Just because you were oppressed by somebody don't mean that 500 years later.
I had to let you know I have family members that do speak French.
I'm asking you if you speak, and they learned to speak it not based on their oppression, but they elected to learn to speak French.
But listen, I'm looking at us as a nation, not just my individual.
He's not getting it, Bash.
He has no idea.
No, I get it, but even when Bash asked me that question, I'm looking at us as a nation. I have family members that speak Spanish. I have family members that speak French.
Thank you, Dr. Joe.
Okay, what I'm saying is that think about the fact that your family members that speak whichever language they speak now, or the fact that you speak Spanish or they speak French, there's only two ways that they could have learned it, right? Well, two basic ways they would have learned it. Either they were in an immersive situation where they were around a bunch of Spanish-speaking people, and so they picked up the language through immersion, or they learned it through education.
Or oppression.
No, not oppression. That's an immersion. That's an immersion. That's an immersion.
Wait. You said I learned English. My ancestors learned English because of
not
immersion.
English, handsome. We're talking.
I understand that, but like you said, we have been oppressed by the French.
Your native, like the language you were born into, is English. That's what you were born into. Okay, all right. I'm asking you I'm talking about the people who don't speak the native tongue of this place. Okay, all right. The Spanish is not the native tongue of the nation. It's not our official language. French is not our official language. So I'm asking about people who speak languages outside of the official language of America, right? Like French or Spanish. The only way they could have learned, well, not the only way, but the two main ways they would have learned it is either through immersion. In other words, they were around enough people who spoke that language that they picked it up, or they learned it through education. Okay,
so that's why I'm asking you the question. Are you
Stay with me. Okay. All right. Now, one, there was no education system in Judea in 500 BCE. Nobody was going around learning elective Assyrian or elective Egyptian, right? No one was going around learning elective anything. There were no. Okay. All right. So the only way they would have learned that is through immersion. Right. In other words, they would have had to have been around enough Egyptian people to pick up the language. And oddly enough, there are some loan words, even in Hebrew, that are loaned from Egypt. Right.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Now, in as much as we have some loan words in English, like if you're around people from the South, you may hear somebody go, "Oh man, he got buku money." Right. Or specifically if you're around the bayou, people say stuff like that. Right. Buku just mean a lot. Right. And that's a loan word that we get from France. Or, if I be like, man, I'm running low on my pesos or whatever, I might take a loan word from Spanish and, okay, you understand enough of that to get that. Okay. But that doesn't mean that I speak the language.
I never
drop me
said
off
that.
in the middle of Mexico. I could ask where the bathroom is 3 different ways.
I never said that. But I do agree with the 2 ways that you say that a person or people can learn different languages, but I also see that they could also learn through oppression.
But oppression is immersion, Hanson. Oppression is immersion.
Oppression is immersion?
It's immersion. That just means you will be around them long enough to learn the language. That's all immersion means.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So it could be, you could do it friendly, it could be oppressive, it doesn't matter. It just means you've been in the culture long enough to pick up on the language.
Okay, well, I agree with that.
Okay, these people have been out of that culture. If the Exodus is true, these people would have been out of that culture at this point for 900 years. Not 9 days, not 9 years, 900 years.
Right. That's when the oppression.
Like me asking you if you speak any Nigerian languages, because we've been over here for about 500 years almost. Right, almost 500 years. In the last 500 years, most of us, I'm sure somebody over here does, but most of us do not speak West African languages.
Well, I could take that same theology that you're using and let you know, well, we've been over here in the Americas for roughly 500 years, and I still have ancestors that I could call right now that speak fluent French, that speak fluent Spanish, and they learned that through immersion.
Through immersion.
And it's 500 years later.
This is what I'm granting you. Okay. You can learn it through immersion.
But I'm saying it's 500 years later now. It's been 500 years later.
Your ancestors that can speak fluent Spanish and fluent French don't speak Nigerian language. They don't speak West African languages.
Well, they wasn't oppressed by them.
The point is they've been gone. I'm talking about the amount of time they've been gone.
I'm saying, brother, understand what I'm saying? We have been out of from what they call. We have been out of that French oppression, that Spanish revolt, the conquistadors. We've been out of that for the last 500 years, roughly.
No. And we still. Wait. We put too many things together. Let's slow down. Let's go real slow. I'm gonna talk about 2 things. Okay. One is removal from a culture. We have been gone from Africa for almost 500 years. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, and for that reason, not a lot of African Americans, or as you would call them, Hebrew Israelites or whatever, I don't want to argue that, not a lot of us speak African languages, correct?
Correct.
And the reason we don't speak those languages is because we've been gone for almost 500 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's the same thing I'm saying about Israel. Israel had been gone. If the Exodus happened, Israel had been gone from Egypt, whether they were oppressed there or not. They had been gone from Egypt by this point for 900 years. So almost twice, well, really right at twice as long as we've been here, because we've been here about 460. So multiply that by 2. That would be right at the amount of time that Israel had been gone from Egypt. Okay.
Well, like I say,
wait, I'm almost done. They would have no reason to continue to speak Egyptian. They developed a writing system. They had actually changed writing system 2 or 3 times by the time we get to this point in time. Right? They were using less and less long words. You know that because you could just watch the way they write. You can watch the way the words change. They were not speaking Egyptian. Okay, that's all I want to say. Okay, right.
You made your point. I made my point. Like I say, you made some fine points at that. I believe I made some fine points. Hopefully to check. And if I got to touch on my points again, I will. Why is Jesus, Mary, and Joseph? Why do the Israelites mainly run back towards Egypt? And I understand they don't. What you would say that they don't have to know the language just to go to Egypt, but somebody would have to know something to even. How can I even go eat over there? How can I go?
What are you talking about? I think you're mixing points up. What does Mary and Joseph have to do with this?
Because I was stating the fact that when he brought that prophecy out in Jeremiah 43, he was like they went back into Egypt, and I was like, well, we always went back to Egypt anytime we were running for refuge. We always went back to Egypt.
It was a stable empire that would offer refuge. That's why.
Right, but I'm also negating the fact of how the curses, because again, when you look at all the curses of Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68, every curse fits the transatlantic slave trade.
It doesn't.
It does. It absolutely does.
Okay, one curse particular that I want you to. Here's the curse in particular I want you to show me. Show me the king of Israel that was on this transatlantic slave trade.
That's what I want to see.
What do you mean? The king of Israel that was
the scripture says, and they will take you and the king that you set over you into a land that neither you nor your fathers have known, and there you shall worship other gods of wood and stone.
Well, you have to. That's I understand it, but like you got to understand, we were under oppression, so there was no king over us.
All right, that means that means
not about you then.
It can't be about you because it specifically says it's going to take you and the king. If the king didn't go, this can't be about you. The king wasn't there.
What verse is this?
Deuteronomy 28:36, the Lord will bring you and the king whom you set over you to a nation that neither you nor your ancestors have known, where you shall serve other gods of wood and stone, which is a reference to Assyria and Babylon, which is why all the latter prophets talk about how when God is going to defeat Babylon, he's also going to take down their worthless idols made of wood and stone. This is a reference to the Babylonian captivity. Taco Joe, thank you so much for the super chat. Taco says we have a YouTube chatter who cannot figure out how to get in the TikTok box. In the description of the YouTube stream, there's a link to the TikTok stream. You click on it. Actually, I take that back. It's probably still goes to my main account. My main account's banned until the 6th. It's in my backup account. You'll have to go to TikTok generically and just look up Deconstruction Zone, find the one that has me live. And then once you're there, there's a request button down here at the bottom you can request. And there's like 15 people waiting to get in, so you'll have to wait a little bit, but that's how you do it. So this is clearly talking about Israel, who actually had a king who was sent into the captivity by a nation that actually had gods of wood and stone. Do you think that when the Americans... Do you think
that was in particular Jehoiakim? Jehoiakim was sent into Babylon, right? And he became really, really buddy with the Babylonian king. And Jeremiah specifically ripped him a new asshole.
Okay, so thank you. I mean, you're making my point even though more you're making my point.
We're quite literally.
He's actually proving your point.
We're quite literally demonstrating how this isn't about the Atlantic slave trade. When the slaves were shipped over to America and Europe, were the Americans in Europe, Europeans, worshiping gods of wood and stone?
Well, yeah, I look at that as when it says wood and stone. I look at that as the cross. I look at that as the holy Mecca when the Muslims from the sub-Saharan slave trade. So I look at all those when you're looking at the curses. Wait.
The gods of wood and stone, plural, not the god. It says the gods, other gods of wood and stone. This is referring to what they did in Babylon, which is why we've got like 50 different verses in the Old Testament describing Babylon as the land of the gods of wood and stone.
Well, like I say, I'm not. Only point I'm trying to make at this point is that what that was written about was prophecy, and it happened, like you said, like you just admitted to, in the time.
Right, but Deuteronomy.
This is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying. Deuteronomy was written during Jeremiah's life. Okay, Deuteronomy was written during Jeremiah's life. Jeremiah was talking about specifically, hey, this is what when Babylon was coming in attack on one side, those of Judea, a lot of them ran into Egypt, and then those in the north got shipped off into Babylon. So they were across the world. They got split up and scattered to all these many nations, right? So some of this is about what happened to Israel, where the king that you set over you, they went up into you and the king that they set up, they went up into Babylon. And down in Judea, the king went into Egypt.
You did not help Justin. You did not help Justin good, because all you doing right now.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Jeremiah was writing this as it was happening. Right? Keep in mind, when you read Jeremiah 44 and 43 and 44, he's telling them right then, hey, don't do that. If you do that, this is going to happen. So then they did it. So you right now, okay, this is what's going to happen.
Okay,
right?
sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is not some ancient prophecy. They just wrote down what happened in a prophecy form.
Wait. Deuteronomy was wrote before Jeremiah.
No, it wasn't.
Huh?
No, it was not.
What? It was not. Deuteronomy, the book of Deuteronomy wasn't wrote.
No.
Moses wrote Deuteronomy.
Bullshit.
Moses did not.
Deuteronomy
No, he did not.
is written in post-exilic Hebrew.
So Moses didn't write the first 5 books of the Bible?
No, of course not.
No, do yourself a favor. Just Google right now, when was the book of Deuteronomy written? Just Google right now, when was the book of Deuteronomy?
Who wrote Deuteronomy?
Just Google
there's
right
a couple,
now, when was Deuteronomy written?
There's a couple of theories, but some people posit it was from the school of Jeremiah, or possibly a scribe from Jeremiah's court, or I mean Josiah's court. But it's a composition. There's multiple strands within Deuteronomy. Some of them were written probably during Josiah's lifetime, and some of them after the captivity.
No, because I do agree with you. At one point, we lost our first 5 books. If you do your research, we lost the first 5 books, and then when Nehemiah, the prophet Nehemiah comes, he rewrites the first 5 books of the Torah, right? Of Moses, of the laws.
You mean Ezra?
So Ezra, I'm sorry, yeah, Ezra. So Ezra writes the first.
He didn't rewrite them; he just read them.
Well, they got recorded again. If that makes sense, they got recorded again. The people got their laws.
But they made copies; they weren't lost.
That's neither here nor there. The point is, you have to show me that Deuteronomy. Can you show me a source that Deuteronomy was not written by Moses?
Do me the favor. I asked you to just Google when was the book of Deuteronomy written. Just Google.
Okay, let me do that.
You'll find all kinds of sources.
Okay, I got you. Let me see when Deuteronomy was written. I'm gonna see when was the exile of Babylon. We're gonna see the two line up. This will give me a point, or this is gonna give you a point, but one of us getting a point.
Well, this is not going to go well for you. I've actually had to study this professionally. There's not a single scholar you're going to find that thinks Moses wrote Deuteronomy, unless you think Moses narrated his own death.
And his own humility.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Bash, by the way.
I got the 7th century BCE.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. That's like 800 years after Moses.
Okay, okay. Now let's go to the Babylonian captivity.
Well, so Deuteronomy was written in parts, by the way. So part of it was written somewhere around the time frame when Babylon was marching south into the land, and then part of it was written after the fact as well.
Well, I got a point, guys, because
you actually didn't.
The Babylonian exile is 538 BC.
No, that is incorrect. The Babylonian exile started in 605 BCE, the 7th century.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Start date, I got 597 BC. Is that right?
The first incursion was 605.
Okay, but that's clearly after the 7th century.
No, 605 is the 7th century.
That is the 7th century.
Like we live in the 21st century, even though it's 2024. 605 is the 7th century. I got a point. Thank you. Thank you, handsome.
Hold on. You ain't got no point yet. I'm still here.
Is this the 21st century that we're living in right now? Is this the 21st
Yes, sir.
century?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it is the year 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 605 would be the 7th century, correct?
Okay, well, when was the book written in the 7th century? When was Deuteronomy?
It just says the 7th century. Babylonian exile is in the 7th century.
But what year of the 7th century was the book written?
No scholar anywhere can tell you that it started on March 3rd, 604. No scholar anywhere can tell you that. We just know that it's a 7th century writing. And we know that it is concerning the Babylonian exile while it was happening. Because he's talking through it. Jeremiah is talking through the exile. He's not even prophesying the exile. He's talking. He's saying this is happening right now.
No, I understand because Jeremiah was in the Babylonian exile.
Right. Okay.
I agree with that.
Deuteronomy was written at the same time.
Wow, that's a hard pill to swallow. I'm not saying I'm not stating. My point is that it was written before the Babylonian exile. Maybe it was the same 7th century. My point is still, and I still stand on that it was written before.
You want to show me that because I just told you that the Babylonian exile was in the 7th century. This says that this book was written in the 7th century. So far it's leaning more my way. You would have to show me.
It is. You're getting there. But like I say, I got to do a little more research. But that's why and like I say, I do want to hark on. And again, I want to say this: Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68. All the curses of Deuteronomy, they do not stop happening if the ethnic Israelites are breaking the commandments. They are always going to come upon the Israelites every time that as a nation the Israelites break the commandments.
But just because your people suffer doesn't mean that you're Hebrew.
No. I suffered the way that it was written.
You've never been to Egypt, man. You've never been to Egypt, bro.
No. Egypt, that's why I said bring out Exodus 22 because it says
Egypt is a house of bondage. I know that Egypt is a house of bondage.
Egypt is what?
It's a house of bondage.
Right.
Yeah, I know that Egypt is a house of bondage,
right,
but there's also a place called Egypt.
I agree, but it's also a spiritual place, even in the book of Revelations that we call.
But once we go to spiritual things, any place can be spiritual.
I did finally acquire a tool that allows me to inquire of God on the secondary and tertiary meaning of words, since words don't ever mean words. Let me ask real quick: does Egypt mean Egypt?
You're so stupid.
It said yes, definitely.
Man, what is that, man? What are you listening to?
It says yes. Egypt means Egypt.
Go ahead and change your goal, honey. You hit it already.
That was funny.
I'm out the way, man. Thank you for having me up here, man. I appreciate you.
Bash, we love you, man.
Bash. And
right,
give
man.
kisses to your mother for me too. Love Mama Bash as well.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys for having me. Justin, you got a good platform. It's a good topic, great topic.
Harry, you've been a good sport, my man.
I appreciate that, brother. I got y'all, man. Thank you. I'll see you next time.
All right, cheers.
Okay.
He took
Mama
it well.
Bash is in the chat. Love you, Mama Bash. Yeah, Hero was fun.
Yeah, he took it well. He got tag team there, and he took it really well. That's hard to put up with. All right, so let's get the next one in.
I still can't believe you have a fucking crystal ball, Malaka.
Listen, everyone keeps telling me that I need to access the spiritual realm to tell me that what the words actually mean, because words can't mean what they actually mean. So I'm doing what I can. I got the Holy Spirit decoder ring that's been working for me, and now I've got the crystal ball. So I'm doing what I can, right? Nardo, welcome in.
Hello.
Nardo, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I'm 23, and I'm a Christian.
Fantastic. And what would be your most convincing argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
I wouldn't try to argue proof to why the Christian God is real.
Well, I'm not saying that you need to
Bible-
argue it. I'm saying like an argument would be like a logical rationalization for something.
Well, that's kind of, it's not difficult when you're talking about the general sense of God, trying to use logic there, because logic would lead
So
to the
God's
existence of a
illogical?
creator. No. I'm saying there's a lot of things in the Bible which are faith-based, so you can't really go off evidence,
Do you have
biblically
faith?
speaking.
Do you have faith in Joseph Smith?
Joseph Smith,
Yeah.
who on earth is that?
The founder of Mormonism? Are you
I'm not
aware that
Mormon.
Mormonism is a faith as well?
Yeah, but I'm not Mormon, so it's got no concern. I got no concern.
It does. Follow what I'm saying here. You're saying that you should believe in the Christian God on faith, and I'm asking you why, because you can believe in any God on faith. Why did you choose the Christian God?
Oh, personal experience. That's what I know is real.
Oh, that's
But
meaningless
that's
to
why.
me.
That's why.
Kim, thank you
I
for
know.
the
I
cap.
know.
Killer
This is why
Tom,
I'm.
thank you for the cap. Okay,
But,
so
but,
if personal
but the
experience is
topic
the only
is
thing you have, then I'm not sure that's going to go very far here, because
no. The topic.
every religion is full of personal experiences. So if your personal experience means that your religion is true, then everybody else's experience means that all of the
No,
religions are
that's not what I'm
true.
arguing. No, I'm not saying because
Thank you,
my personal
Capricorn.
experience
Nardo, have we
means
talked
all
before?
that my religion must be true. Potentially a long time ago. My argument is your God is imaginary, and this is my point being you don't. What evidence do you require for God to be true in your eyes? Like what are you looking
Evidence
for?
is anything that would move the needle towards possibility.
Okay, isn't creation enough?
No, I don't believe there is creation. You'd have to demonstrate that to be the case.
You're not living inside creation.
No, it's not creation.
So what is it? What are you living on?
I'm living in the universe. I don't believe that the universe was created. I think it's eternal.
But that makes no sense.
Why does it? Your God is eternal. That makes sense to you. See, the difference is
I
I
mean,
believe the universe is eternal. You believe that God is eternal. The difference is I can show you the universe. You can't show me your God. So you've made up the eternal thing, not me.
No, but my way of thinking is more logical than yours.
It's not.
Yours is more illogical.
No,
Okay, so what
I
came
believe
before the Big Bang?
well, matter, space, and time has always existed. What form it was before the Big Bang, there's multiple theories, but
So you don't know.
something still existed, and neither do you, because neither one of us were actually neither one of us were actually there, Nardo. So what I'm trying to help you understand is the thing that I think has always existed is the stuff that we can demonstrate actually exists, but you can't demonstrate that your God exists.
No, but if going by my position, right, which I believe in a God, the maker of everything, yours, you conclude you don't know. Eventually, there's certain things you don't have an answer to. I have the answer.
You don't have an answer.
Which is more logical.
What you have is a God of the gaps argument.
Also,
because you're just saying you don't understand how science can posit that the universe is eternal, and therefore I'm just going to insert my God. That's not an argument. Just because you don't understand science doesn't mean your God is real.
No, because what you believe in is inconclusive. So you guys don't know what came before, but you don't know what happened.
Kayla, thank you for the $5. Kayla says, "Good to see you, Justin. Much love." I appreciate that, Kayla. Thank you for the
Good to see you, Kayla.
Yeah, so you don't know what was before the Big Bang. You only have a theory. You have the idea that your God was there. But I actually have the honest position. The honest position is that there was something, but we're not sure exactly what form that something was. But that something was material. That something was something that actually exists. You can't demonstrate that the thing you believe in was there.
Okay, but what makes your belief more, how can I say this, more reliable than mine? Like
because it's actually
yours more trustworthy?
Because it's actually rooted in observable facts.
Observable facts. So you was there before the Big Bang.
It's rooted in observable facts.
Okay.
Can matter be created or destroyed, Nardo?
Well, logically speaking, on a human sense, from what we know, no, but
okay, so matter can't be created nor destroyed, which means it's eternal because it is here, it exists.
No, I'm saying from what I believe, God can create something out of nothing.
In order to make that claim, you'd have to demonstrate that your God exists.
Okay, but the issue you have with that, right, is you can't just, if you just try to go off evidence biblically speaking, you won't get very far because faith is required, and
Yeah,
we don't have any faith. So
because the
it's
Bible is
fine.
not good evidence. Because the Bible is full of lies, timeline issues, plot holes, failed prophecies. Your Messiah is the worst of them. Your Messiah filled 0 prophecies, not even one. He's the biggest failure in the entire book.
Okay, the issue you have there is humility. You don't
No.
know everything. Humans don't know everything.
Nardo,
There's
show me what he fulfilled.
That's irrelevant though.
Show me.
Where's the relevancy in that?
This is your God. This is the God you believe in. You'll never convince me that your God is real until you can at least convince me that he fulfilled the Messianic expectations.
Hold on. Let me be very clear on my position here. There's many transliteration issues in the Bible that I will agree.
So the Bible's not accurate.
That's why you have. Well, not 100% accurate. No.
Okay.
I agree.
How do you know which parts are accurate?
These things don't concern me.
How do you know which parts are accurate?
Yeah, the Holy Spirit leads me to understand.
Oh, the Holy Spirit. How come all the Christians can't agree then? If you've got the Holy Spirit and they've got the Holy Spirit, how come you guys keep coming to differing conclusions?
Well, the issue is, right, the Holy Spirit can only go as far as you let it. Some people have heart posture issues. Some people don't have humility issues. Some people take Bibles which are not translated, people have interpreted it for them, and they're not allowing the Holy Spirit to actually teach them. So there's many different ways where people have different denominations.
What part of the Bible has been mistranslated?
Well, I can't really. Well, all the parts that don't add up.
How do you know that it's a mistranslation and it's not just your failure of understanding?
Because if from what I believe, the Bible is 100% true, right? The original Bible, right?
There's no original Bible.
Well, eventually there would have been a fully complete Bible.
We're looking at a Bible right here, but there's no such thing as an original Bible.
Would you agree at one point there would have been a fully complete Bible?
No. There's no such thing as a complete Bible. Okay. Throughout Christendom, there's not even agreement on which books should be in the Bible.
All right, well, that's your belief, and I believe at one point...
No, it's just factually true.
Okay, well, listen, factually speaking in science, they don't believe in mysticity or gods or any of these factually right, so I don't need to go off what the scientists say and the historians say. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, you just believe it on faith without any evidence, and you won't be swayed by logical thinking or by anything of that nature, and you won't actually turn to the Bible to look what's in it and realize that your failure is a steaming pile of sadness.
No, because men lie.
So demonstrate to me that your Messiah is real. 40, thank you so much for the berry. I appreciate that.
That's so cute.
Demonstrate to me that Jesus is the Messiah.
Okay, that is something you need to figure out.
I already have. I've read the whole book. That's why I know he's not the Messiah. Thank you, Goblin, for the caps. Big W, Goblin. Nardo, it sounds to me like you haven't. Sounds to me like you haven't read the book. Why are you so afraid to read it with me?
It's a belief. Because if
Nardo,
you just go off evidence, that's not enough to build faith.
Show me the evidence from the book.
It comes hand in hand. Faith and evidence.
Thank you so much, Goblin. I don't care about your faith. I want the evidence.
But that's not enough. The evidence isn't enough for you to conclude. Jesus
Yolanda,
Christ
thank you for the $6.66. Yolanda says, "Why do people want there to be a God? Are they lonely?" Actually, I think that's it. I think they want God to exist to cope with the idea of non-existence after death. That's what I think.
I think you failed in your journey as a Christian.
Okay, then prove me wrong, Nardo. Show me one prophecy Jesus fulfilled. I'll send you a galaxy today. I'll do it right now. You show me one prophecy he fulfilled.
Again, that's irrelevant.
He hasn't. He's never read the book. He's never read the book. All right, get out of here, Nardo.
I love how you pivot.
I've never met a guy that wants to argue that you have to take it on faith. This isn't the first time I've talked to him. Cyber Deconstruction, thank you so much for all the hats. Big W Cyber. Cyber, are you going to be live later tonight?
Oh, that's a good question. I know Thinker is.
Thinker's going to be live later tonight. Cyber's been live during the late nights, it seems like. I've gotten to catch some of his lives late at night. We're trying to get
Cyber says yes, he will be live tonight.
perfect. All right, we'll see if we can get Terrified Tenor up in here. See if that works. Maybe.
Let's see. They're still loading.
They've been waiting in the guest box for a while. That wasn't the first time we've talked to that guest, Nardo. And I think it always goes the same way. He's never actually read the book. He has no willingness to engage in what the book actually says. He just makes crazy claims like you need to believe it on faith. Why? Why would I believe it on faith?
Apparently he's a flat earther too, so there's that.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing in the comments. That's really... It's wild that people believe that the earth is flat. But listen, some people can't be saved. Christ Boy, thank you for this super chat. Christ Boy says, the Bible is a bunch of weird stories to frighten kids, to make them go to bed like the boogeyman or something. And actually, I agree with that. I think that's pretty much
what it was.
Welcome in, David.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. David, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome. And are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer, man.
And which God do you believe in?
So I believe in Jesus Christ.
Sure.
That's what I believe in.
What would be your most convincing evidence or argument for why Jesus is God?
Well, there's many prophecies that I go by in the book. My favorite one is probably 7:14.
Isaiah 7:14 is actually one of my favorites. Let's read it together.
Let's do it.
Have you read all of chapter 7 or just that one verse?
I kind of like remember different points, so I just remember the verse pretty well.
Sure. Yeah. Cyber, thank you for all the hats.
Whoever sent the galaxy, thank you.
That was Cyber. Cyber's making it rain. Thank you, Cyber.
Cyber.
Big W for Cyber. Okay, so it starts out pretty easy. In chapter 7, King Ahaz of Judah is being attacked by two other kings. He's being attacked by Pekah and Rezin, the two kings of the north, one from the Arameans and one from the northern Israelites. And he's afraid that his kingdom is going to fall. That's why it says, when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. Then God sends the prophet Isaiah to give him a word of reassurance. And he ends that first prophecy or the first word with, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then he sends Isaiah a second time to give him a second word. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time... He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is to King Ahaz. It's a sign to King Ahaz. And the sign is that there is a young woman that's already pregnant and is about to give birth. And before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking Ahaz, their kingdoms are going to be wiped out. So how did Jesus fulfill any of that?
Well, it's basically born of a virgin.
Does it say that the Messiah is going to be born of a virgin?
It says the virgin will conceive and give birth to a son.
Well, it doesn't say that, actually. The Hebrew says Alma, which doesn't mean virgin.
Which Bible are you reading?
I'm reading the NRSV, which is translating it from the actual Hebrew text rather than supplanting the Greek New Testament back into it.
Yeah, that's not where I read mine from. And
I know.
That's fine.
You should read a good Bible that actually translates from the Hebrew, because this was written.
No worries.
This was written in Hebrew.
Can we? So I wanted to kind of go over. I guess one of the things I like to talk about is the Big Bang. So can you give me basically your viewpoints on it?
Yeah, the Big Bang happened. It's real. I wouldn't call it a bang. It was more of an expansion event. And I don't believe the Big Bang was the starting of all matter, space, and time. I think matter, space, and time already existed, obviously in a different form. In fact, I personally believe in the Big Bang, Big Crunch cosmological model that states that the universe is a constant state of either expansion or contraction.
I guess that's interesting. So I guess your belief is more so that there was a sort of matter that existed before the Big Bang was there in the first place.
Yeah. And
something like some type of, I guess, I don't know. I feel like for me, I see it as like a beginning.
Why?
So, because it states that the universe began like with the singularity.
What it didn't say that it began from nothing. It didn't say that it was non-existent and then it poofed into existence. That's not what the Big Bang says.
I'm confused because if we're going from a logical standpoint, something can't just happen without an effect.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I guess, so that's where my like thought point comes from. It's a cause and effect, you know? So I try to see it from like a logical point of view.
Yeah, there's an infinite chain of causes and effects.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why
there's no such thing as a beginning.
I guess one common principle is that everything begins to exist. It must have a cause.
Well, I don't believe that anything began to exist.
Yeah, you probably. I mean, it's the principle of causality. So, since the universe began to exist, it logically must have a cause.
Yeah.
I guess the argument goes.
It's an infinite chain of causes. I know.
Yeah, I guess it could be a transcendent entity.
Why?
As we need. I mean, it's.
What evidence do we have that there's a transcendent entity?
It's something that we don't know for sure. So it's more so nobody kind of knows, but it's interesting that something just happens out of nowhere.
That's not what I believe. I don't know why you think anyone believes that. We don't believe that there was once nothing and then something happened.
I'm just trying to get a better understanding of your, and it's not nothing.
What? Where'd he go?
Speaking of the phone call.
Thanks, Jenny. We lost you for a second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No worries. But yeah, I want to get a better understanding of your point of view. Like, if it's not a cause, like, I'm generally curious as well. Because, me, I think it's important to have conversations. So I'd like to have a better understanding of where you're coming from as well.
Yeah. I think the universe is an infinite chain of causes, both in the past and the future.
That's interesting. I don't know. So,
I mean,
when you look at the universe,
we have no reason to believe that the universe, there was absolutely nothing and then something came to be. Like every principle we know about science would dictate that that wasn't the case. Like we already know that you can't get something from nothing, and there is something, which means there was never nothing. We know that you can't destroy it, like matter and energy technically just transform into something different. It breaks down into fundamental particles, but you can't make fundamental particles cease to exist. They're always going to exist.
I respect that. I guess, how do you explain, because I know scientists, they refer to the universe as like a fine-tuned like space. So I guess, how do you explain that fine-tuning that accounts for life and accounts for, like little things from the distance of Earth to the sun and, I guess those small things. Like, how would you, because I feel like it's easy to look at it and not fully grasp how, like, the probability of humans existing in the first place and us being on the earth in the position that we are, given the planets that are surrounding us and the orbit, everything is so fine-tuned. I guess, how do you explain that?
Well, it's not fine-tuned.
I guess if you look at it, it's almost like a 0.0000001 possibility.
It's not. All right, so the probability that at least one planet was going to be in a habitable zone is an absolute guarantee, because there are literally trillions of galaxies in our universe, which means there has to be a multiplicity of planets that are in safe, habitable zones and are there in such a time period in which they would allow life to arise. This just seems to be the case. And we find the building blocks for life self-assembling already out in space. For example, we've sent probes to go probe meteors. And on the meteors, we found both water and amino acids, the building blocks of proteins, which is the building blocks of life. So there's no reason to believe that given enough time and given that we've got so many galaxies and planetary systems that we're going to have some where life arises. It's a guarantee. It sounds statistically improbable to us because we're the ones experiencing the life, right? You're like, well, what are the odds that I exist? Well, that's meaningless to me, right? The odds that something intelligent exists is an absolute guarantee.
Sure. So I do want to because I want to get your thoughts on this too. I kind of want to step onto like the spiritual side of things. So do you believe in the ideas of good and evil?
Nope. I don't think there's such a thing as good and evil. I think we have behaviors as human beings that are like we control them subjectively. And we have behaviors that we would say are desirable and undesirable. So like it's undesirable to go around stabbing each other, but it's pretty easy to observe why that's the case, right? But I don't believe there's any objective morals.
That's interesting. So,
and do you want to know why that's the case?
Yeah, sure. Let's hear it.
Because nobody can ever agree on what those objective morals are. If there's objective morals, we need to know where we can find them. Christians would say that they're in the Bible. The Islam believers would say that they're in the Quran. They might refer to Sharia. Who knows? But when we actually look at the morals laid out in the Bible, typically when I start reading them to Christians, they run really far and fast away from them. Like they don't like the morals in the Bible at all.
I guess the way that I've always and for me, the biggest reason why I guess I have faith in Jesus, from my end is because, and I guess it's, everyone has a different walk of life. Like for me, I've seen certain things that couldn't be explained on a physical realm.
Sure.
Right. In terms of
personal experience,
I guess. Yeah, exactly. Personal. So, and that's why for me, I'm always open to hearing everyone because everyone walks through a different path.
Right.
And someone might understand something at one point or whatever it is. So I'll give you an example.
Well, before we start a new trend, let me read a super chat before it disappears because they're on timers.
Sure, you got it, man.
Yeah. Crystal Boy says, I love how every answers you get from a religion can be assumed as, because God, and no matter the amount of contradictions they still believe. Yeah, actually, I'd like to actually get to, I think in our conversation, we'll probably get to that. But the fact of the matter is, like, if you have personal experience that would validate your particular belief system, the problem I have as an atheist is I've heard the same types of experiences from Hindus and Muslims and people that are in Sikhism and even Buddhism sometimes. So, like, if your experience is evidence that your God is real, then their experience would also be...
Jeez, what that, my chopped liver?
Yeah, and people in Hellenism, yes. So, like... If your experience is evidence that your God is real, then all of these gods must also be real because they're having experiences too.
I guess the way that I would combat that is And again, it's nothing. Like I said before, I love hearing different perspectives because I think it's important, like, to have these conversations and not come off as, like, combative or like I'm trying to force something upon you or you're trying to force something upon me. So I'll give you an example of what I mean. Like, do you believe in this, I guess, the spiritual realm? I like to think that you don't. Like the spiritual realm, like, do you believe in that type of stuff? No,
I don't.
right? Okay. So for me, and I know people are probably gonna think, okay, like the dude's probably a nut job. But I've seen different stuff in terms of spiritually where, man, it frightened me. Like I've seen, like spiritual beings, like, and that type of thing.
I believe you, David, but remember, these experiences are not unique. They happen to everybody in every religion, right?
So yeah, no doubt. And I guess what I'm saying, the reason I bring that up is because it's a lot of the times I feel like when you're living life and you're on the physical realm, you're not thinking about different things, or you're not, because we're so used to being here that it's tough to really fathom that the idea of something existing, but you can't see it. So I guess when I kind of went through that experience, it really opened my eyes to, just like kind of seeing and understanding things that I hadn't before. So, for example, when we go to sleep and we're dreaming, you can't explain to someone that's in a dream or that goes to a dream that it isn't real. It's tough. When I'm going through a dream and I experience something, to me, that's 100% real. Like
it feels real, yeah, because the pathways in your brain that are experiencing the dream are the same pathways that experience reality when you're awake. So of course it feels real.
Exactly. But I guess I say that is because I'm saying it more so to relate it to the spiritual realm. I'm
not sure where you're going, but again, David, the problem that we run into.
He's talking astral projection.
No, not astral. I don't dibble in that stuff. Not that. I'm saying
it's technically spiritual, but okay.
Right, but
I was more so getting into the again. It's kind of tough to, I feel like, articulate because again, everyone has different experiences. So if I tell you that I saw a certain being or experienced a certain energy or evil, like when you see something that's really evil, it kind of changes it switches your mindset. Like you can't have a one-sided coin.
Right, but I think that's your imagination, is what I'm saying. That's your imagination.
But I feel like that. But it
happens to Hindus and Sikhs and Muslims and everybody else. Like everything you're telling me is something I've heard from somebody in another religion. So
no, but I'm saying
it can't be validation for your religion.
For sure, but I'm saying the idea of a one-sided coin doesn't exist. Like if there's evil, what I mean is that if there's evil, there has to also be good.
Why?
Like, do you agree that there's evil and also because if there's black, there's white?
That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't think that like we need evil to know what good is.
Well, you kind of have to.
I also don't think that evil exists. I think evil is a religious term.
So how would you define, how would you define evil?
It's a religious term. It refers to something that exists like transcendently,
like some sort of like a Mephistophelian,
like a divine badness.
A divine badness. So how would you know what a divine badness is if there wasn't a divine goodness?
Exactly.
I just call it morally gray. Everyone on the earth is morally gray. Right. It just depends on which way you turn. Either you're a piece of shit or you're a decent human being. There is no in between. You're just gray.
All right, but we're talking about the meaning of the word evil. And what I'm saying is that typically the meaning of the word evil stems from religion. It refers to some sort of metaphysical badness. But I don't believe in the metaphysical realm. I don't believe in evil. I think that we have negative repercussions for certain actions. And we have good and gray repercussions as well. Sometimes we do things and they produce good outcomes, right? So I try not to use words like evil because they typically evoke transcendental ideas, which I don't believe in.
I think that's a different type of way. I never heard that before. I guess that's a different type of way to put it. So how would you also use that to define good as well?
Well, I think
like the same type of.
Well, the definition of good is just something that's desirable, right? If you look it up in the actual dictionary, it's just something that's desirable. Like good and bad are words. Like bad is something that's undesirable and good is something that's desirable.
And even that is subjective.
Yeah, I agree. It's very subjective. My moral framework is very subjective, just like everybody else's.
Which would make you morally gray.
Yeah. That's why humanity has never agreed on all the laws of what's morally correct, because it's subjective.
Well, I feel like, I don't want to say I feel because it's not about feelings, but it's tough to how would you for a psychopath? For example, a psychopath goes and he kills 20 people and he doesn't feel any ways about it. How would you interpret that? Like, if I were to ask you, okay, did what that person do, is that a bad thing? How would you?
Yeah. Because
how would you say, okay, that's not necessarily a bad thing or necessarily a good thing. That's more so I guess. Sorry, what's your name? The lady in the.
Hanji.
So would you say that's kind of like a morally great thing, kind of like in between, or how would you define that type of,
No, it's bad.
It's bad.
So it's bad, but how would you,
majority speaking, it's bad, at least to us, because we have empathy. Whereas the psychopath or the sociopath, they are not on the same brain chemistry as we are. So even though we subjectively see it as bad, that person sees it as nothing wrong. I've literally heard stories of people unaliving for the sake of their God, thinking that they're doing a good thing for their God or for their country. Does that make it good? No, but to them it does.
I respect that, but if we're bringing empathy into it, that kind of just changes the whole argument.
No, it actually doesn't.
We got off the, I guess, with Justin, we got off the idea that, okay, we can't all necessarily agree what's 100% good and what's 100% bad.
Right, of course we can.
But if I'm to bring to you and say that person kills 20 people, that person goes into a school building and he kills 20 kindergartners.
Watch your language, you're going to get banned. Careful.
Yeah, stop.
Oh, yeah, you're right. My fault. I forgot one on TikTok. Yeah, my bad, people. But yeah, that person does that. And we can't define what good or bad is, but we use the idea of empathy to say that, he doesn't have the same feelings or whatever it is that we have. Because if we're going off of that, that tells you that morally,
you didn't understand what I said.
Moral compass.
Then, David, do you want to be stabbed?
Sorry, or you can explain it. You can explain it again. Maybe that's my fault. But
David, do you want to be stabbed?
No, probably. Sorry.
Do you want to be stabbed?
Nah, probably not, man.
Why not?
It's not necessarily a good thing to go through. I feel like for anybody.
Because it hurts.
Exactly.
It's undesirable, right?
Exactly.
So it's bad. That's the definition of bad, is something that's undesirable. Okay. So now I know, even though I've not been stabbed by a knife, that it's undesirable because I've been stabbed by other things. So it's not hard for me to recognize that if stabbing people, if I get stabbed, it hurts me, and that's undesirable, which means if I do it to somebody else, that's undesirable for them. I don't think you need a magic man in the sky for that.
Huh. That's so you're saying you're basically saying that it's off of feelings then. Like
No.
it doesn't feel good, so it's not good, essentially.
I mean, definitionally speaking, something that's bad is the thing that's undesirable. Sometimes it's personal, sometimes it's collective, right? So for us to survive as a species, we have collective rules as well. Like just because I don't want to get stabbed, and everyone agrees that we shouldn't be stabbing each other, and we live as a collective, we come together and we make an agreement that, yeah, these are going to be the rules for the society. If you want to live in this society, not going to run around stabbing people. Some things are a little less obvious, right? So, for example, you know, how we use language. It might be true that somebody could hurt me with their language, but it's a little bit gray as to what kind of language is appropriate and what kind of language is inappropriate. And our government has had kind of a hard time dictating which kind and when language can be employed. And so that's like a gray area. But back to the point though, like, it's our personal experience and our shared cultural experience that allows us to make these subjective morals. You're suggesting that they have to be objective, but that literally can't be the case, because for almost all of human history, people have agreed that slavery was totally chill. It's not until just the modern era where people are like, no, slavery's not chill.
Well, I wouldn't. Yeah, I guess that's a whole different conversation to get into. So,
I mean, do you think it's good to own people?
Definitely not. Nah, for sure not.
Right, but for almost all of history, they thought that this was an acceptable practice. Even the God of the Bible said you can do it.
Yeah, I guess that's when you talk about the Old Testament and New Testament. So it's a whole different conversation to get into as well.
All right,
but nah, I can definitely respect and understand where you're coming from for sure.
How could slavery be objectively wrong if God wasn't aware of it?
You said, how could slavery be objectively wrong if God wasn't aware of it? Well, I don't think that God wasn't aware of it.
No, I mean,
because obviously, I mean, if God is all-knowing, all-powerful, like, of course he would be aware.
Right, but why was he not aware that it was bad?
Because one thing that I look at, I mean, when I'm talking about slavery, because I guess that's something that I used to argue with my cousins with all the time. And I'm going to be honest with you, I can't give you an exact answer for that. You know, I'd be lying to you if I told you, okay, right, I tried to come on here and with the high horse and say, oh, no, that was definitely 100% correct or this, that. I truthfully, I don't have all the answers, but I definitely, like I said, I'm here because I like having these conversations in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. I enjoy them myself. Right. So
for sure.
The problem we have with objective morals is, like, I can go to a whole slew of morals laid out by the God of the Bible. I can guarantee that modern Christians would reject all of them. So we would have to then conclude that the God of the Bible is doing things that are objectively wrong.
My bad. Can you repeat that, man? I was just looking at a message.
Yeah, if morals are objective, and I take people to the Bible and we read some of the morals in the Bible, and they conclude that those are objectively bad morals, then we have to come up with an answer for why God is telling people to do things that are objectively wrong.
Well, I guess that it's tough to say that we would have to come up with anything in the first place. You know, if some things, the way that I see it, if something's already there, it's the word. So a lot of times I like to go off the word. So if it's something that, because if we'd all have to decide that it's wrong or it's something that isn't correct, that would be everyone coming in with their own 2 cents in a way.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you believe slavery is objectively wrong?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. God doesn't agree. God says you can do it. So why is it that God is saying you can do the thing that is objectively wrong?
Well, can you show me exactly where? Because it's not like he came out and said openly. Again, like I said before, it was clear in
He
the
made
Bible that
rules and regulations for it.
it was there.
And that's the problem that we have, is that he made rules and regulations for slavery, but condemns you and makes it a sin for eating shellfish or mixing fabrics of wool and linen.
Right. Kayla, thank you for the $5 Venmo. Kayla says that she was close to game over in Minecraft, begging God to give me a sign that he exists, and I still got nothing. I had to crawl out. Yeah, that's
L Minecraft.
yeah, that's a common experience. A lot of people have been in the deep dark place begging God for any sign, any possible sign, and they never get it.
Yeah.
So Leviticus,
I can definitely. I'm gonna let you finish, and to go off of that, I guess for me, I know people that are out there listening. I will say this too. I've definitely had my experiences where I was in that position where I didn't necessarily believe. So it was something that caused me to go down a different type of path. And that's why I say I can't force anything on anybody. I can only speak from where I'm coming from.
right, and that's fair. So Leviticus, God says you can do the slave thing. He says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. So it says you can do it. You can own the slaves.
Well, let me try to. It's tough to really. So biblical slavery is different.
How so?
It's not.
Slavery was common across societies and typically involved like debt servitude.
What is slavery? What's the difference between debt bondage and slavery?
Debt bondage and slavery.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
There's not much of a difference.
Well, the difference
Oh,
is
there is a difference.
yeah, your debt servant goes free in the 7th year. That's Exodus 21, and it's also in Deuteronomy, I think chapter 15 or 25. I forget which one. But your debt slave goes. Yeah, your debt slave is temporary. He goes free in the 7th year at a bare minimum. If he has to earn back like a property or something, then he would get it in the year of Jubilee. But slaves are lifetime appointments. You never get to not be a slave once you're a slave. That's why it says in verse 46, you may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These people are property. They're not debt slaves.
The only people who were debt slaves that were let free were the Hebrews. Anyone else who wasn't a Hebrew was a slave for life. And even if they were women, the women were stuck forever.
Yeah, in Exodus 21, verse 7, if you sell your daughter as a slave, she doesn't get to go free in the 7th year like the men do.
Certain men used to sell their daughters as payments for their debts.
I guess it's something that is, again, I'm not a theological scholar, so it's tough for me to give you the exact answer. I just know that a lot of things changed in the New Testament, as in the golden rule in Jesus' teachings. He emphasizes treating others as we want to be treated.
Yeah, that comes from Leviticus.
It conflicts with a lot of the concepts of owning another person. So again, I can't necessarily.
He's quoting from Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18. So
Jesus actually quotes the Old Testament a lot, and he even upholds the Levitical and Messianic law. So
yeah, so Jesus is quoting from Leviticus. Leviticus is one that says, "Love your neighbor as yourself," but Leviticus also said that you can own slaves of the foreigners and the women, right?
Yeah, again, I can't give you an answer for that, man. I'm sorry. I don't really gotta.
That's fair. There really isn't a good answer for it. The answer should be either a non-answer, or the God of this book probably doesn't exist, or this wasn't actually written by God, it was written by mankind, or there's a lot of ways to make this go away, but I think the easiest way to make it go away is just to admit that this wasn't actually from God.
Mm. Yeah, personally, I can't agree with you there, but I can respect your decision for sure.
Sure.
You have any like? Do you have just any? I definitely want to learn more about your story and kind of why. I guess you're an atheist. You know, like if that's cool with you. Like I don't know if it's personal for you or different stuff, but I definitely like to learn for sure.
Yeah, I'll give you the overview and then I'll move on to the next guest because I think there's a lot of people clamoring to get in. So I was a Christian for over 20 years. I had 12 years of Catholic schooling. I was a born again Christian in my teenage years. I went to Bible college and seminary, and reading the Bible was the thing that converted me away from Christianity. Because it turns out that there's tons of science issues. It doesn't even know the shape of the earth. There's lots of timeline issues. It says that the Israelites built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses, but Ramses didn't live for at least another 200 years. It's full of failed predictions. And I think the most damning thing for me is that the prophecies about Jesus, none of them are actually prophecies about a Messiah. Jesus didn't fulfill anything. Even the ones that are cited as being fulfilled, like Zechariah 9:9, riding the donkey, that's not about just a random dude riding a donkey. It's about an actual king who puts all of Israel's enemies away and rescues Jerusalem and the northern kingdom from their enemies and allows them to live in peace and safety, which obviously never happened, right? So to me, that's all I need to know that whoever wrote this book, it wasn't God.
Yes, and I'm so glad one of the people in our council put this in chat. They said, "Slaves, obey your masters." Ephesians 6:5, Colossians 3:22, and that is New Testament.
Right. Yeah, slavery exists in the New Testament as well. Paul instructs his slaves in the book of Ephesians chapter 5, verse 9, to treat your slaves fairly. Why wouldn't he just say free your slaves? We don't own slaves anymore.
Yeah, I don't got the full answer for you there, man, for sure. Okay. So I do want to ask though. You said you were a born again Christian as well.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. So you went to, I guess, the school to study the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, man, that's how long. So how long were you in school too? And I'm gonna let these other people get into because I'm just curious. I like having these conversations. So that's you for me.
Technically, it would be 5 years of biblical education because I also did engineering. So I had 2 years in undergrad of biblical studies, and then I had 3 years at seminary.
Wow. Yeah. So you definitely know a lot more than me in terms of when it comes to the Bible for sure.
I've been around.
Say, yeah, no, that's respect. I will want to ask you. So what made you want to go down that path in the first place? Well, I know I already understand why you, I guess, decided to leave, but I'm curious to know why you went down that path. Did you ever feel like, did you ever have a strong faith at some point, or was it just something that you kind of just decided to do because?
No, I mean, I didn't waste my life going to Bible college and seminary because I didn't believe in it. I wanted to spread the truth. I wanted people to come to know Jesus. All the same stuff like right now, you're on a live right now trying to spread the gospel in some way, some fashion. I was doing that when I was your age. I was online. I was in the chat forums. I was in the chat rooms. I was trying to convert people to Christianity. I was there. I've been there. So for me, going to Bible college and seminary was the track to plant churches. I wanted to plant churches. And so I found education to be incredibly important. In fact, when I was still in high school, I told somebody I wanted to plant a church. And the first words out of her mouth was, "Justin, you're not going to be one of those uneducated pastors, are you?" And I said, "No, I would never do that. I'm going to get a proper education once I finish my engineering degree." And so I did. The problem, though, is actually reading the Bible academically and still believing the Bible is incredibly difficult, especially if you study the Old Testament, which is what I studied. I studied primarily the Old Testament and Semitic languages, and it's very difficult to look at the Bible differently or look at the Bible the same once you've actually studied it rigorously.
Yeah, for
Not
sure.
only that, for the people like going crazy in the chat, it doesn't matter if he was Catholic, i.e., he wasn't.
I wasn't.
But even if he was, you do know Catholicism was first after Judaism and then Orthodoxy. So all these other sects of Christianity, because they're all from the same Malakis branch, it doesn't matter. Christianity is Christianity. That's why they call it Abrahamic belief systems. Even Islam is an Abrahamic belief system of the Catholic God that you guys follow, just under a different name. So I don't know why you guys are getting your thongs in a bunch over which sect of Christianity. Christianity is Christianity. It's still the same Malakis God of the Bible.
Yeah, I'll
Sorry.
never understand why Christians bicker over Orthodox Christianity, Protestantism, and Catholicism. It doesn't make sense to me that there's such a divide. Y'all believe in mostly the same stuff. It's only the minor details you disagree on. It's wild to me that people will have entire church splits over it. But David, thanks so much for being here, man. I'm going to bring another guest in, but you've been a delight to talk to.
I appreciate you. I do just want to say before I go that I don't know what it is. I never really get on live, but I just felt led to come here. But nothing but love.
Glad you're here.
I definitely I wish you the best in terms of what you're doing, and anyone that's out there, I will say the only reason I'm here in the first place is because, again, I'm not a scholar on the Bible. I just know that, my faith in Christ gave me hope, when I didn't have anything else. So when everything was down and out and I felt like nothing was there and it was just a black hole, there was a light for me. So I guess that's the reason why I can't explain why it happened. I just know that if I didn't have faith, I probably wouldn't be here. So, everyone leans on their own thing.
We're glad you're here,
for me,
man.
that was Jesus. So, yeah. But yeah, much love to you, man. I hope you, find a way. I know you got your way, but, in the most respectful way, I wish you the best. And your partner there as well. So yeah, you guys take care of it.
Cheers.
You too.
All right.
He was kind, but I have never been brought up in the faith, especially Orthodoxy, and I will never be brought up in that belief system. For what?
He was a nice guy. So let me do this. I've got to use the restroom real quick. Kanji, can you get a guest in here while I'm using the restroom? In fact, let me read the super chat for Crystal Boy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, in the Bible, God says, love your peers. God says, don't unalive. Yet the Crusades happened and caused hundreds of thousands of unalivings. How ironic. Yeah. Listen, the Crusades are wild. There's a really good book on the Crusades called God's War. I would highly recommend it. In fact, I probably got it on my bookshelf over in the other room. I'll get it. It's phenomenal. But anyways, you're in charge, Hanji. I got to use the restroom. See if we can get a guest in here.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, daddy. All right, let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's see if we can get host up to 300K likes by the end of the live stream. We are on until midnight. Thank you all so much for the gifts, the Cash Apps, the Venmos. Host has a goal of hat and mustache, 20 of them. He has 11 right now, so if you can help him out with that. You guys are amazing. You stick it out with us every other day of the week, every Friday, Wednesday, and Sunday. We appreciate you guys. We are not doing any more schmalitical lives because November 5th is around the corner. Remember the 5th of November, my babies. So thank you all so much. We love each and every one of you. And if you guys are not comfortable doing the gifts on TikTok, we do have our Venmos and Cash Apps in our bios because we do all know that TikTok takes a large chunk of it and we only see it once a week anyways when we're able to take it out. YouTube, we see you. We love you. Thank you all so much for your support as well. Sending out the super chats, bringing people from YouTube into the live stream. We appreciate that so much. Twitch, we love you guys. I'm sorry I don't know much about Twitch, but I'm in there. I'm in there. Find me. But I love you guys all. Thank you. And let's go ahead and bring up the next guest. Damn, I'm getting good at this shit. I am getting so good. Like, as soon as you came back, I was done.
Good timing. This is the book I was talking about. This is a phenomenal read, but buckle up. It's a long one. It's God's War.
I wish it was inverted. Hold on.
This is
Hold it up a certain way.
God's War.
Okay.
This is an academic historical account of the Crusades, which is thick. We've got a ton of data from that time period, a ton of it. And it's recorded in this volume.
I'm sorry. I'm just being unhinged right now.
No, it's completely okay. I see Shay 90 trying to connect, but not connecting.
She's connected on my end. Shay can...
There we go. We got her now.
There she is.
Oh, I can hear you.
Shay, welcome in. Thank you, Goblin, for all the hats, by the way, and Divine Order and everybody else. I appreciate that. Shay, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And are you a believer?
I am.
And unfortunately, I have to ask you to get the baby off the live, because there's a violation of the terms of service. It'll take the live down.
Yep, she's all gone.
All right, perfect. If it hears or sees babies or young children on the live, it'll shut it down. But thanks for doing that. So,
yes, sir.
You believe in God, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
Fantastic. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why this God is real?
Okay, so I'm kind of in this weird stage in my faith where I've been questioning that myself because I've had certain experiences where, like, after talking to other spiritual leaders in my church, they would call it witchcraft.
Right. Yeah. So that's not uncommon.
There are Christian witches.
Yes, Hanji's got some contacts if you want to be in contact with somebody who's thinking in the same vein with you.
Oh, I would love that.
Yeah, let's do that. Because it sounds like what you probably need to do is start having some dialogues with people that are similar to you, as opposed to debating me, because I'm a stone cold atheist. My goal is to make you lose your religion. But
yeah.
Typically your type of religion is not a problem for me, because it's usually pretty healthy. So I would definitely encourage you to follow the Discord link in my link tree in my profile and get connected with our Discord community. There's a lot of atheists, but there's also a lot of non-traditional believers in there as well that you might be able to bounce questions off of and ask. Hanji's got her own section there as well. And then, of course, you can always message Hanji directly.
Oh, absolutely. I would love that.
Yeah. But Shay, thanks so much for being here. We're trying to get believers in here to debate. But also we do deconstruction lives in the Discord server. I actually did one this morning. We were there for like 2 or 3 hours where it was just an open room. Anyone could come up and talk, and we just did question and answer and dialogue. We weren't debating.
Yeah.
So we'd love to see you there.
Perfect. I sure will.
All right. Cheers.
Getting a follow.
Big W, Shay. I'm trying to keep the deconstruction talk on the Discord and the debate on the TikTok. That seems to be I think that's going to be the winning method here. Call me Kit. Thank you so much for all the paper cranes.
No, someone said Legolas is God. I love that elf.
DJ, welcome in. DJ? Oh no, I think DJ fell asleep. He was in the queue too long. DJ?
Go DJ, that's my DJ. Good DJ. That usually wakes him up. I guess not.
I'm sorry.
He gone.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone. Sorry, DJ. All right, we'll get Trip Canada in here.
We are very respectful, Joshua. We just match energy. If you come at us sideways, we go for jugulars. Welcome in, Trip. How are you?
Trip?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yes,
you.
we
Welcome in,
can.
Trip.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, I'm speaking to you from Bolivia.
Oh, welcome. Good to hear from
I'm
Bolivia.
in South America, in Bolivia.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I
are
was
you at
just
least
listening
18?
to you guys. Now, I hope so. I was born in the 80s.
Okay, so yeah.
Oh,
And
he has red bars. Guest, I need you to mute for a second. Type on a different, pick a different app. Do not leave TikTok, and it should readjust itself when you come back. Also, thank you, Kayla, for the $2 on Venmo.
Is
I
the
know
red
you
bar
didn't
still there?
forget me, my darling. No, so far so good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. So
Okay, perfect.
now I've listened that you're an atheist, correct?
yeah.
You're an atheist, correct, Justin?
Yep.
Great. Now, do you know how much religion you have to be an atheist?
Zero. Definitionally,
Do you know how much religious belief you have to be religious?
Zero. Definitionally,
Well, are you
it is
sure?
the absence. Yeah, I'm quite
Because
positive. Trip.
well-
So I already know the Stephen Turek
Well, now let me
argument
explain-
that you're
well-
about to run on me. I already know. I've
No,
already
well,
read.
hold on. Let me
I've
talk,
already
though.
read.
Hey.
I've already read that I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Justin.
I've read all of these texts before.
How can I have a debate with you if you're talking over me?
I'm not talking over
Let
you.
me just explain my point of view.
I was
all right? So
answering
you have
your
to have
question.
faith.
I was
Oh.
answering your question.
I wasn't finished talking.
I was answering your question, and I wasn't finished talking. You started talking while I was answering your question.
Also, he has bars again, so it's overlapping.
I think that's part of it. Yeah.
Thank you, babies, for the gifts and the Venmos. We appreciate you guys.
Bro needs to figure out how to get Wi-Fi before he thinks he's going to convert me to his religion.
Guys, please do not spam chat with uppies because gimmies don't get here. You have to wait in the panel or in the guest queue with everyone else. If we choose you, we choose you. If we don't, we don't. At the end of the day, the guest queue is randomized, so it's nothing personal.
Yeah. Trip, are you with us? You're having trouble connecting. Good to see you, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Guys, we got Sarah in the house.
Hello.
If you don't know Sarah, she's part of the Deconstruction crew. Make sure you're dropping her a follow.
Thank you for having me.
Sarah, did you know that it takes more
Yeah,
faith
can you hear me
to be
now?
an atheist than a believer?
Wow, that is probably the first time I've ever heard that.
I've never heard that before. That's a new one by me.
So can I speak now? See, the reason
Can
why,
you?
let me explain why you have to have faith to be an atheist.
Are you going
Let
to
me
present
explain.
an actual
See,
argument
in
for your
order to be
God,
an
or
atheist, you
you're
have
just going
to-
to repeat Stephen Turek talking points?
Yeah, well, listen, I'm talking. I don't believe in a God. I believe in a creator.
I don't.
I know there's a creation, so there has to be a creator.
I don't think there
your
is a
shirt,
creation.
Your sweater, for instance, it was created by someone.
Yes.
So now you're talking over
and
me, though.
you know how
See,
we
so
know
it was
that my
created
shirt
by
was created by somebody?
right? So, hold on. Hey.
Oh,
can I
Parker,
speak,
it's Frank
please?
Turek, not Stephen
I've been waiting
Turek.
patiently.
Do you
so let
know?
me talk.
Do you know how we know that
So let me
shirts are
explain. Let me explain.
creation?
So in order to have, see.
I don't know. I asked you a very simple question. You brought up a really dumb talking point, and I asked you a clarifying question. Do you know why we know that shirts are created? Do you know how that's the case?
The lag is super bad. I agree, Council.
The lag is really bad, and you're right, Sweet Pea. He just wants to come up and yap. He doesn't actually want to dialogue. I'm not sure if we can actually dialogue. Yeah, Goo says let him talk or kick him. I'm actually just going to kick him because his connection's worse than the Holy Spirit. All right, we're going to get somebody with an actual Wi-Fi connection in here. Let's see. Texas has been waiting for a while. I'm trying to get the people that have been waiting the longest, although sometimes they're not really in the queue anymore.
Thank you, Goblin, for the 666 on the Cash App. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Hail
big
Satan.
W Goblin. Hail Satan. Sarah, that's a new mug.
It says love loud.
I brought my favorite God outlawing slavery. Definitely not outlawing shellfish and sideburn trimming. That's the one.
That's a good one.
Those damn sideburns. You gotta listen. You got a pathway straight to hell if you don't maintain those sideburns properly.
Yo, sorry for lack of English.
I think you're doing okay. How you doing, Vlad?
I'm good. Hi from Czech Republic.
Well, welcome in. Are you
Vlad
at least 18?
Tepesh, it is an honor.
Yeah, I am. Actually, like 1 month ago.
Okay, so you're a new 18, but you're 18. Good enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Parker. So you're a Christian, I assume, by the cross?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why your God is real?
Yeah, there is no like evidence. Evidence, of course, it's mostly like the faith. But really, last year when I have faith in Him, everything is like physically and psychically better with me. It's really mostly faith.
That's what we would call a placebo effect, right? So, for example, and I talked about this.
Yeah, I know what is possible. I understand.
Yeah, talked about this morning with Dr. Joe, and I think Sarah and I have discussed it as well. When people believe that something is real, whether that thing is real or not, it still enables them to do things that normally they wouldn't be able to do. Like people that are told they're getting performance-enhancing medications will legitimately perform better, even if they're getting a placebo.
Yeah, that's insane what your body can do, even if not real. I understand that. I understand you believe that. And can I ask a question like, why the rage bait? I understand a lot of Christians are bad, but like 666, if God is fiction, like there is really nothing bad to believe in God. There are a lot of, churches and a lot of bad Christians. I agree. But I don't think it's necessary. Like, I know, like, you want to be...
Is that offensive?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I don't care, but...
What's your problem with Nero?
What?
What's your problem with Nero Caesar? That's what...
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
666 is a biblical reference to Nero Caesar.
Wow, I didn't know.
Yeah.
But like, I see it's like rage bait, even your mug, like, and how you're talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
like,
you don't think slavery is chill, do you?
Yeah, I know what you're referring to.
Oh, do you think that women should have consent?
Can you say like different word for consent? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, if your sister's married and her husband passes away, should she be forced to marry her husband's brother?
No way, that was in the Bible, bro.
All right, well, here we go.
Can you... Okay, yeah, read it for me, please.
Deuteronomy 25. When brothers reside together and one of them is unalived and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her, taking her in marriage and performing the duty of a husband's brother to her, and the firstborn whom she bears shall succeed to the name of the deceased brother, so that his name may not be blotted out of Israel. So she can't just go marry who she wants. She's got to go and let her husband's brother go into her.
Hashtag keep it in the family. Also, thank you, Johnny, for the $6.66 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Hail Satan, because Lucifer is a Roman belief system, not a biblical one.
Okay, is it like it's Old Testament or?
Yeah.
Okay, that means it was. Yeah, I don't like really agree with Old Testament because it was before Jesus Christ.
So is
So
Jesus
yeah,
God?
yeah.
Did
He
God give
is.
this command?
Nah.
Yep. All the commands in Deuteronomy are from God.
I mean, it was before Jesus Christ, so
Okay, we'll
the
try this
people
again. Is
called
Jesus God?
it. Yeah, he is.
Okay, did God give
Like
this command?
the people said like the God give them this command, but maybe
Did
they
God give the command?
not this one, bro. Like no way.
No, all the
I
commands
mean,
all of the commands in Deuteronomy are spoken by Moses, and they're from God. That's why he says over and over again that is the case. Have you read Deuteronomy?
I didn't. To be honest, I did never like read the Bible. Like I know it's bad, but the Old Testament is like the people made it up. Like it's from God. I don't really believe in the Old Testament because it was before Jesus Christ.
What does it matter? If you think that Jesus is God and God gave these
Yeah.
commands, then Jesus gave the commands. It's that easy.
Like I said, the people made it up that Jesus talked to them or God.
So it says
The
in
same with
Deuteronomy 8-11, take care that you do not forget the Lord your God by failing to keep his commandments, his ordinances, and his statutes that I am commanding you today. And he gives all the commands in the book of Deuteronomy that day. So these are God's command. God says if your husband passes away, you have to let your husband's brother go into you.
Okay, you don't listen to me, but it's okay. I
Okay,
understand.
so Deuteronomy wasn't from God.
I don't think so, bro.
Oh, okay. Then what part of the Old Testament is from God?
I don't know because it was Jesus said like something in the Old Testament is okay and something is not.
iReactor says a super chat on YouTube. Dude is a Marcionite. I don't know. Are you a Marcionite, Vlad?
Oof.
Marcionite?
I mean, it makes sense.
You stream from YouTube too, lol. I don't know what is Marcionite, bro.
He's not a Marcionite, but what you're espousing is Marcionite adjacent. Thank you for the super chat, iReactor. I appreciate that. So the fact of the matter is, the parts of the Bible that you don't like, you're just going to say it's not from God. What parts of the Old Testament are from God?
I don't know. I understand that it sounded silly, but it was before Jesus Christ.
But
I believe what said Jesus Christ.
But the Old Testament is the foundation to know that Jesus is the Messiah. You have no idea that Jesus is the Messiah unless he is what the Old Testament told us to look for.
Like people saw what Jesus Christ did and they write it. I understand that.
Did Jesus mention the laws of Moses?
To be honest, I don't know. To be honest, sorry, I'm not that educated enough.
He did. Yeah, Matthew chapter 5. We're going to read 16 through 19. So the New Testament authors uphold the Old Testament, except for Paul. Paul's the crazy one. Jesus himself says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly, I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away until the law, will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus pointed to the laws of Moses and said, if you teach people not to follow these, you'll be called least in the kingdom. Now, you're telling me that these aren't even from God?
I won't argue. I have a point. No way.
W for concession.
I mean, I won't lie to. Like, maybe it's true. I will look more into that.
Yeah, so the Old Testament laws are from God, and they're horrific, which is why you're going to run away from them at every turn. I read you about the Sabbath. Do you think we should stone people for working on the Sabbath?
No, but like that's why God sent Jesus to tell them the truth, you know? Like I don't really think everything in the Old Testament is true.
Jesus said
I understand.
Jesus said follow the laws.
Maybe he didn't mean like the Moses or.
What laws is he referring to? Whose law code is there in the Old Testament other than the one given to Moses?
Maybe he didn't mean the Moses, Maybe.
Okay, then what
maybe,
law code
he
is he
did.
referring to?
I was reading the chat. What?
What law code
Can you
is he
repeat, sir?
referring to if it's not the Mosaic law?
Maybe the 10 ones,
That's the
how to say it
Mosaic
in
Which
English?
law.
sets? Where do you get your information from, Vlad?
The internet. I need to read the Bible more.
Yeah.
Yes, you definitely need to read the Bible.
So this is
Maybe.
this is what happens in
No.
Christendom, and it happened to me too. Like, I was a Christian before I read the Bible, right? And that's what happens with a lot of people. You're a Christian before you read the book. And a lot of people are willing to maintain their Christian position as long as they don't read the book. But I promise you, if you really read and study the book, there's a lot of good reasons in there why you wouldn't want to be a Christian after.
I will ask pastor. Like, I don't think it's like really from Jesus this way, but maybe it is.
Sure.
Vlad, what I want you to do is I want you to read the book and not so much depend on your pastor, because the pastors are not only biased, but they tend to change scripture to fit their narrative. Read the book for what it is. And when you do your homework and you have questions pertaining to verses or chapters, you are more than welcome to come back. But I do not think you're ready for this conversation yet.
Okay. No, but like,
Vlad, it was good to
no
talk to you at
way.
least. You're a nice guy.
Okay, maybe the way is not Jesus Christ, but like no way all this is random. Like,
I think it
the
is.
world. You think it is? Okay.
Well, I
Like,
know why.
if the sun was a few kilometers away or closer, we will be dead. Like,
That's not true. The sun shifts.
that is.
No, the sun shifts a measure of about 4 million miles to and from the Earth per year. So we actually getting closer and further away from the sun as we circle it, because our orbit is an ellipse. It's not a perfect circle. So 4 million
all right.
miles.
I didn't know it. All right, but like still.
But the fact that we're in a habitable zone is a near guarantee. There are trillions of galaxies in the
of course, like,
universe. So at least
of course,
a handful of them are going to have planets that are in habitable zones.
yeah, of course, I believe that there are more life, like not only us.
I agree. I think just statistically speaking, there has to be intelligent life somewhere out there. I just think that it's so far away from us, we probably never find it.
Not all of the pastors, like I understand they will maybe tell me something like, it's bad, it's not true. I don't know. I will ask my pastor and I will read the Bible. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Give it a read and come on back, okay?
Okay, wait, please. I still think there's nothing bad about have a faith in something. Like, still, I don't think you're okay. You like, I don't know how to say. You talk normally, but the rage bait against Christian, like, why?
I'm rage baiting against all religions.
All of them, but I understand.
Because they're toxic.
Yeah, a lot of Christians are toxic.
Yeah, that's why. I don't rage bait against typically Hinduism, although I talked to a Hindu person earlier tonight. I don't talk bad about some religions. There are some religions that are actually peaceful, like Buddhism. Buddhism's generally a really peaceful religion. It just happens to be that the Abrahamic religions are toxic.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Hinduism or Buddhism, but one of them doesn't even have a god. They believe everything is God. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Some of them.
That's animism.
Yeah, so like, I'm not against all forms of religion, but I am definitely against the toxic ones.
All right. Yeah, okay. That's okay, of course. I have a lot of atheist friends, and it's okay when it's normally debate and not like us. I mean, we debated normally, but sometimes it's like too toxic.
I get that. Yeah, I get that. All right, Vlad, it was good talking to you. Come on back sometime soon, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Cheers.
Be well, kiddo. I swear if his name isn't Vlad Tepes Dracula's the full name, they missed an opportunity.
Vlad is a good name, though. That's a strong name.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome in, Jay.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good, are you?
Good. I want to say I appreciate how I've heard you talk to others and just you being respectful to people and keeping it cool. And
I try. Let me read a super chat real quick. I see your super chat, Kyrie. Kyrie says, "Let me on." If you're in the guest box, then I don't see you. There's no Kyrie Simon in the guest box. So maybe you have a different handle. I have no idea who you are, but you're not going to shortcut to the front of the line. You're going to wait like everybody else. Jay, welcome in. Sorry for the interruption there. Are you at least 18?
yes, sir.
Awesome. And do you believe in a God or multiple gods?
I believe in one God.
Okay. And which God do
Jesus
you?
Christ.
Okay.
Jesus.
Right. The 3 in 1.
And,
Yep.
yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, it's one God, 3 in person, but
I'm sure it is. All right. What would be the best argument or the best evidence for why this God is real?
I feel like before you get there, though, you kind of have to at first think of there being any creator before you can narrow it down to just a single one, correct?
Okay. The creator of the universe is Doug.
No, okay, that's not where I'm going. It's just you have to be able to look and see that, look at life and be able to think there has to be a creator before you could start narrowing down who God is.
Yeah, I know. It's Doug.
It's Zeus. Don't you see Zeus behind me? Right here.
Well, Zeus is in mythology.
No, Zeus is real.
No, he's not.
Well, Zeus is based off mythology.
Well,
Jesus Christ is based
so is
off
Jesus.
So it's Jesus. Jesus is based off of Serapis Christus, who was during the Greco-Roman period of the Ptolemaic Empire in Egypt.
Yes, but Jesus was a real historical person that lived and
was.
died. You don't believe Jesus
And so is
actually lived?
Serapis. And so was Asclepius. There's a bunch of ancient Hellenistic deities that were real people on the earth. So the question is, what evidence do you have that Jesus was anything but a man?
Okay, yeah, I'll get to that in a second, but I just want to make it clear that Hanji, I think, or if all of you don't think Jesus was a real person that lived.
No, I think he was a real person. No. Hanji doesn't. I think he was a real, actual Jewish teacher. I don't think he knew the Old Testament very well. I don't think the words that we have of his are recorded accurately. I don't think the life that is told about him in the New Testament is told accurately. I think a lot of it's mythology. But I do at least think that there was probably a guy in the first century running around claiming to be a messianic figure and claiming that he was going to be the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 7 and so on and so forth.
Okay, so I guess why would you believe, or why do you think that the Gospels aren't historically accurate?
Because they're full of contradictions. They can't even agree on when Jesus was apprehended and crucified. They certainly can't agree on what time he was crucified. They don't agree on the resurrection account. They don't agree on the timeline of his life. They don't even agree when the disciples were called, what he was doing after he was born. They're just full of contradictions. And it's also true that they're full of very bad readings of the Old Testament. Like it tries to apply supposed prophecies to Jesus. But if you go back and read those prophecies, it's very clear that they're unrelated at all to any Messiah, much less Jesus. And the ones that do have like a messianic overtone didn't get fulfilled at all. Like they talk about things and then Jesus didn't do any of the things. So he didn't fulfill any prophecies. He's not the Messiah.
Okay. You said at the start that why you think that the Gospels aren't historically accurate, and I would have to disagree because of the manuscripts, archaeology.
Which manuscripts?
What do you mean, which manuscripts? I know there's over 5,000.
Yeah, and how many of them are from the first century?
I know there's Gospels. I'm pretty sure there's Mark in the 70s. There's a piece of Mark in a museum that's from the 70s.
Nope.
AD. I'd have to maybe it's not Mark, but from all my research, there are gospels. There's pieces of manuscripts written in the first century, around 70s to 110 AD.
There's not. So here's the list of manuscripts, and their various datings. And the earliest manuscripts that we have are in the 2nd century. That's P52, P90, P98, and then two-piece, which is 64 and 67.
Okay. Where is this source coming from?
This is compiled by Nessel Allens. Nessel Allens is the current organization that puts together the critical apparatus for the New Testament Greek texts.
Man, you are so you're so much more educated on me, definitely, about things. And I did read somewhere there's a manuscript from one of the Gospels, either Matthew or Mark, that is dated from 70 AD.
Well, people think that Mark was written around that time period, but or maybe even a little bit earlier, but there's no evidence that we have any manuscripts from the 1st century.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess I'll get into one of the main reasons why I trust Jesus and think he's reliable, and it's coming from the Gospels, and I feel like your rebuttal is just going to be you don't believe that the writings are true or accurate, but it all comes down to the resurrection, because if Jesus doesn't rise from the dead, then he's a fool, a con artist.
Yeah. What Paul say in 1 Corinthians 15, if Jesus didn't raise from the dead, then we would be most pitied among all men.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with him.
Sure. So what's the evidence that he rose from the dead?
Well, one, I think that the Gospels are historically accurate, and I'll get a little more into that in a bit. But the fact that the witnesses that saw Jesus rise from the dead, that were willing to die for not dying for a belief, they died for the claim that they saw him risen from the dead, and psychology clearly shows that.
What's your evidence that they all died as martyrs?
It's the Gospels, and that's what I said. You're not going to, or it's not. I don't think it says that in the Gospels. It's.
Which disciples were martyred in the Gospels?
I'm not 100% sure. I know it's there, and I'm sure you know it somewhere that.
Right.
It's there.
There's only 2 disciples that are executed in the Bible, and that's James and who was the son of Zebedee.
Peter? Not Peter.
And no, Peter, his execution was recorded in 1 Clement. So we've got the execution of James, the son of Zebedee, who was recorded in the book of Acts. And then we've got later the execution of Peter and Paul recorded in Clement, which was the 2nd or 3rd century, depending on when you think it was written. And then all the rest of the accounts come from like the 4th and the 5th century, many hundreds of years later.
Of accounts of people dying or being martyred?
Yeah, and we don't have martyrdom accounts of all of the apostles. In fact, if I remember correctly, I think John was theoretically unalived from old age. But so we actually don't have evidence that all of the apostles were martyred, and not good evidence. But let's imagine they were. Let's imagine all of them did get martyred. Still doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, 70 people were willing to give their lives in 1993 during the Waco siege, believing that David Koresh was the resurrected Messiah, or the new second coming of Jesus.
For a belief, yes.
Yeah, exactly. They believed.
Not for.
They believed that
that's the difference.
They believed that David Koresh was the Messiah, and they believed it so much that they would give their life for it.
Exactly. Belief. The say 70 martyred, it wasn't a belief. It was a claim that they seen him risen from the dead. So therefore they'd be dying for something they would know to be a lie.
That's not true.
Exactly. A claim. There is no evidence for it.
Right. So that's not true. We have no evidence to suggest that they specifically became martyrs on the grounds that their Messiah resurrected. So, but
Can you
still,
say that again?
it's still irrelevant because the followers of David Koresh claim to have witnessed miracles, claim to have witnessed things that are from God, right? That's why they believed he was the Messiah. The fact that their eyewitnesses had different, they eyewitnessed something different than what the other eyewitnesses of Jesus witnessed is meaningless to me. I mean, just because someone's willing to die for their belief doesn't make the belief true. People do it all the time.
I agree with you.
Islam's got
I
a
don't
ton
think
of
he died for a
martyrs.
belief. But when they're dying they're claiming they saw him risen for their dead, and they're willing to die for the claim what they saw. So therefore, them dying means that they are dying for something they know to be a lie.
No, it means that they were deceived.
So you think they were delusional and they thought they saw him?
Well, you've got two problems. I do think they were delusional, but you got two problems. First, we don't know that they were actually martyred. That's something that you're claiming that you don't actually have evidence for. The second thing is you don't know the circumstances of their martyrdom, even if they were martyred. Joshua, thank you for the pain. I appreciate that. The third problem is that anyone can be martyred for anything. It doesn't make it real. But here's what I actually think happened. What I think happened was that there was an imposter that looked like Jesus that claimed to be the resurrected Jesus. And I believe this to be true because this was common in the first century. There was a bunch of people that were resurrected imposters. And the most famous of those is Nero. There were so many Nero imposters that claimed to be the resurrected Nero that the Roman government had to start executing people. There was one of them that was so good. He looked so much like Nero and behaved so much like Nero and could even play the harp, which was what Nero was known for, that he convinced the Parthian army to go to war. The entire Parthian army marched into Rome with this goofball leading the helm, thinking that they were going to go and reestablish Nero as Caesar, and then they got utterly annihilated by the Romans. They died believing that they witnessed the resurrected Nero.
Interesting.
Right.
Okay, so we'll just hop off that, and then I'll. So would you say that the Old Testament would be a lot more unreliable than the New Testament?
No, I think they're both like various forms of unreliable. Like, so for example, when we go to like Genesis and Exodus, those are really unreliable, but they're also recording what is perceived as very ancient history, which has a tendency to be unreliable. Whereas the closer you get to modern time, typically the more reliable ancient texts become. And this is not true of just the Bible. It's true of almost all ancient writings. So like if you read the ancient Sumerian texts, they're much less reliable than the texts that we have from like the Neo-Assyrian period, right? So that's just how history tends to be.
Okay. So Sodom and Gomorrah is in Genesis, or is that Exodus? Genesis, right?
Chapter 19.
Okay. So I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but
about the
I'm
sulfur?
curious on your, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, do you know how sulfur forms?
No, I don't.
So sulfur forms anywhere where you have natural salt deposits and there's enough environment that bacteria can grow on the salt deposit, which is what we find in the Dead Sea. And when this specific bacteria feeds on the salt, the byproduct, like what they produce as their waste, is in fact sulfur. So for example, like when you're brewing beer or wine, you would put yeast in it, and the yeast produce alcohol as the byproduct of feeding on the sugars. Same thing with salt and sulfur. The byproduct of bacterial activity on the salt is the sulfur itself. So the Dead Sea, which is completely surrounded in massive salt deposits, obviously has a ton of sulfur because the conditions are right for the bacterial growth to produce sulfur.
Okay.
You hit your life goal. It's time to set up a new one. And Host has debated Vor numerous times.
Yeah, I would say though the last time or two I talked to Vor, it was less of a debate and more of a discussion. I think I mean, obviously we don't agree on much, but I think we're starting to.
He can't stand you. I find it funny.
He hates me, but I think we're at least at a point where we can have a conversation without shouting.
Yeah.
But I've never. There's a couple people that talk about me all the time, and I have no idea why I live rent free in their head. He's always been one of them. Ever since I got on TikTok, the dude just talks endlessly about me. I don't know why I'm so offensive to him. But
listen, my motto is if you don't have haters, you're living your life wrong. And that's all I'm saying. We're all a villain in someone's story. I will happily play the villain.
yeah,
I agree with that.
I don't spend any time worrying about what non-atheist creators are doing on the app. It feels zero headspace for me. So, yeah, that's why there's sulfur surrounding the Dead Sea, obviously.
Well, specifically where Sodom and Gomorrah was located.
Well, nobody knows where Sodom and Gomorrah is located.
Where archaeologists think Sodom and Gomorrah is located.
So I'm saying
they're finding the purest sulfur in the world.
That's not true.
Well, it's pure. I know that they're saying it's the purest sulfur that's found in the world.
But that's not true. So the exact same
Why
sulfur,
is that not true?
the exact same sulfur, the balls that they found, which happens when sulfur is melted as opposed to burnt, the exact same sulfur we can find over in Japan. They've got hydrothermal vents over in Japan. And because they have sulfur deposits over there as well that come in contact with the hydrothermal vents, they produce those little balls of sulfur, which are incredibly pure because as they melt, the impurities leave.
Okay, but can you see how me looking, or say a Christian, I don't know, because I feel like, so you're looking at it as almost just a coincidence. That
no, it's not a coincidence.
Well, no, it's not a coincidence that you're saying the sulfur is there, but it would be a coincidence that it's recorded God rained down sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah to destroy it, and they are finding sulfur where they suppose Sodom and Gomorrah was.
Yeah. Do you think that the ancient people living there didn't know what sulfur was?
Do I think they didn't know what sulfur was?
They knew what sulfur was, and they had an explanation for why the sulfur was there. Now, there's more to it. There's parts of the narrative that you're actually missing because, as it turns out, north of the Dead Sea, like 75 miles away from where they think Sodom and Gomorrah was, there was a meteor impact. And that meteor impact is the reason why you actually have melted sulfur. So the meteor hit the area in which the sulfur already existed, and it melted the existing sulfur. The same way it melted the quartz, or it shocked or cracked all the quartz in the area. The same way that it melted glass and clay pots. The same way it melted iron, because that's what happens when meteors strike the earth. And the debris from the meteor spread hundreds of miles. The impact zone is hundreds of miles. So people knew about this event. It was a big event in history. And so what do? You say, oh, shoot, we have to find a reason why this meteor hit the earth. And what's the reason? God was angry. That's the same thing that happened when ancient people had volcano eruptions. The amount of stories that were told about the eruption of volcanoes are endless. It's always blamed on the gods.
Yeah, but would you say that would make the writings accurate, or like what they thought that it was God, but that it's righted and recorded?
No, it would make it inaccurate because according to the timeline, the Sodom event happened roughly 2000 BCE. But the meteor that hit the area was in the 1600s. So we're about 400 or 500 years off on the timeline. It's just people later making up stories about the distant past, about why things are the way they are. We find a lot of that in the book of Genesis. A lot of explanation. Well, this is why things are the way they are. This is why women have painful childbirths. This is why men have to sweat by the brow and till the ground, even though we were technically designed to live here, so on and so forth.
And I'd also bring up in Genesis, I guess, the burning bush on the top of Mount Sinai, and the top of Mount Sinai is black.
Well, it doesn't say that the burning bush was on top of Mount Sinai. I think you're referring to when Moses received the commandments on top of Mount Sinai?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know why that is?
Why he received them up there?
Why it's black up there?
Why do I know the mountain's black, or biblically why it's black? Or
No, in real life. So the mountain
Okay,
itself
yeah,
is not
real life.
black. There's no carbon deposits up there from being burnt. Even if it was burnt from 2,500 years ago, the tops of that mountain would have eroded away any carbon that was on the exterior of that mountain. So that's not it. What you have is you've got a bunch of black stone that's got iron oxide in it, and iron oxide, when it starts to decay, will actually turn dark and sometimes even a little bit reddish as well, which is exactly what we find on top of that mountain.
Okay. And these things, obviously, these things that topics, Sodom and Gomorrah, Mount Sinai, the evidence for the resurrection. To be honest with you, none of those things have been the reason why I believe. I think that you're expert. You could do your best to explain them, but I think after all of these things, they start adding up. You can think, is it this, or is it actually is it God?
It's
But
definitely
the
not
main
God.
reason,
There's no fire. There's no fire that was on top of that mountain. They're not carbon deposits. There's no carbon deposits. That's that black soot after a fire. That's carbon. None of it's up there.
okay, well that excluded.
Sarah, what were you gonna say?
Jay, I was going to ask you, so how did you arrive at the conclusion that the Bible was true?
Yeah, okay, that's kind of where I was going anyway. I believe it's true because I had to do a little looking into other religions, because if Islam would be the truth, then I would be going to hell. So I can't just assume because I grew up in a Christian home that it automatically makes my religion the true religion. I have to be able to look at other religions and just kind of see, and they're either all wrong or one's correct.
Was it just Islam that you were researching, or did you go further back than Islamic and Christianity belief system? Further back than Judaism, just to sprinkle icing on the cake.
No, not really. I know
You
before
should.
then it's a lot of mythology. And
It doesn't matter. The majority of the Bible is based on the mythologies of the stories of belief systems that came before the Bible was even an afterthought. That's where the problem lies. See, you only stick to Abrahamic belief when it comes to your research, when there are belief systems that are millennia of years older that have the same stories that the Bible takes from to fit its narrative. As Greeks, we had a flood story. We had our own version of a Jesus, Dionysus, which is also what Jesus is based off of. You also have the Kemetic belief system, which is the other side of my family, the Egyptian pantheon, which also has the resurrection of Osiris from his goddess wife Isis. You also have the Norse mythologies, but the Norse were more to the west until the Germanic invasion of Rome during the time of Constantine. Then you also have the native indigenous belief systems that also predate, including the Aztec, the Incan, the Mayans. So you have to actually look. Also, the Babylonians had their own. The Sumerians had their own, which Sumeria gets fucked because a lot of the Bible is based on their stories and their belief systems. So you cannot sit there and say that you've done your research when you clearly have not. Justin, you hit your goal. It's time to make a new one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cyber Deconstruction. I appreciate all the paint. I think what Hanji's trying to say is that the Bible borrows from prior mythologies.
Yeah, I've heard that before, and seems to held up true. And I believe what you're saying about it.
Let me tell you why the Bible is not true. How about we do that? Because you'll never convince me that the Bible is true, because I know for a fact that it's not.
Well, you're never going to convince me it's not true.
Fantastic. So, I actually will. So, does the Bible say anything ever that's untrue?
Anything ever that's untrue.
Yeah.
I would personally say no.
Okay, so
I'd like to hear what you had to say.
Fantastic.
Or show me.
We're gonna have a little bit of fun here. All right, let's start real light. This is 1 Kings chapter 6. It says, in the 480th year after the Israelites came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of King Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. Now, what he's saying here is that 480 years after the Exodus, King Solomon finally started to build the temple. This happened around 970 BCE. That's when, according to the Bible and according to history, that the temple was built. Now, this isn't that problematic. The problem we have is that if that's the case, then that means Moses and the Israelites left Egypt in the middle of the 1400s. So it'd be about 1450 or so. But when you go to Genesis and Exodus, it states something really curious, which is that there are locations already named after Ramses. For example, it says, therefore they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with forced labor, and they built supply cities, Pithams and Ramses, for Pharaoh. So according to Exodus, they built the supply cities for Ramses. Ramses II, he's the one that built the supply cities. But the problem we have is Ramses didn't reign until the middle of the 1200s. 200 years after the Exodus. So there's no way they built the storehouses of Ramses when he's 200 years yet to come.
Yeah. I don't know. I have no explanation. And honestly, I don't think there's a point of us getting into this because I really respect your biblical knowledge. You know the Bible so much more than I do. And I do read it. I haven't read the whole thing yet. It honestly, sometimes it's hard to read. It's painful, especially in the Old Testament. So I'll just go back to, let's just get away from all that. And I know the last dude was saying,
well,
mainly
if it's true, I
experience.
shouldn't be finding untrue things in it. Like in Leviticus 11, it says that rock badgers and rabbits chew cud. Says in verse 4, among those that chew cud or have divided hooves you shall not eat. And then it lists a bunch of them. In verse 5, it says the rock badger, for even though it chews cud, it does not have divided hooves, and it is unclean for you. The hare, for even though it chews cud, it does not have divided hooves. Neither of these two animals chew cud.
They don't chew it now.
They never did.
How do you know that? How do you know they never did?
How do you know that they ever did?
I don't. Exactly. We don't know.
Okay, so the evidence we have from those animals that exist today is that they don't chew cud. They physiologically can't. In fact, the rock badger lacks the ability to regurgitate at all. So do you believe in evolution?
Micro.
Yeah. Do you think the Earth is flat or a sphere?
A sphere, of course.
Sure. Have you read the book of Job?
Yes, I actually have.
Okay.
One time.
It's a good book.
I actually read it all in one day, so I was very exhausted at the end.
I would imagine so. Job says about the earth that it is changed like clay or formed like clay under a seal. Have you ever seen a clay seal?
No.
It's flat. In fact, I'll show you.
Is Job's supposed to be? I actually wondered this, if Job in the Bible is supposed to be like a real person that actually lived, or is he wrote in the Bible to almost be a story?
Well, my opinion is that Job is an allegory. It's a story, and it's supposed to be revealing divine truths about a reality by using a fictional character. But when the story says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal, it's just not true. It's not formed like this.
No, it's definitely not. And I don't think whoever wrote it would have any idea if the earth was round or flat at the time.
Okay.
So
well, the book is wrong then, right?
The thing is that the ancients did know that the Earth was round.
You know, I guess I would say in that sense that it would be wrong.
Sure. And
Jay, you said something interesting earlier that when Justin, you went back and forth, Justin said that you aren't going to convince him it's right. And you said that Justin could never convince you that the Bible is wrong. And so I asked you earlier about why do you believe the Bible is true? Because I'm interested in, did you believe in Christianity and then start reading the Bible? And so therefore, no matter what the Bible says, you're going to believe it? Or did you read it and then were convinced that it was true?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll get into that right now because that's really where we should go talk about that and end it off, because getting into the, you know, all the verses and stuff, pulling that up, I just don't have enough knowledge to really discuss that with you. And again, I respect that. I really do respect your studies and your knowledge on it. But so I grew up a Christian. We were going to church for like the first 10 years of my life, and then the next 10 years didn't go to church at all. And it got to a certain age where, you know, just being almost like Santa Claus, just believing it because you're told, where I had to be kind of just start thinking, is this reality or not? And the reason I believe is personal experiences, which leads me to believe the Bible is true, not all this diving deep into comparing verses and this. It's just really experiences. And I know I heard what you said with the one guy, other religions having experiences. And what I would say to that guy did not say is there is, you know, Lucifer, fallen angels on the earth.
Lucifer is Roman mythology.
No.
Fallen angels didn't exist.
Lucifer's not Roman. Lucifer is just a Latin name. It's a Latin translation of the morning star, or more technically, the light bearer. Yeah.
Light bringer, whatever. But I love how they always say that older gods are fallen angels when they predate this book and this religion. I will never understand that.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying fallen angels from heaven, because it says in the Bible that Lucifer was kicked out of heaven, like Satan was kicked out of heaven.
Can you show me that verse?
What does that have to do with other? I don't think it's in the Bible.
It's not, but he thinks it is.
What? No way. There's no way that's not in the Bible.
It's not.
I don't remember reading about it.
The closest you're going to come is in the book of Revelation, and I don't think you know where it's at.
So, you don't think the Bible says anything about a devil or like Satan or whatever?
No, it talks about Satan and the devil, yes, but there's no narrative in the Old Testament about Satan being an angel that fell from heaven.
Would you be able to look up right now about 1/3 of the angels?
That's Revelation, yeah. The book of Revelation. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess that's where I'm going.
Yeah, but the book of Revelation is not saying that happened in the past.
Okay, well, I also know that, again, I don't know where, but I know it says that Satan and demons or fallen angels or whatever they are live on the earth. So I would say that people that claim to have personal experiences
Which is why I said that you're calling them fallen angels when they are older than this belief system. See, that's exactly why I said what I said. They're not fallen angels.
What Hanji's trying to communicate is that you're saying that you believe in the real God and all these other gods are demons or fallen angels, but we could easily say the same thing about your God. We could say, no, the Hellenic gods are real and your God is a demon.
100%. I agree.
Definitely is.
See, it sounds so crazy coming from your guys' worldview, but I have the spiritual gift of prophecy, and
I love prophecy. Let me get my notepad open.
So
Hold on.
do I.
All right, we've had quite a few people give us prophecies. Can you give us one?
No, I can't. The way I've had prophecies, I've never been able to prophesy about a person, but is
I was really excited,
hey,
Jay.
let me finish. The way that I've had prophecies is where, say I'm going to Walmart, or in my daily life I'm going to the gym, or just anywhere, I will pray and ask God if there's someone he needs me to go reach or talk to let me know. And in my head, I get a vision of a person. I see them very clearly. I see what they look like, their body figure, and then I go out to this place and they're there.
I'm
and
sure
I
you
talk
do.
to them, and yeah, I do. I mean,
It's like treasure hunting.
Did God
No,
give
but I
you a
mean-
vision? It is definitely treasure hunting. There's 730 people here right now. Ask God to give you a prophecy for us.
ask God to give. That's not how it works. That's almost like manipulation, like manipulating God.
Like Christianity.
Jay, are you familiar with Bethel and how they have this as a they call it treasure hunting, that they do this in an organized
yes, you do.
way?
Yes, I do. But the treasure hunting is very different. My ex-girlfriend went to Bethel and told me all about treasure hunting. This isn't treasure hunting. This is me seeing someone. This is me seeing someone in my head. Then say I'm on the way to Walmart. I see someone in my head. I go to Walmart and I see this person in real life that I've never seen or met before in my life. And every time I've seen this person in my head, they're there every time. And so if you want to say that I'm just perfectly guessing these people that I don't know and have never met, they're going to be there. I just, it's no way. It's from God, and there's, nothing's ever going to change my mind about that, because it's real. And you can doubt it all you want, but I know it's real. I know it's impossible to be any other way but a spiritual being giving me these visions. It's impossible.
I believe that you believe it's real.
Yeah, 100%. Because you can't make it up. I mean,
you definitely can.
I couldn't. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely could.
And I'm pretty sure there's medication that can fix it.
There's what?
So I'm pretty sure there's medication that can fix it.
Oh, I mean, I don't think you just have no explanation for. There's nothing you could say for me being able to prophesy a person in my head and then seeing them in real life wherever I'm going. It's fiction. You can't explain it.
It's fiction until you can do it. See, you're asking me to believe your story, the thing that happened to you in private, and when I'm asking you to do it publicly, you can't do it. Which to me tells me that it's mythology. I know it never works. I know every time you want it to work, it never works.
Yeah, because it's almost like manipulation.
It's not manipulation. Does God want all 700 of us to be saved?
100%.
Then why can't He give us a prophecy?
Because that's not how He works. He's not going to.
He's not going to do what He needs to do to save us.
He's not going to force you to believe in Him, is what it is.
It's not forcing, it's a prophecy. Was it when He gave you the prophetic vision, was He forcing them to believe you?
You mean the people that I went out and talked to after I... Mm-hmm. No, He wasn't forcing me to go talk to them.
So it's not force. Giving us a prophetic vision is not forcing anyone to do anything.
Yeah, but do you see how the prophetic vision is different than what we're doing now? The vision's only like, yeah, sure, I could sit here and pray, and then something might happen or something might not happen, but it's very different when the prophetic visions that I've got are for like going and meeting people that I've never seen. It's like He's directing me to go talk to someone. It's not used in this type of way.
Yeah.
What happens when you talk to them?
What?
What happens when you talk to them?
Well, the first time it happened, I was in such shock. I didn't say much because I was so in shock that the person was there. I just told them that God obviously wants them to. God is trying to reach them for something, and I kind of ran away because I was so shocked that it really.
And God should be able to do it Himself.
Oh, He can.
Why does He need a middleman? That's what I never understood. If you want to tell certain people, certain things, and you're a fucking deity, do it yourself.
Oh, he will.
Is he that weak? He
No, he
sounds
doesn't.
weak to me.
He does it himself all the time.
He does
also
sound
uses
weak,
people as well.
because we're waiting for him to show up right now, because he says that these signs will follow them that believe. They shall cast out devils. They will speak in new tongues. They will take up serpents. They drink anything deadly. They shall not hurt them. They will lay hands on the sick and they'll recover. And certainly, obviously, the writings of Paul would lead us to believe that they're going to prophesy as well. So I guess we're trying to figure out, when Jesus said, ask anything in my name and it will be granted to you. And Jesus said that these signs will follow you so that those of us who don't believe would believe. I'm trying to figure out why you're getting cold feet trying to help us to believe.
I never brought that up to make you believe. I brought that up because I was asked why I believe.
Right.
And that is the biggest reason, is experiences. And that is the biggest experience that I have.
Even though the Bible is demonstrably untrue and Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
I mean, there's a lot of truths in the Bible, and again, I'm not sure on all the prophecies.
I'm going to read a prophecy that the Bible says was fulfilled in Jesus. This prophecy is fulfilled in the book of Matthew, chapter 21, and it comes from Zechariah, chapter 9. You're probably familiar with it. It's the one when Jesus rides the donkey. It says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion, and shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. What part of that prophecy did Jesus actually fulfill?
Not sure.
Apparently, the only thing he could do is ride the donkey. He couldn't be a king. He couldn't be triumphant and victorious. He couldn't cut off the war horse from Jerusalem and the chariot from Ephraim and allow his people to live in peace and establish a kingdom from sea to sea. He didn't do any of that. But the New Testament says that he rode the donkey in order to fulfill the prophecy of Zechariah. But he didn't fulfill this prophecy.
Oh.
The New Testament is just lying.
Oh, actually, you'll cut off a chariot from... other things, I would say he is a king. He's...
Sure, show me in the Bible where he was ever a king in Israel.
Not a king in that sense, but...
Oh, then I'm a king. Hail Justin, I'm a king.
Yeah, you could say that.
Is Donald Trump the president?
King of the world. And saying his kingdom, what was it, sea to sea or something?
Yeah. His dominion,
I think,
says his dominion, his physical domain will be from sea to sea.
Wait, does it say physical domain?
That's what dominion means.
Okay.
Yeah. Sea to sea, that's a geographical region.
Okay, well, for that you could say physical, but for me, I would just say that's...
From the river to the ends of the earth. What river and what is the ends of the earth?
Yeah, man, I don't know.
It's clearly talking about a physical kingdom.
Yeah, and the physical kingdom, I would say, is the churches that are all around the world and believers all around the world, that it's been spread.
That's not at all. It says here that he's going to have a dominion that ends all war in Jerusalem and Israel, and then he's going to set up shop, and his dominion is going to be throughout the whole world. Did Jesus end the war in Judea?
Did Jesus end the war in Judea? I don't know.
Obviously not. His people were unalived by the Romans, both from 68 to 70, and then again from 132 to 136. In fact, the writing of the historians, the Roman historians that recount
136. In fact, the writing of the historians, the Roman historians...
Somebody's got an echo. I don't know who it is.
It's guest.
Oh, sorry. I just muted everybody. Let me unmute the guest real quick.
muted him because it came from him. He has to like swipe.
Sorry, I just muted everybody. Let me unmute again.
That's him. Jay, you've got to swipe away from the app and then swipe back into the app.
That's what I was trying to say.
Is that better now?
Maybe, we'll see.
No?
I think we're okay. I think we're okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hear it anymore.
Yeah, I think we're good now. Yeah, so like every time we go to the prophecies that supposedly got fulfilled in Jesus, it's pretty clear that it didn't get fulfilled in Jesus. This says he's going to cut off all war from Ephraim. That's the northern half of Israel. And the war horse from Jerusalem. That's a reference to the southern half in Judah. So he's just like the other prophets saying that when the Messiah comes, he's going to bring peace to all of Israel. None of that happened. Jesus certainly couldn't have been the Messiah.
Where is this? What book is this again?
This is Zechariah chapter 9. And according to Matthew 21, this was actually fulfilled.
Okay. Yeah, that's something I'm going to look into. I've been screenshotting a lot of the verses you're putting up and writing stuff down on my other phone because these are things that are interesting to look into for sure.
Sure thing. We got other prophecies that are just as troubling, right? So like if we go to, this is quoted in Matthew chapter 2. This comes from Jeremiah 31, 15. And we'll read like 15 to 17. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children." Thank you for the bear. "Because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears. For there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." So what's being said here is that the women are weeping because their children are being carried away in captivity, and God is reassuring them, it's okay. They're going to come back. They're going to come back from captivity, right? Did I miss anything in here?
No.
Right. The problem we have is, so this is clearly a reference to the Babylonian captivity and how they're going to come back after 70 years. But when you go to the book of Matthew, chapter 2, Matthew has a completely different opinion. BB, thank you so much for the manifesting. I think down in 28 is where it shows up. Oh, 18, sorry. It says, this is referring to the babies being slaughtered. It says, "When Herod saw that he had been tricked by the Magi, he was infuriated, and he sent and unalived all the children in and around Bethlehem who were 2 years old or younger or under, according to the time that he had learned from the Magi. Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more." But we just read Jeremiah. It's not about a bunch of babies being slaughtered right before the Messiah is born. It's about how the Israelites are going to return from the Babylonian captivity.
Yeah, man. It's interesting. Again, none of these are going to take away from my personal experiences, the visions I've had. It's just,
right.
I can't.
No matter what the Bible says.
No, you can't take away what I've experienced, my personal experiences, because at the end of the day, my personal experiences are everything.
Your personal experiences will always trump what the Bible says.
Correct.
So even if the Bible is completely wrong, you're still going to believe in the thing that you believe in.
Yeah, and I heard you say it the other day, placebo, but
Then dump the book.
I don't care, because my life is just a million times better ever since I took it seriously, and I just can't care. I've had experiences, and my life is just so much better after making the changes in my life, and at the end of the day, if it somehow ends up not being real, then I just lived a better life. So that's really all it comes down to.
Jay, why do you attribute the experiences that you had to the Christian God? How do you know that it's not a different God?
Yeah, good question. It's because I'm praying to that God.
So?
Maybe a different God's still answering you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know who's answering your prayer.
That's true. But I know that I'm putting my faith in God. If
Let me ask you a question. How do you know that God is even good? How do you know that it's not a demonic entity that is tricking you into following this religion despite the problems with the book in order to prevent you from converting to Islam, the true religion, and send you to Islamic hell?
I know. How do I know? Okay. I would say Jesus is life. I think everything Jesus claimed to be God, and
so the Bible.
Yeah, but I'd say that he lived.
But the Bible's not true, and it misapplies every Old Testament passage that it comes up with. It just makes all these crazy claims about Jesus fulfilling prophecies, and every time we go and read the prophecies, they're not true. So the belief system has to be rooted in the book. And if the book's not true, the religion's not true.
Belief's not. Oh. Yeah.
That's a lot to wrestle with, Jay. You don't have to do it right now.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Do some thinking on it and come back later, okay?
Yeah, man. I gotta go to bed. I unfortunately have to go slave my body tomorrow at work, but
fair enough.
You get to do this. Is this what you do like every day? Is this your?
No, I'm
able
actually.
To do this full time?
No, that'd be fun, but I'm an electrical engineer. I have to go to work tomorrow morning, bright and early, and design machines that produce things like soaps and shampoos and food and vaccines and whatnot.
Well, I'm sure that is a great profession, and you probably do well for yourself. So you're very smart and educated. And, yeah, you're very smart and educated, and I gave me some things to think about. And I appreciate it. I appreciate a good conversation.
Yeah, Jay, thanks so much for being here, man.
Yeah, y'all have a good night.
Cheers. You do the same.
You too.
All right, we got time for another one.
Sounds good.
Sarah,
also,
thank you so much for being
when
here.
they bring up. Yeah, she's always a delight. I love how they always bring up, oh, it's a spiritual throne. Oh, well, the Jews considered him, the king. And it's just like, okay, do you know how many people consider Justin the king and me the queen? Like,
yeah, it's always words don't mean words. Let me crystal ball, does king really mean king, or does it mean something else? Without a doubt. Okay. King doesn't mean king. You heard it. Welcome in, Kyrie.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. Let's just first off by saying I won't be condescending to you if you guys don't be condescending to me. I know the last guy.
Agree.
Yes, I like respectful conversations. I know the last guy. I love that brother. He has a really good heart. He just has to read a little bit more and be able to answer some of these questions that are posed to him, which I can't answer every question, but I have some answers. But first off, of course, I am a Christian. I do believe in Jesus Christ. He is the one Lord, the one true God. And I feel like before we can go really in depth, I would like to know what you believe. Like, for example, what do you think happens when we die?
Well, I'll tell you in a second. Let me read a message from Bridget. Bridget, thank you for the Venmo. Bridget says, quoting the previous guest, I don't know exactly, but what I'm saying is I know the Bible is it. And FYI, I'm a prophet. Yeah, that was an interesting exchange of ideas there, that he knows it's true, but he hasn't actually read it. Also, thank you for the 666 JL Rapid City. Says, bring up Genesis 30 through 37, how animals got stripes. Oh, it's such a good one. We do need to cover that tonight. And then Scott, thank you for the 666. He says, hail Satan on this wonderful Sunday. And we agree, hail the Dark Lord. So we've got two atheists on the panel. I'm an atheist. Sarah's an atheist. And Hanji is a believer in the Hellenistic and Kemetic deities.
What is that?
The Greek and Egyptian gods.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. So back to to my question. Like, what do you think happens? Like, seriously,
Oh,
like
right.
no joking or anything like that. What do you think happens when we die?
Nothing. That's it. That's the end. I have no memories of when before I was born. I'm not going to have any memories after I'm dead. My body's going to become fertilizer, hopefully for some sort of really cool plant life. Who knows?
Okay, so what do you think? Well, what do you think about people who've come back from like after death and explain like their testimonies and stuff that they've seen?
Yeah.
Where there's plenty of examples where I can point out where people have talked about seeing Jesus, being in the presence of God and feeling that love, and then coming back and they having a whole change. I don't hear too many people talking about your explanation of coming back. There was just nothing.
Oh,
There was nothing, and then I came back. I mean, you hear
it happens
people,
all
but
the
I'm
time.
just saying verses. But no, I'm saying versus people saying they've had an encounter, whether it's with Jesus or encounter with God, or felt the presence of love and beauty. You hear way more than that than on your side of the spectrum.
Well, that's wrong.
I
So
believe.
first of all, we've actually got statistical data on out-of-body and near-death experiences. There's been two long-running studies ran by a doctor named Sam Parnia, who has been recording the experiences of people that have been clinically dead and then resuscitated. And it's typically less than 10% of people report any sort of anomalies. So at least 90% of more of them, it's completely nothingness. Now, I've been dead twice, and it was complete nothingness. I was aware in one moment, I became unaware, and then I woke up somewhere else because I was dead. So my personal experience tells me that there's nothing. Now, near-death experiences, unfortunately, aren't really that helpful because they seem to be giving people what I would call a hallucination that is in line with their cultural experience, which is why like people of the Hindu background will experience Hindu deities if they have a near-death experience and they experience something. And same thing with other religions and people. Like if you're in China, you're going to have a Chinese oriented near-death experience.
Wait, that's not true. Did you see the story on
That is true.
the Chinese? I believe it's. Well, I hear what you're saying, and I can agree to disagree with that. But there's a story on I believe it's in North Korea, I believe, where it's like thousands of people who had visions and stuff of Jesus. You hear about this stuff all throughout time.
I don't.
Not North Korea. They are very anti-religious. If it's not do the TikTok TOS, yeah, it's not celebrated. We need a source for that. And just because it's a country doesn't mean that people within that country follow the country's religion. That's just flat out facts. You have the Irish that still stick to their Celtic roots. You have the Mexican and Hispanic tribes that stick to their Arawak and indigenous roots.
Yeah.
You have me, part of the very few percent that still follow the roots of the Greek and the Egyptian, because I am both bloodlines. Mm-hmm. So you can't really sit there and say that that's not true when just because one case doesn't speak for the whole country.
Got you. So, okay, well then, what about...
Where does he keep going? I think he's going to look up the resources that he's trying to... Kyrie, when you...
Oh, yeah. I'm not like, I'm not like a computer.
No,
what I'm saying?
We're just saying that when you swipe away from the app to go look stuff up, we can't hear anything you're saying. You get teacup.
Oh, got you. I apologize. Well, I'll just stick to just basics. Let's just stick with logic for now then.
Right.
Where does love come from?
Well,
love? How do you... Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Love's just a chemical neural reaction. Also, Dex, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Dex says, of course, you will hear more about the wild near-death experiences, boring ones where nothing happened, isn't entertaining, and is antithetical to the majority of people's belief systems. And I agree. No one ever wants to hear about mine. The love is a neurochemical reaction within the brain, and not everyone actually gets to experience it. Some people actually need medication to experience it. Our emotions have a wide range of expression, and we all, we all experience them slightly differently. I would be categorized as someone that is more flat in my emotional expression, whereas some people have emotions that are very extreme.
Okay. Well, how do you know, like, for example, killing someone? How do we know that is a wrong thing to do? Where does that come from?
Yeah,
How do we know what right and wrong is?
easy because we've experienced it, right? So, for example, I've been hurt before. I know that if someone comes and stabs me with a knife, it's going to hurt. I'm not going to like it. I don't want it. And because I live in a society of people, we all agree that it's in our best interest to prevent these types of things from happening. We come to an agreement and say, listen, it seems to be that when we stab each other with knives, it's never good. It's always bad. So now we're going to have a rule. And that rule says that we don't stab each other with knives.
But what moral ground do you have? Because I have a moral ground.
Oh, you only
God
think you
tells
do.
me. No, I'm just saying I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just saying that's my moral ground. Like the Bible is my moral ground. It says thou should not kill. Where does your ground? Like, what is your ground? Because what if I taking out the Bible? What if I say I don't care what everybody else say? I think killing is right. Who are you to tell me that that's wrong?
Well, because morals are subjective, right? I can tell you that my subjective experience tells me that it's wrong. And it just happens to be that if you disagree with me, you'll go to prison because humanity has, as a collective, decided that we shouldn't be unaliving each other. Now, you claim to have an objective moral code, but you can't tell me where I can find that moral code. Where can I find it?
You can look at the 10 Commandments.
The 10 Commandments? So the Bible are all the commands of God moral?
Yes.
Nope. If I follow the commands of God in the Bible, then am I behaving morally?
Well, here's the thing. Like with the last guy that was on here, I feel bad for him because, like I said, like young brother, if you're still listening, brother, please, I believe in your heart, but you gotta read a little bit more. You gotta read a little bit more. You use that spirit. The spirit of God is the one that guides you. Like the people that's on this panel, they don't have that spirit. So they're reading from a natural human state.
I mean, we're reading from your book, but if you actually did your research, then you would know that the 42 laws of Ma'at are the reason why the Bible has the 10 Commandments. Now, you're not talking to last guest, you're not talking to chat, you're talking to host.
Yes,
so
right.
let's
I'm not
stay
trying
on
to be
topic,
rude,
please.
ma'am. I'm not trying to be rude.
I think he's being
to my
nice.
argument.
All right, so
yeah, I'm not trying to be rude. I promise, I'm not trying to be rude.
No, I believe you, Kyrie. I really do. So to the point, though, like if God lays out all of these moral frameworks in the Bible, and he says that by following these laws, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God, which would lead me to believe that God doesn't give any bad commands. If I follow God's commands, then I am doing what is good and right, right?
Yes, but here's one thing that we have to disclose with that, which comes from the Spirit of God. There's a thing called dispensations.
No, there's
things
not.
That were
find
there's
dispensation in the Bible.
Well, the actual word is not in it.
I know.
But it's like, the actual word is not in it. But when you actually study it, like for example, let's see. I'm trying to think of.
There's no such thing as dispensationalism in the Bible.
But all right, for example, Trinity is not in the Bible, but you can see the ideas of it. Like when Jesus
dispensationalism
says,
is not.
Name. Okay. But I'm saying Trinity is not in the Bible. But when you look at words, what Jesus says when he says pray in the name, he didn't say names. He said name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. One name, 3 persons, one God. The Trinity is in there, but the actual word is not in there. So that's not a good argument.
It is a great argument. So my point being is that dispensationalism isn't an actual biblical thing. It's something that people put onto the Bible using bad hermeneutics, which is why the seminary that got famous for dispensationalism doesn't teach it anymore, and they wish people would stop talking about it. That's Dallas Theological Seminary. They were the ones that got famous for teaching this, and they're the ones now trying to tell people to stop believing it. But that's beside the point.
Well, no, that's not true. What about Martin Luther?
What about Martin Luther?
I mean, Martin Luther, he was famous for it when I believe the Roman churches, the Catholic churches, when they were preaching one thing and he started studying, he was like, wait, there's actual, because I heard you say something about Paul, saying Paul is what did you say about Paul? Pretty much that Paul
He's a
he's the
heretic.
crazy one out of everybody.
Heretic.
Yeah, that he's the heretic.
Yeah,
Right, but I
he's a
mean,
big
but here's
heretic.
again that right, but there's another thing where Paul teaches, like there's a revelation that Jesus said that he promises for Israel when the world began, and there's a promise that he kept man, I'm mixing this up, but pretty much there was a revelation that Paul was given, and that's that dispensation because God's people is Israel.
I think you mean
But he
Peter.
promises. I mean, wait, say that one more time.
I think you mean Peter. The vision of the clean animals and the sheep in Book of Acts.
Well, what I was saying was like, for example, like no, Paul was not Paul. Yeah, Paul was given a vision too. Remember when he was stopped on the road to Damascus? When he was stopped on the road to Damascus, and Jesus appeared to him.
Yeah, when he bumped his head, fell off his horse. I know.
That's hilarious. No, that's funny. But honestly, no, Jesus ran into him and he said, Paul, why dost thou? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Does God want his people to follow the laws forever?
You said, does he?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Thank you. So if only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments always, so that it might go well with them and with their children forever. Okay, so God lays out the law, gives it to Moses, and then tells them to follow this law forever. And he says, by following this law, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. He specifically gave the law because he said to the Israelites, I need you to be holy because I am holy. So by following the law of Israel, you are in fact making yourself holy to the Lord. Can we agree on that much?
Right.
Okay. So
yes.
If I follow the law of Moses, I must be doing a good thing. This is what God desires, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Now, I only say that because now that we actually get to read the law of Moses, I can guarantee that you're not going to like any of it. For example,
I'm going to love it. Let's do it.
All right. I think I want Exodus 31. There we go. Exodus 31 says, you yourself are to speak to the Israelites. You shall surely keep my Sabbaths, for this is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, given in order that you may know that I, the Lord, sanctify you. You shall keep the Sabbath because it is holy for you. Everyone who profanes it shall be put to unalivement. So am I doing a good thing by unaliving people that work on the Sabbath?
Yes, because Jesus Christ is the Lord of the Sabbath.
Okay, so
whatever God, all right, for example, all right, let me give you, I'll use a logical argument. So say if I have a hammer, right? Say you created a hammer, and the purpose of creating a hammer is to nail things into the wall, right? There's different purposes, but if I take that hammer and start, let's say, breaking into people's cars, would you be pleased with that?
No, that's not what hammers are used for.
Right, because you're the creator, right? You created it. You have a use for it. So if God is the Lord of the Sabbath, that is his rule. So who are you to say
that's what I'm saying.
What the creator's rules are?
That's what I asked you. Yeah, according to the creator, the rule of the Sabbath is that you respect and observe the Sabbath. And if you're found not doing it, then you should be executed, right?
Yes.
Great. So if I executed somebody... At that time. No, not at that time. It didn't say anything about that time. Yes. We just read where it said to follow these laws forever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's always good because God said that these are his holy laws. By doing them, you'd be doing what is good and right, and he wants them to do it forever. So you should be allowed to do this thing forever. It's not a problem.
Okay, see, so here's the thing. Here's the thing.
It's funny how now that we're reading the laws, you don't like his laws. Why don't you like his laws?
No, I love it. No, I love it.
Why do you hate God's holy laws?
I don't hate it, man. I don't hate it. I love it. What I'm saying is where the argument where you pretty much tried to shut me down before is with the argument of dispensations. There's different dispensations, brother. So the things that they did back in Moses are not the things that we do now. There's different laws. Stuff changes. God reveals new things to new people. That's why you have people like Moses. Sure. That's why you had people like Abraham. Okay. That's why you have people like Samuel or David or Paul or the 12 apostles.
Read to him. Okay, Kyrie, stop. You're spiraling. Go ahead
No,
and
I'm not.
read him Numbers 31, 17 through 19,
We'll definitely
because,
do. Well, we'll hold off on that just for a second because that's not really part of the law code. But we can get there. Flanker 420, thank you for the $5 super chat. Flanker says Bible is like Rorschach test for believers. You can pull anything you like. That is why there are thousands of denominations today, and that's true. You can do anything you want with this book and make any denomination you want. Okay, so now we just read where God told the hearers of the law to follow the law forever. Is forever temporary?
Say that one more time.
Is forever temporary?
No, it's forever.
Okay. Did Jesus say that you're not going to follow the law?
You said, did Jesus say you're not going to follow the law? No, but there's a thing called context, and when you read stuff out of context instead of reading the entire chapter or reading stuff that comes after it, before it, that's why people can distort stuff.
So you want me to
don't
read
put
all
stuff
of
in
it?
its proper
You want me to read
context.
all of Exodus 31 for you?
Let's do it.
All
But
right.
you, but what,
Well,
what I
so
said before,
let's
you have to
first point
start from
out that
Exodus 1.
was
Well, I'm
first.
saying you have to
I'll
start
read
from
all
Exodus
of
1 and get
Exodus
all the
for
way to
you.
30.
I've read the entire book, Kyrie. Jesus says, "Do
Me
not
too.
think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not
Right.
to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until
Right.
heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the
Right.
same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them
Right.
and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So you can't tell me that Jesus doesn't want you to follow the laws, because he says by following the laws, you'll be great in the kingdom of heaven. So
Wait, what did he say that in? What Bible verse?
this is
What was that in?
Matthew chapter 5.
Oh,
He says,
right.
"Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven." So,
Right.
so you can't tell me that God doesn't want you to follow the laws. Yahweh said it, and
No, I
Jesus
didn't
said
say
it.
that.
Okay, so
No,
now
I never said that.
now I'm trying to figure out then why it's a problem for me to execute the person that works on the Sabbath, because according to the law code given in Exodus 31 and elsewhere, God tells the people that this is what happens when you break the Sabbath. You get executed.
Because, brother, you're going to just cut me off while I'm talking.
I didn't.
So, all right, cool. So again, there's a thing called dispensations. So at that time, there was the law, but what did Jesus? I mean, the law was still efficient. It's still, we're still supposed to follow it. It's still for us. But what happened, that's the reason why Jesus had to come to die, because we can't do it because of what happened. You have to go all the way back into Genesis.
What do you mean can't
what
do
happened
it?
with Adam. We can't do it. We have a sin nature now. Remember, back in Genesis with
So
Adam
then
when he
Jesus
fell.
died for nothing.
No,
Good
he
to know.
actually died. No, you're wrong.
God
That's
says,
the point.
God says, surely
was
this commandment that I am commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. God says it's not too hard. Can you show me where, again, Jesus didn't say the thing that you're saying. Jesus said, whoever fails to keep the law and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Jesus does not say the thing you want him to.
Brother, that's why we have to go to the Paul, the one that you just
Why?
said was a lunatic. That's why you have to.
Paul contradicts
because he
Jesus.
was given a new revelation.
Paul contradicted
no, he was given a
Jesus.
new
No, he contradicted
didn't.
Jesus.
No, he didn't.
I'll
He
just
didn't
show you
contradict
exactly.
Jesus.
He contradicted Jesus.
He did.
He contradicted Jesus, and he contradicts God. God says to do
No, he
the
didn't.
laws forever.
But wait, sir, what if you go back to Abraham when he told Abraham, through your seed, I will bless all nations. But what does he do? Israel is his nation, and everybody else is considered Gentiles. And that's where Paul comes in, and that's where the revelation where
Wrong
Jesus
again.
promised.
The Old Testament
No,
doesn't
I'm
say that
100%
the
right.
Gentiles are going to come to Israel through the Messiah. It says they're going to come to Israel once, they're going to come to Yahweh once he glorifies Israel and puts his sanctuary among them forever. That's why it says in Zechariah chapter 8 that 10 men from, thank you, Philo Dragon, that 10 men from every nation and every language will grab hold of the cloak of a Jew and ask to take us with them because God is with them. That's the Messianic prophecy. And we're gonna read something here real quick. So we already covered this. Jesus said, Whoever breaks the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, which means if Jesus is to be believed, then some 20 years after he's dead, I'm not going to believe a guy that comes along later and says, oh, actually, we don't have to follow these laws. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's absurd.
That's not true. Paul never said that.
Paul did
the
say
laws
it.
as a no, we work out our own
Galatians
salvation.
chapter 3.
Okay.
Galatians chapter 3, Paul says that the law was a temporary schoolmaster, which means it's temporary. Jesus never said that. Jesus says that the law will be established until heaven and earth
I don't
pass.
think it says temporary.
Until heaven and earth.
Temporary.
Until heaven and earth pass away.
Okay.
Have heaven and earth passed away?
No, sir. It hasn't.
Did Jesus ever say that there's going to be a time when the law is done away with?
Paul never said the law
Did
was done away
Jesus?
with.
He did. I promise we're going to get to it.
He never said that.
I'm asking
He
you
never
about
said
Jesus. I'm going to show you exactly
Right.
where he says it.
I said he never said that.
Okay,
I said
so
he never said that.
okay, so Jesus never said it. So first of all, you're building my case for me. So God said to follow the law forever. Jesus said to follow the law forever. Did Paul say to follow the law forever?
Man, listen.
Did he say it?
Just,
Did Paul say to
I'm
follow?
not- look.
Did Paul say to follow the law or not?
Yes, he said to follow the law.
Okay,
Yes, he did.
good. Then why aren't we executing people who work on the Sabbath? If Paul was not against following the law, then I should be allowed to follow the law.
Brother.
You're also wrong about Paul, by the way.
There's a reason why he was called a
Oh,
heretic, because
man.
he kept going against God. I don't know why you're so uncomfortable with the scripture, because it's
I'm not
literally proving
uncomfortable with
your
it.
arguments wrong.
He got
No, it's not.
uncomfortable
It's not proving
with
it.
me claiming that Jesus and Paul disagreed on the law, so he tried to say that Paul actually said we should follow the law, and by doing so, he shot himself in the foot. Because
I didn't say that.
if Paul and Jesus and God all say we should follow the law, then I'm confused why you have a problem with me following the law.
Brother, again, there's something called dispensations, and
I
there's something
don't
that
care what you
that
call it.
Paul was. There's something. If you go to his books, you go to Romans.
I've
you
read
go through
every
all
one of
the
them.
books. Okay, so if you read it, you will understand that Paul got something that God kept secret. It's a revelation that he got
So
from
then
God.
Jesus lied.
No, Jesus didn't lie. It was a secret.
Did Jesus say that he wanted people to follow the law or not?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so then
We just
why
wanna
would
keep going in
why would
circles.
Jesus tell us to follow the law, and then just 20 years later say not to through Paul, someone completely different?
He didn't say not to, brother. He didn't say that.
Yes, he did. It's in the book of Galatians.
No, he didn't, brother. It's so much that's before that, that comes before that. That's why I'm saying we have to have context, brother. We have to have
Yeah, so I'll just
context.
read you the
Paul was-
context. Kyrie, you haven't read the book and I have. This is Galatians
I
chapter
have read
3,
the
verse 23. It says, now before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under the law until faith would be revealed. Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until Christ. That is a temporary clause. He's saying that we are no longer bound to this law. Christ disagreed with that. That's why I say Paul and Jesus don't agree on the law.
Paul says one thing, Jesus says another.
Now, if you want
No,
to
that
twist
is not
yourself
true.
in literal pretzels and say that Paul was in favor of keeping the law, then you have to bite the bullet and tell me that I'm doing the right thing by following the law. You can't keep running to dispensationalism. Dispensationalism is trying to say that the law is no longer in effect because of what Paul said. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either Paul said the law was temporary or it wasn't temporary. Which one is it?
No, brother, you're not listening to me. You're just gonna keep listen.
All right, I'll make this easier. Did Paul say the law was temporary or permanent?
You said did Paul say the law was temporary or permanent?
Yeah.
Where does he say temporary at though?
We
Where does he say
literally
temporary.
just read it. Listen this time, all right? It says now before, which is a temporary clause, before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under law until faith would be revealed. Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until, another temporary clause, Christ came, so that we might be reckoned as righteous by faith. So he's saying that
Right.
we are
That's what I'm saying.
You're not listening, Kyrie.
But brother,
Paul is
no,
saying that
I'm sorry. Go
you
ahead.
are no longer needing to follow the law, which is why in Acts chapter 15, when there's a council between Paul and Peter and the rest of the disciples, they conclude that you don't have to follow the law if you're a Gentile. That's why Jesus and Paul disagree. Jesus said to follow the law, and if you teach others not to, then you'll be least in the kingdom of heaven. That is a stark disagreement.
But brother, that's what I'm saying, because there's a different dispensation. There's a difference between Jews and Gentiles, brother.
That's not what dispensation means.
Paul, yes, it does.
That's
Paul
not
is
what.
the apostle
Kyrie,
to
stop.
the Gentiles.
Stop. You're embarrassing yourself right now. That's not what dispensation means. Do you know what that word means?
Revelation, right?
No,
Correct.
not even close.
What is it?
Dispensation refers to a divine time period. There are at least 7 different dispensations in dispensationalism. Sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. Okay. It refers to specific time periods in which God is doing something. There's a period.
Right.
There is I'm trying to tell you. Dispensationalism is referring to time periods. It's not referring to people groups. Okay, now
no, but
Jesus,
Paul, he's doing something different. Paul.
Yes,
Kyrie, we need you to listen to understand.
Paul is a heretic. So I'm trying to tell you.
No, he's not.
Both Jesus and the Old Testament told you that the law was forever. Which means if anyone comes along later and says you don't need to follow the law, that is a person that is contradicting what God already said. And they're contradicting what Jesus said.
Okay, well, let me give you an example. You remember in the Bible when Jesus went, I forgot who was doing something on the Sabbath, and one of the
they're plucking grain on the Sabbath. Mark chapter 2.
Yeah, and what did Jesus do?
Yeah, he said.
What did Jesus do?
He corrected them. You want to know why?
Why?
Because he wasn't breaking the law.
Right, but why wasn't he breaking the law?
Because there's no law against plucking grain on the Sabbath. The law that they accuse him of breaking is the oral law. It's the oral tradition that was held by the Pharisees. It wasn't part of the Mosaic law, and they were upset that he was breaking the oral law.
Right.
He never broke the law of Moses. Well, actually, he did, but not in that narrative.
Right, but Jesus was correcting them pretty much, in a sense, was in that form proving that he was God, because only God could be Lord of the Sabbath.
Oh,
Jesus pretty much
he certainly didn't prove he was God. This is what's supposed to happen when the Messiah comes. This is what the prophets say is going to happen. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. Now, the branch from David is obviously the Messiah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now it says, in those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So according to the Messianic expectation from the actual prophets, there's always going to be a Levitical priest offering sacrifices in the temple before Yahweh as prescribed by the law of Moses. So you can't tell me the law is being done away with.
I never said the law was being done away with, brother. But look, it's okay.
So then why is it a problem when I follow the law? Thank you, Expect, for the hats.
Because again, we're gonna keep going in circles, and you're just going to keep saying that I'm wrong, and I'm going to say that you're wrong.
I want a coherent answer. Why is it a problem if I decide to follow the laws that God said are the things that he desires people to follow?
Because again, Paul was giving something different from Jesus.
He was a liar.
From what he gave.
Not from Jesus.
that's your opinion. But
It,
if I'm a Bible believer, I
literally,
believe the Bible is true,
you just
sir.
called God a liar. God said to follow these
No, I
things
didn't,
forever.
sir.
God said through Jeremiah that when the Messiah comes, there will always be a king on the throne, and there will always be Levitical sacrifices.
But
So,
sir, here's the thing.
Paul was a liar.
But sir, can I just have 1 minute without interruption? And I promise you, I won't say anything else, sir. This is all I got to say. That's why Jesus' death, and that's why Paul, what was revealed to him, was so important, sir. So that's why when Paul say we believe in faith, we believe we're saved by faith, not of works, least any man boast, sir, because Jesus did the work for us. So when we believe in Jesus, it's like we're taking on his righteousness. We take on, so God don't see us. He sees him. So in his eyes, we are perfect. Everything Jesus did, we take that on with faith, sir. That's the whole reason why Jesus came and died for our sins,
Kyrie,
sir.
you're saying nothing to me. The question is,
I'm saying a bunch, sir.
Kyrie, you're saying nothing. The question is, what
Okay.
what is appropriate and objectively moral? That's what this conversation is about. The conversation is still about what is objectively moral behavior. And I'm trying to find out, you're telling me that God's objective morals are in the book. But every time I ask you, can I follow these objectively moral laws? You have a problem with me following them. And I'm trying to figure out why. If your objective morals were laid out by God, then why is it a problem if I follow them?
Because again, sir, God gave us something different through Paul, sir.
Okay, so
he gave us something
it's
different
okay to
through
murder.
Paul. You said it's okay to murder.
Can I murder and commit adultery?
You said, can you murder and commit adultery?
Listen,
No.
if I don't have to follow the laws, then I'm not going to follow them. I can murder, I can commit adultery, I can covet my neighbor's slaves, I can do all these things. If I'm not bound by this law anymore, because Paul said we no longer need it, or I got the grace of God,
Paul didn't say that.
Then I'm not going to follow it. I'm not going to follow it.
Paul said, work out your own salvation. So we continue to, just because we love Jesus, we obey his laws, sir.
Okay.
But we're not saved because
then
of that,
why
sir.
do you have a problem if I follow the laws? I'm not talking about salvation. I'm talking about morals.
But that's the point.
No, listen.
You're talking about
listen,
morals?
You're very confused. I'm not talking about salvation. I know for a fact that your Savior offers nothing. I'm talking about what is objectively moral. That's what the conversation is about. And every time we go to the Bible, the thing that you said had the objective moral code. Every time I ask you about, can I follow this code, you bend yourself into pretzels trying to find a reason why it wouldn't be good for me to follow God's objective moral code.
No, I'm not trying to bend it into pretzels, sir. You're just trying to make something so absolute when I'm telling you there's a difference, like there's time differences, sir.
Does God want you to follow his laws?
Yes, sir.
Which ones?
All of them, sir.
Then why do you have a problem if I follow the law? The law says to execute people who work on the Sabbath. Why is this so hard for you?
Because, sir, I'm trying to tell you what Paul gave us, that we're justified by faith, sir. We're not justified by the law.
Nobody gives a damn about salvation. We're talking about what is morally appropriate behavior. We're talking about.
Don't like the answer, but that's the answer.
Listen, you need to focus. We are not talking about how one gets into heaven. That is not the topic. We're talking about what is appropriately, objectively moral behavior. What is the behavior that God desires of people? Okay? If I can't find that behavior within his own legal and moral code, where can I find it? I don't know how he doesn't see this. This is unbelievable.
By the grace of a arrow.
Remember, it's the objective moral codes that tell us that God actually exists, except every time I read these codes, they hate it. They don't want me to follow it. Wild to me.
If he says sir one more time,
at least he's being nice about it. He's been nice to me. He doesn't understand the flow of conversation at all.
Like the whole point of Paul being called a heretic is because he goes against everything Yahweh and his son say. Because at the end of the day, God, Yahweh, and Jesus, the Son, only came for the lost sheep of Israel. They don't give a fuck about the Gentiles.
Well, that's wrong, by the way. Eventually someone's going to call you out for saying that. I know it's a popular talking point, but that is not true. So if you read any book on the gospel theology, it's quite clear that Jesus initially says that he's coming for the lost sheep of Israel, but then his mission takes an abrupt turn because they reject him, and then he's welcoming everybody else. And this is very clear when you read through his parables, like the parable of the tenant farmers, the parable of the wedding banquet, and the parable of the public banquet. He's quite literally telling...
Well, I heard different.
I know. He's quite literally telling people that he's now done with the Israelites. He's saying that he said of the Israelites, the axe is at the root of the tree, ready to chop it down, and it's going to be replaced with a tree that will actually produce good fruit, because the tree of Israel is not producing fruit. So there's a progression in the Gospels from I came for Israel, they've rejected me, now I'm accepting everybody. That's the progression. But it is probably...
Oh, see, I didn't hear that.
There's more to it. It's more complicated than that. But yes, at the beginning of his ministry, he... obviously was saying that he came for the lost sheep of Israel, because that's what the prophet said. The prophet said he would come and rescue Israel. That's what he was supposed to do. But since they rejected him, well, now I'm going to accept everybody else. So it's true that he said the thing that you said he said, but it's not that easy. There's more to the gospel than just that one saying.
But sir,
You're gonna
can I
have to
say
teach me
something
about
real
that,
quick?
because I didn't know that.
Kyrie,
with all due respect, sir,
we're trying.
I'll leave after this. But
we're trying
I just want to say how.
I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
We're just trying to figure out why you have a problem with me following God's laws.
Well, beforehand, sir, but how can you say what you just said, sir, and then discount Paul?
Why? Paul contradicts the Old Testament and the sayings of Jesus. Why would I take him seriously?
He doesn't, sir. If you read all of his,
he does.
All his epistles.
I've read all of them. I've read every single one. Some of them I translated from the original Greek.
Me too, sir. I wish we had so much more time where we can actually read through this stuff and actually break it down. But the bottom line, sir,
Kyrie,
the stuff that I believe
let me
in,
ask
sir,
you a question.
Yes.
What information do you think you have that I'm lacking?
The Spirit of God, sir.
Okay.
You don't have the
Spirit of God
eyes,
is
sir.
useless to me. I want information.
Exactly.
See, when you tell me that I need the Spirit, you're just telling me that I need something other than my own intellect. But if this Bible is the Word of God, and this is the thing that's supposed to lead us to recognize that God is real, then it is the intellect that needs to be engaged. Because when I read the book, I see failed prophecies, I see contradictions, I see bad science and bad history. What I don't see is a book that came from God, and no amount of Holy Spirit is going to fix those problems.
Yes, sir. But that's why the Bible also says that His word will be hidden from the quote unquote wise.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. That's exactly what I would say if my book was full of nonsense that I knew intelligent people would reject.
I mean, sir, it's hard, sir. It's hard because
it's not
again,
hard.
sir, no. I'm saying it's hard in a sense because I feel so sorry for you.
There's nothing to feel sorry for.
So sorry for you, sir.
We feel sorry for
really
you.
do.
We want you to be free from this toxic religion. I'm still trying to figure out why, if God's objective moral code is in the Bible, that you have such a problem with me following that objectively moral code.
Sir, listen, sir.
It's a very logical question.
I don't want to keep. I understand, but I don't want to keep saying it, sir, because you're gonna just keep cutting me off.
Because you don't have an actual answer. You're gonna keep going back to Paul.
I do have an answer, sir. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point, sir. That's the whole point, sir. Paul was getting something different. It was kept secret since the world began, sir.
I disagree. What Paul said contradicts what God said. Paul is a heretic. In order to believe what Paul says, you have to admit that God lied when he said to follow the law forever. How long did God say to follow the law?
He said forever, sir.
How long is forever?
Forever, sir.
Okay, does forever end?
No, sir.
Okay, so do not tell me that Paul brought new revelation that said the law is no longer needing to be followed when God said to follow the law forever. How do you not see the
No,
contradiction?
I didn't say that, sir. But if I say what I'm going to say, sir, you're going to say we don't care about salvation and stuff like that. That's the whole point of
Because
Paul's book.
we're
Because
not talking
I'm
about
sorry, go ahead.
salvation. We don't
No, I
care about
understand.
what it takes to get to heaven. That's not the topic. The topic
But
is
that was
what
the whole
is
point, sir.
No, that's not the point. We don't care about salvation. That's not even the issue of discussion. What we're talking about is what is appropriate moral behavior. That is the topic. We can talk about salvation at a different time. We can talk about that after this even. But the topic
Gotcha.
right now is what behavior does God expect and what behavior would be objectively moral behavior?
All right, cool. So, all right, I'll leave that out of it and I'll stick to your topic. So, God expects perfection. God expects perfection across the board. One mess up and it's done.
Show me that in the Old
Because the Bible
Testament where it
says
says
God is,
that.
where it says like one mess up and you're done. It says
Yeah,
God is light and no darkness can
show
dwell in him.
me one passage in the Old Testament where God says he's going to send you to hell if you make one mistake.
So it says, hold on a second. I'm trying to think of the verse.
You're about to quote Paul again because you haven't read the Old Testament.
No, I'm not going to quote Paul, sir.
Have you read Leviticus?
Yes, sir. I have.
What do you do in Leviticus if you sin?
You said, what do you do if you sin?
Yeah.
Well, you go to the priest.
You repent.
Or to the high priest.
Yeah, you repent.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to sacrifice a goat or the purest animal.
Did it ever say that you're going to be sent to eternal torment because you sinned?
No, sir, but that was a picture of what Jesus did, sir. That's what I'm trying to say. That's a picture. It was a picture of a sacrifice. It was a temporary sacrifice, but that's why
you're
Jesus
way off
needed to
topic.
come, because he's the permanent sacrifice.
Way off topic.
Sir.
That's not true.
Okay.
How
is that not true, sir?
Because I already read you Jeremiah 33, where Jeremiah 33 said that the Levitical priests will be giving offerings and sacrifices in the temple forever when the Messiah comes.
You said when the Messiah comes?
Yeah.
That's
read it again since
everything.
you weren't listening.
No, I was listening, sir.
Jeremiah 33, this is an actual messianic prophecy because the ones that are listed in the New Testament aren't messianic prophecies. They're just random quotations. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. What promise did he make to these two houses?
What you just said, sir.
He promised that he would restore them back to the land. Ezekiel 36, Ezekiel 37, so on and so forth. It says in those,
sir, but that hasn't come true yet, sir. That's for
because
Revelation.
Because this God's not real.
Jesus' second coming.
Because this God isn't real.
Because
this God isn't real. Because the God's not real. Because God's not real. Listen, until Jesus fulfills all the prophecies, he's not Messiah. As it turns out, he didn't fulfill even one prophecy. Says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise. And when's that going to happen? In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David. That's a Davidic king. And he will execute justice and righteousness where? In the land. In those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. Did any of this happen when Jesus was here?
But sir, he did.
Did any of it happen when Jesus was here?
Sir, a lot of this stuff, that's why it's got to be more context.
Did any of this happen when Jesus was alive?
Sir.
It's a yes or no. Did any of this happen?
Sir, that's probably stuff that's going to happen on Jesus' second coming.
So it didn't happen. Thank you. The answer is no. So we'll keep reading. It says, thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. Where do we find God giving commands for grain offerings and other sacrifices?
Sir.
I don't know why it's so hard. Where can we find in the Bible that God gave instructions for these offerings?
Sir, that's going to come in Jesus' second coming,
It's in
sir.
the
But you don't
it's in
believe
the
that, so
law
you're going to
it's
throw
in the
that
law of
out.
Moses. Okay, so easy. So you believe that when Jesus comes back, the Levitical priests are going to be reestablished, which means the law is forever. Do not tell me that the law is
Yes.
temporary. Now, let's get on to the supposed prophecies you think Jesus fulfilled. This is going to be a painful conversation for you because I don't think you've read them.
But wait. You're going to try to dominate the conversation. I just want to say one. He did die and rise from the dead.
No, he
He
died.
did do that, sir.
He died.
He rose from the dead too.
No, he
Show me the
died.
tomb where they found his body.
Show me the
Where's
tomb
his
where
body?
Nero. Show me Nero's tomb.
Show you whose tomb?
Show me Nero's tomb. Show me Nero's body. I want to see it.
I mean, sir.
Not having a body isn't proof that somebody resurrected.
Justin, I'm going to say
well,
goodnight.
in the Bible,
Sarah,
he says he has
good to see you.
500
Thank you for
witnesses,
being
sir.
here.
He has 500
Guys, make sure
witnesses.
you're following Sarah, guys. What were you saying, Kyrie?
I said in the Bible, he says he over 500 witnesses saw him, sir.
Yeah, Paul
That's
said
a
that.
lot of people.
Name one of them.
Can't name one. I just choose
Yeah,
to believe, sir.
Paul didn't. Yeah, you chose to believe. I chose. I didn't choose, but it's obviously not compelling evidence to me because I don't believe that it existed.
Well, what about all the manuscripts of the New Testaments with the 99.5% accuracy, sir?
Oh, that's
what
bullshit.
about that?
That's not true at all.
How's that bullcrap?
Not even
sir?
close
How?
to. It's not even close to true because I've actually had to see the manuscripts. They're not that accurate.
I don't believe that. Now, I don't believe
You can just look up a critical edition of the New Testament. Look up a Nessie Allen critical edition of the New Testament where it'll show you all the variations.
Okay, well, sir, do you believe in George Washington?
I do, because
my shock.
we have quite literally his teeth in a museum right now. We have hundreds of letters to and from his estate. We have letters in his own handwriting. We have letters from his wife. We have letters from people that interact with him. We have paintings of him that are contemporaneous to when he was alive.
But people could say the same thing about Jesus, sir. Except
Show
for
me
the
one
teeth
thing
and
Jesus
stuff like
ever
that.
wrote.
Sir, we have writings of Jesus, people who testified to Jesus all throughout time, sir.
Yes, I'm
All
sure.
throughout time.
I'm sure he was a real
Before
person.
and after,
Yes,
sir.
I'm sure he was a real person. I don't think he did anything that you're claiming he did. And I know that
how can you-
because
how can you-
because
but
the new
how-
because the New Testament is full of lies. Every time it talks about Jesus doing something to fulfill a prophecy, it is a lie. He didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not even one. I know this for a stone cold fact. And I have money
That is
on the
not
line.
true, sir.
I will send you $100 tonight on Venmo if you can show me even one prophecy he fulfilled.
Sir, he fulfilled one prophecy already.
Show me
He
one.
died and rose from the dead.
That's not a
He died and
prophecy.
rose from the dead.
There's no. Show me in the
He
Old
did.
Testament where it says the Messiah is going to die and rise from the dead.
Oh, there's plenty.
Show
and then
me.
there's also saying
Show
that
me
he would
one.
be crucified.
Show me
Go
one.
to Psalms 22.
It's going to be painful for you. Psalm 22 is not even a prophecy.
Yes, it is. Those are the words that Jesus spoke on the cross, right?
That doesn't make it a prophecy. Jesus didn't even say it was a prophecy, first of all. That's your first problem. But your second problem is that you can't just call anything in the Old Testament a prophecy. For example, Deuteronomy 18 actually gives you the test for a prophet and for prophecy. It says in Deuteronomy 18, says, any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall be unalived. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize that a word has not, the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove to be true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So, something that God speaks through a prophet is something that is testable and observable. We must be able to see, does the thing come true, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is a prophecy just anything on a page that sounds similar to something else?
No.
Okay. So what is the test of a prophecy? How do I know when I'm reading a prophecy that it's a prophecy?
That it comes true.
Yes, and
that it eventually comes true.
And it's talking about something in what time frame?
What do you mean?
It has to be talking about something that's not in the past or not in the present, something that's happening in the future.
Right. Okay. Yeah, in the future. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
it's got to actually be saying this is what God is doing, or this is what God is going to do. That's how we know what a prophecy is, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Now, a prophecy is not just there are words on a page that sound similar to something else, which is what you're trying to say Psalm 22 says. Psalm 22 is a lament of King David. It literally starts out, my God, why have you forsaken me? And who's writing here?
Keep going.
Who's writing?
No, keep.
Who's writing?
Keep reading.
Kyrie, who's writing?
David. Keep writing. Keep reading.
And who's
David,
my?
Keep reading.
Who's my?
My God. Who is my?
That's right. And who's crying out?
But read it.
And
read it, and then
Kyrie, we're going to read.
Talking about.
Kyrie, we're going to read all of it. I don't know why you think I haven't
perfect.
read this. I read this almost every time I go live. So who's speaking here?
Okay. That is David writing.
Dave. Okay, so David is writing about his own experience, is he not?
No, not at all. Not even close. David
Okay,
didn't
so
go
when
through
David
this.
says, I cry out by day, but you do not answer, that's not David saying it.
Keep writing. Keep reading, sir.
Kyrie,
going.
we're going through the beginning of the psalm. It says that it is a psalm of David. David starts out speaking about himself.
Not true. Keep going.
Who wrote it?
Keep going, sir. David wrote it, sir.
Okay, what does the word my mean?
Me.
The person writing. Yes, that's a first person reference.
Yes.
So when somebody who is writing something says my God, they're referring to their God. When someone who is writing something says I cry out, they're saying that they are crying out. In this case, it's David. David is the one crying out. How many of these laments did David pen in the Psalms?
Sir, I'm just going to wait until you keep reading. That's what I'm waiting on.
At least a dozen of them.
I'm just waiting on you to keep reading, sir. That's all I'm waiting on.
Okay,
Let's keep going. Let's see if this.
I'll get to the
like
part
David.
that you want me
That's
to
what
read.
I'm waiting on.
I'll get to the part that you want me to read.
I just wanted the whole thing. I want it all.
But none of it you actually are going to apply to Jesus. You only want to apply verse 16, 17, 18 to Jesus.
No, I don't. No, I want to read the whole thing.
Okay, you're not going to like it. All right.
I think I'm going to love it.
So David says, oh my God, I cry by day, but you do not answer, and by night, but I find no rest. Okay, that's David speaking. Yet you are holy, enthroned on the praises of Israel. In you, our ancestors, he's speaking for his kingdoms. He says, our ancestors trusted. They trusted and you delivered them. To you they cried and were saved. In you they trusted and they were not put to shame. But I am a worm, not human, scorned by others and despised by people. All who see me mock me, and they sneer at me, and they shake their heads. Commit your cause to the Lord. Let him deliver. Let him rescue the one in whom he delights. Yet it was you who took me from the womb. You kept me safe from my mother's breast. On you I was cast. On you I was cast from my birth, and since my mother bore me, you have been my God.
Right.
So that's somebody's God, which means it's not Jesus, because Jesus is theoretically God in your worldview. Do not be far from me, for trouble is near, and there is no one to help. Many bulls encircle me. Strong bulls of Bashan surround me. They open wide their mouths at me like ravening and roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It is melted within my breast. My mouth is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue sticks to my jaws. You lay me in the dust of death. For dogs are all around me. A company of evildoers encircles me. They bound my hands and my feet. They count all my bones. They stare and they gloat over me. They divide my clothes among themselves. For my clothing they cast lots. But you, O Lord, do not be far away. O help, come quickly to my aid. Deliver my soul from the sword, my life from the power of the dog. Save me from the mouth of the lion, from the horns of the oxen. You have rescued me. Oops.
Oh,
that didn't happen. Did Jesus get rescued?
You said, did he get rescued?
For I will tell of your name to my brothers and sisters. In the midst of the congregation, I will praise you. You who fear the Lord, praise him. All you offspring of Jacob, glorify him. Stand in awe of him, all you offspring of Israel. For he did not despise or abhor the affliction of the afflicted, and he did not hide his face from me, but heard when I cried to him. From you comes my praise, so on and so forth. And then he gets to the good stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me which part of this is the actual prophecy.
Oh, the vine in his hands and his feet, the casting, taking his
what
I
happened?
don't think you read this.
What happened to David? I did read it. You weren't listening.
That didn't happen.
It
That
did
didn't
happen.
to David. What happened to Jesus?
David told you it happened to him.
Come on, man.
It happened to David. David wrote the psalm.
No, this happened to Jesus.
David,
sir. This happened to Jesus.
David wrote the psalm and said that it happened to him. Sir,
No, it didn't, sir.
Okay,
It didn't, sir.
so David's lying.
Princess,
No, he's
listen.
You could be condescending, man, but it's not going to work.
I mean, you've been condescending the whole damn
No,
time.
he's not. He's not being condescending. Leave him be, Haji.
Respectful.
He's been fine.
I've been very respectful. That's your heart speaking out.
So
But anyways,
this is King David speaking about his own trials.
No,
So,
I just disagree, sir. That
a
sounds like
prophecy,
Jesus
a
right here.
prophecy is not something similar on a page. Just because David went
But
through
I get what
something
you're saying.
that the gospel authors later wrote and said, "Oh, look, Jesus did something similar," that doesn't make it a prophecy. That's not how prophecies work.
I hear what you're saying, sir, but when I read that, I see Jesus, sir.
Yeah,
That's what I
because
see.
they wrote Jesus' story to mirror King David's story.
I just disagree with that, sir.
Well, you can be wrong all you want. You're wrong every single time.
I don't think so. I think I'm right, but you
No,
know, all in all, this is
we started. A prophecy is not just a random phrase in a page that sounds similar to something else. A prophecy is saying something is actually going to happen in the future, and then you can test to see if it happens. It didn't say this. It doesn't say that somebody's going to be crucified. It doesn't say that somebody's going to have their clothes divided. This is David talking about events that have already happened.
I disagree with that, sir.
Well, you're wrong. Show me linguistically in this passage where anybody is talking other than David. Show me.
You say other than David? No, I'm not saying that David is not the one that's talking, sir.
Oh, so David's
But
talking.
he's
It's
not
about
talking
David. There we go. He is talking
He's
about
not
himself.
talking about himself.
That's literally
He's
what
talking
words
about
mean.
Jesus, sir.
No, he's not talking about Jesus. He's talking about himself. That's what me and my mean.
I disagree, sir. I just disagree.
Well,
We'll
listen.
disagree to disagree.
Well, you can be wrong all you want. If that's the case, if all I have to do is find something that sounds similar to something else, as it turns out, I'm the Messiah. I'll show you exactly all the prophecies I fulfilled. Isaiah 65:9, I will bring forth descendants. I brought forth the descendants.
Well, can I ask you a question, sir?
Did I
believe in a God? Do you
did
believe
I
in a
fulfill
God, in a creator?
Did I
I'm sorry. Go
fulfill
ahead.
did I fulfill Isaiah 65:9 because I brought forth descendants?
I don't know. Do you have children, sir?
Yep.
Well, you had children.
There you go.
Congratulations, sir.
So I fulfilled Isaiah 65:9. There you go. We just heard it.
I didn't say that, but come on, sir.
Well, listen, I did
the first commandment in the Bible was be fruitful and multiply.
I did the thing that it said by the prophet. I fulfilled it.
No, you did what the first.
all of a sudden,
what the first
all of
commandment
a sudden,
of the Bible was. Be
all of a
fruitful and
sudden,
multiply,
context
sir.
matters. When I apply the prophecies to me, all of a sudden, context becomes really important.
No, I've been saying context matters throughout this whole conversation, sir. I've said that this entire time. I've never switched on that.
Well, you don't, because when we read the context of Psalm 22, you want to say that it's not King
It sounds
David.
like Jesus.
I know it sounds like Jesus, but that's not what the context of the passage dictates. The grammar,
I believe it is because
the grammar, he did. He said he did.
No,
He quite literally did. He was captured in war on multiple occasions. David said, "This is what happened to me." And you're up here calling David a liar because you are clinging so desperately to this idea that it's a prophecy, even though nothing in it is about the future. There's not a single word of that little section that says anything about a Messiah or anything about the future prophecy. So did I fulfill this? I command enjoyment, for there is nothing better for people under the sun to eat and drink and enjoy themselves. I tell people to do this pretty often. Did I fulfill?
What is that?
This is from Ecclesiastes. Did I fulfill a prophecy from Ecclesiastes?
Come Come on, sir.
Oh,
I'm being serious.
all of a sudden, similar sounding words on a page isn't a prophecy anymore. Wild. How when I do it, to me, you don't accept that hermeneutic. Why should I accept that hermeneutic with Jesus, but you won't accept it with me?
No, I'm not trying to do that with you, sir. I have a genuine question for you, though, sir. But why don't you believe in like anything as far as like a creator? Because everything, when you look around in the world, everything was made by something, sir.
No, it
There's
wasn't.
nothing that comes from any.
That's wrong. Snowflakes self-assemble.
You said snowflakes?
Yep, snowflakes are highly organized, yet they self-assemble. It's just a process of crystallization.
But they came from something.
Do you think God designs every snowflake as it's falling to the ground?
I believe God does anything he wants to do, sir.
That wasn't my question. Do you believe that God designs every snowflake as it falls to the ground?
I mean, he says he knows how many hairs I have on the top of my head, so I don't see why not.
Okay, so you think God designs every snowflake that falls to the ground?
Yeah, I believe he can. If God wanted to do that, he could do that.
I didn't ask you if he's able to do it. I didn't ask you if he's able to do it. Okay. Did God design the puddle that forms in my backyard when it rains?
You said did God design that?
Yeah.
He designed he's designed that we live by different laws, sir. Like,
all
right, for
did
example,
God?
like,
That's not my question. Did God design the puddle that forms in my backyard every time it rains?
He knew it was going to do that.
Did God design the puddle that forms in my backyard when it rains?
I'll say yes.
And what's your evidence that
the beginning and the end?
What's your evidence that that's true?
What's the evidence that that's true?
Yeah, what's the evidence that he designed the puddle in my backyard?
I mean, sir, we can't have an argument like that, sir. We could just have basic. Or for example, listen, you look at your car and say that came from thin air.
Yeah, but I know how cars are made. So there are things in the world there are things in the world that are made that we know they're made because we designed them, we made them, we witnessed them being made. And then there are things that are natural processes. The flowers that grow in my backyard naturally happen naturally. No one made those. The puddle that forms in my backyard when it rains, no one made the puddle. It's just a natural process.
But there had to be a source, though, sir. There had to be the first flower that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it didn't come out of nowhere. It evolved. It evolved from lower life forms.
What?
Yeah. Have you never seen plant evolution? It starts with bacterium.
Okay. So what do you think where do you believe we come from? So are we evolved from monkeys?
No, we evolved from a common ancestor with the great apes, which is why we share endogenous retroviruses in our genome that are only shared between us and the great apes. An ERV.
All right.
Do you know what an ERV is?
Where did the great apes come from?
From another common ancestor. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So do you know what an ERV is?
Where did the common ancestor come from?
You can look up the family tree if you want to know the names of them. Do you know what ERV is?
Yeah. What is that?
Endogenous retrovirus is when a foreign virus that has DNA makes it into your DNA and actually alters it. And it produces a little snippet of foreign DNA that gets passed down from one person to the next because it's part of the genome. It always gets passed down. So, for example...
Okay, so where did that come from?
I just told you it's a part of a virus that makes it into your system.
But where did that virus come from?
Keep listening, Kyrie. So it's a really interesting tool for us to track which humans share DNA and how do we know who shares what DNA. So as it turns out, there are at least 200 endogenous retroviruses that all humans have. Every single human has it, which is statistically impossible unless all humans shared common DNA. Now, you might say, well, that's really interesting. That just means that we all came from Adam and Eve. But it gets better than that because as it turns out, a good portion of those retroviruses are only shared also between humans and apes. Great apes, they don't exist anywhere in the animal kingdom because humans and great apes had a common ancestor in which those retroviruses found a home in, and then they reproduced, and everyone after that forever had that retrovirus.
I understand what you're saying, sir, but if we keep going by this, sir, there has to be an uncaused cause. Wouldn't you agree with that? Because other than
No.
if we go by what you're saying, that so you don't believe there was an uncaused cause? Something has to
No, you
have
do.
not been caused
You
to
believe
cause this.
you believe in the uncaused cause, not me.
But then what is the beginning? Like where?
There's no beginning.
Okay, what was the first thing?
There's no first thing.
There's no first thing.
It's no first thing. The universe is infinite and eternal. All matter, space, and time has always existed. And there's a good logical reason to believe this to be the case, and there's good scientific reasons to believe that this is the case. Logically speaking, we know that time must have always existed because time cannot have been created. Want to walk through that logical premise?
Yes, walk through it, please.
All right, so we'll do premise number one. Premise number one, let's see. All acts of creation are a change of states, yes or no?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
All acts of creation are a change of states.
All acts of creation are a change of state.
Yep. I'll give you a hint. The answer is yes.
I don't know how to really answer that, but keep going though. I'm listening.
No, it's true. You either have to agree or disagree. And yes, there has to be a change of states, or else there's no such thing as an actual creation. If there's a point in which there is not creation and a point in which there is creation, then you have two states, a state with and a state without.
Okay, all right, I get you. So yes.
Okay, so every single act of creation ever, thank you for the hat, Sharpo, is a change of states. Easy enough. So premise number two is every change of states has a before and an after state. Okay. So premise number three is anything that has a before and an after state requires time.
Okay.
Therefore, time must already exist for any act of creation, right?
Okay, I got you. I hear what you're saying.
So if time must exist for any act of creation, then our conclusion is that time couldn't have been created because time needed to already exist for the creation of time to happen.
I mean, I just don't believe that, sir. Because if we go by
it's just logically true. Right? Kyrie is logically true.
Why don't we see other apes kind of forming into humans?
Buddy, stay on task. We're talking about the creation of time.
No, I get you. I'm just saying, like, we're in the basis of creation, but the creation of time, I just don't believe that, sir. I believe if we're going by your argument, let's just take God out of it, because I believe in God. I'm gonna just take my bias out of it. It just makes sense to me that there has to be a beginning somewhere.
Thank you,
and something that created it.
Why?
Something that created it.
Can something come from nothing?
You said, can something come from nothing? No.
Right. Is there something?
Yes.
Then there was never
So
nothing.
the person sending you gifts, their name is Sharpay.
Oh, Sharpay. Sorry, Sharpay. I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, so there was never nothing. We have no evidence. Give me one piece of logical or scientific evidence that would suggest that there was ever absolute nothing.
You said that there was ever absolute nothing?
Yep.
I mean, I can't prove that, sir.
Right, there's no evidence. All the evidence we have is that matter, space, and time has always existed in some sort of form, right?
Right.
All right. So, listen, Kyrie, it's past midnight. I got to go to bed at midnight.
Yeah, me too. I was just about to say the same thing.
I had a good time talking to you, despite we might have had some sharp exchanges.
Yes, sir. When are you on live again?
It's usually Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday nights.
Well, I'm going to do a lot of research, and I'm going to come back, sir. And I hope we can have another conversation, and I'll be more knowledgeable, and I'll be ready.
All right, come on back. We look forward to it.
Yes, sir.
The live starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. You have a great night, and you both have a good night.
Cheers. Have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Flanker420, thank you for the super chat. Flanker says, agrees with all premises, doesn't believe the conclusion. That's illogical. I agree.
I knew that was going to happen.
It's
I was
wild.
like, he's not going to understand. He's not going to understand how premises work.
Well, denial is a strong drug. What are you going to do? Guys, thanks so much
Denial
for being
is
here.
not only a river in Egypt.
I know. I got more energy. I could stay up later, but I got to wake up in the morning, and I know I'll regret if I stay up any later. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. It's been a really fun live. We've had a great crew over on YouTube as well. We've been floating over 300 on YouTube. Here in another couple months, the YouTube followers are going to surpass the TikTok followers. So TikTok's y'all got to get on top of this. YouTube's going to take us over. But guys, thank you so much for being here. Make sure that you're joining our Discord. The link is in the profile. Make sure you're following us on our YouTube. We got long form content coming out on YouTube still yet. Lots of interviews forthcoming as well, deconstruction interviews. So please make sure you're following us on YouTube and that you're participating in the Discord. And it's Sunday, right? So we'll see you on Wednesday, guys.
And be sure to show Cyber Deconstruction and Thinker some love. They're both live right now.
Oh, yeah. Cyber Deconstruction and Thinker are both live. Let's go raid them. All right, guys.
See you guys Wednesday.
Have a great one. We'll see you soon.